In a parallel universe where the boundaries between different realms were fragile, a catastrophic event occurred that shook the Dragon Ball Z world to its core. A sinister force, fueled by dark magic, began spreading an eerie virus that transformed innocent beings into mindless, flesh-craving zombies. Word of the horrifying transformation quickly spread, reaching the Z fighters who had been training diligently to protect the Earth from any threat. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team gathered at Capsule Corporation, determined to investigate the origin of the virus and put an end to the chaos. Bulma, a brilliant scientist and trusted ally, provided the Z fighters with an advanced detection device capable of tracking the source of the dark energy plaguing their world. Armed with this new tool, they set off on a perilous journey to locate the epicenter of the outbreak. Their quest took them through desolate landscapes, their path strewn with remnants of the infected. The once bustling cities had become ghost towns, eerily quiet except for the distant moans of the undead. The Z fighters fought valiantly, their skills honed through years of training, as they encountered relentless hordes of zombies at every turn. But with each battle, their spirits were slowly eroded. The weight of the crisis began to take its toll on their collective psyche. Goku, typically the eternal optimist, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his cheerful disposition. The loss of innocent lives weighed heavily on his heart, fueling a sense of despair that threatened to consume him. Vegeta, known for his stoic demeanor, silently grappled with his own inner demons. The sight of once vibrant cities reduced to desolation and the incessant hunger of the zombies stirred a deep sense of grief within him. He questioned his own purpose, grappling with the enormity of the task at hand. Piccolo, wise and battle-hardened, struggled to maintain his composure in the face of overwhelming odds. The senseless destruction and mindless violence inflicted by the zombies gnawed at his soul, leaving him feeling helpless and questioning the very essence of his existence. Gohan, burdened by his immense potential and the weight of his responsibilities, battled with a sense of guilt. He felt an immense pressure to live up to the expectations placed upon him, to be the beacon of hope for a world gripped by darkness. The constant struggle against the zombie hordes threatened to crush his spirit, and doubt crept into his mind. As their journey progressed, the Z fighters encountered pockets of survivors. These groups, desperate and downtrodden, clung to the remnants of their shattered lives. The Z fighters, their own struggles mirrored in the eyes of these survivors, provided what little comfort and support they could offer. They trained them in the art of combat, bolstering their spirits and instilling a flicker of hope in their hearts. But the road ahead remained arduous. The Z fighters faced increasingly powerful adversaries, zombies that had evolved and become more resilient. In a heart-wrenching battle, Yamcha, once a trusted ally, succumbed to the virus and transformed into a fearsome zombie. The Z fighters fought with all their might to bring him back to his senses, to save their friend. The struggle was intense, their attacks tempered with a heavy sadness that threatened to engulf them. Finally, through a combination of unwavering determination and a powerful antidote created by Bulma, Yamcha was restored. Relief washed over the Z fighters, but the scars of the battle and the weight of their failures remained etched in their souls. United and determined, the Z fighters pressed forward, their hearts heavy but resolve unyielding. They ventured deeper into the heart of the infected zones, launching a series of strategic operations to cleanse the remaining areas. Their battles were fierce, their victories hard-won, and the losses they suffered were a constant reminder of the fragility of life. Weeks turned into months as the Z fighters relentlessly battled the remnants of the zombie plague. Their struggles were a symphony of grief and determination, their souls bearing the weight of a world torn apart. But with each victory, no matter how small, hope was restored, and a flicker of light pierced through the darkness. They encountered new allies along the way, humans and extraterrestrial beings alike who had managed to retain their humanity despite the relentless onslaught. These survivors shared their tales of loss and resilience, providing the Z fighters with a renewed sense of purpose and the knowledge that they were not alone in this fight. However, the virus continued to mutate, producing even more formidable adversaries. The Z fighters faced abominations that possessed the strength and agility of Suns, the regenerative powers of Namekians, and the cunning intellect of Frisia's race. Each battle tested their physical prowess and mental fortitude to the limits. As they delved deeper into the heart of the infected zones, they discovered remnants of the virus's origin, a dark and ancient temple hidden in a desolate wasteland. Inside, they faced trials that pushed them to their breaking point. Illusions of their loved ones, now transformed into horrifying zombies, attacked them with relentless fury, forcing the Z fighters to confront their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Gaku, haunted by the specter of his family turned into undead creatures, struggled to land a single punch, his emotions clouding his judgment. Vegeta, tormented by visions of his fallen comrades, battled an internal battle to remain focused, fighting off the overwhelming despair threatening to consume him. Piccolo, facing a grotesque doppelganger of himself, grappled with the notion of his own identity and purpose. Gohan, confronted by a twisted version of his younger self, fought against self-doubt and the crushing weight of expectations. But it was through their struggles and moments of introspection that the Z fighters found renewed strength. They realized that their resilience stemmed not only from their extraordinary powers but also from their unyielding bonds of friendship and the unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of the universe. Their victories in the trials awakened ancient relics imbued with immense power, artifacts that held the key to unraveling the mystery behind the dark magic fueling the zombie virus. With their newfound strength and resolve, the Z fighters pressed on, their determination unwavering. At the heart of the temple, they faced the true embodiment of darkness, a malevolent entity known as Necron, who had orchestrated the zombie apocalypse to feast on the despair and suffering of the living. Necron, a formidable opponent with powers that defied comprehension, challenged the Z fighters in a climactic battle that tested the limits of their strength and resilience. The battlefield became a tempest of energy and destruction as Gaku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z fighters unleashed their most devastating attacks. The clash between good and evil shook the very fabric of the universe, the echoes of their struggle reverberating across time and space. With every ounce of energy, every shred of determination, the Z fighters fought as one. Their bodies bore the scars of countless battles, their spirits battered but unbroken. And in a final display of unity, Gaku and Vegeta merged their powers, fusing into a single, indomitable warrior, a being of unimaginable strength known as Vegito. Vegito, their combined power multiplied exponentially, faced Necron with unwavering resolve. The battle that ensued was a cataclysmic clash of titanic forces, shaking the very foundation of reality. Energy waves collided, sending shockwaves across the universe, as Vegito unleashed a devastating final attack that consumed Necron in a blinding explosion of light. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the temple. The Z fighters, exhausted and battle-weary, stood together, their bodies bruised and battered, their hearts heavy but triumphant. They had vanquished the darkness, restored peace to their world, and saved countless lives from the clutches of the zombie virus. But the battle had taken its toll. The Z fighters carried with them the scars of their struggle, physical and emotional wounds that would take time to heal. The weight of the lives lost and the suffering endured remained etched in their souls. Yet, amidst the devastation, they found solace in each other. They embraced their humanity, cherishing the moments of respite and camaraderie. The world slowly began to heal, its scars fading as life reclaimed its rightful place. And so, the Z fighters returned to their loved ones, forever marked by the struggle against the zombie plague. Their hearts carried the weight of the fallen, and the world they had fought so hard to protect was forever changed. But in that change, they found the strength to rebuild, to cherish the bonds that held them together, and to face any future challenges with renewed hope and unbreakable spirits. For the Z fighters, the struggle against the zombies had been a test of their character, their resilience, and their unwavering belief in the power of good. And though the scars of their battles would never truly fade, they emerged from the darkness as beacons of hope, their spirits unyielding, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the aftermath of the zombie apocalypse, the Dragon Ball Z universe struggled to rebuild. The scars left by the dark magic and the relentless hordes of undead served as a constant reminder of the harrowing battles fought by the Z fighters. However, amidst the remnants of devastation, a new threat began to emerge, testing their resilience once again. As the world slowly recovered, a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Society rose to power. Led by a mysterious figure named Malachi, the society sought to harness the dark energy left behind by the zombie virus for their own sinister purposes. They believed that by tapping into this malevolent force, they could attain godlike powers and reshape the world in their image. News of the Shadow Society's activities reached the Z Fighters, who immediately sensed the danger that loomed over their world. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team reassembled, ready to face this new threat head-on. They knew that their previous struggles against the zombies had prepared them for the battles that lay ahead. Guided by their innate sense of justice and a desire to protect their home, the Z Fighters embarked on a journey to dismantle the Shadow Society and put an end to their dangerous experiments. Their quest led them to the dark underbelly of the Dragon Ball Z universe, a hidden stronghold where the society conducted their nefarious activities. Inside the fortress, the Z Fighters encountered a multitude of adversaries, each wielding the twisted powers derived from the remnants of the zombie virus. They fought against enhanced soldiers with superhuman strength, insidious creatures that could control the minds of others, and even beings infused with dark energy that granted them near immortality. The battles were intense, pushing the Z Fighters to their limits. Goku tapped into the depths of his power, unlocking new transformations that astonished even his most formidable foes. Vegeta, driven by a burning desire to protect his loved ones, channeled his inner rage and tapped into his hidden reserves of strength. Piccolo, as always, relied on his cunning tactics and strategic mind to outmaneuver the enemy, adapting his abilities to counter their dark powers. Gohan, who had grown stronger and wiser since the zombie apocalypse, fought with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. However, the Shadow Society was not without its own ace in the hole. Malachi, the enigmatic leader, revealed his true power of fusion with a malevolent deity that granted him unparalleled strength and control over the dark energy. Malachi boasted that he would reshape the world in his image, eradicating any opposition that dared to stand in his way. The Z Fighters, battered but undeterred, stood against Malachi and his newfound might. They combined their forces, unleashing devastating attacks that shook the very foundations of the stronghold. The battle waged on, the clash of powers echoing through the halls as reality trembled under their might. As the battle reached its climax, the Z Fighters, driven by their unwavering resolve and the bonds forged through countless trials, managed to deliver a decisive blow to Malachi. Their combined strength shattered his fusion and stripped him of his stolen powers, leaving him weakened and defeated. With Malachi's downfall, the Shadow Society crumbled, its members scattering into the shadows from whence they came. The world, once again, found itself on the path to recovery. The Z Fighters, weary but triumphant, returned to their families and loved ones, vowing to protect their world from any future threats. However, the events that unfolded served as a reminder that darkness could rise from unexpected corners, and that the Z Fighters would forever be guardians of the light. Their struggles against the zombie apocalypse and the Shadow Society had forged them into warriors capable of facing any challenge that came their way. And so, they trained diligently, honing their skills and preparing for the next battle that awaited them. As the universe breathed a sigh of relief, the Z Fighters stood vigilant, knowing that their duty as defenders of peace would never truly be complete. The story of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, with new adventures, new allies, and new villains emerging. But through it all, the spirit of the Z Fighters burned bright, a beacon of hope for a world that had been touched by darkness. And as long as evil threatened to disrupt the harmony they fought so hard to preserve, the Z Fighters would rise, their resolve unyielding, ready to protect their world and the bonds they held dear. Years had passed since the Z Fighters had vanquished the Shadow Society and restored peace to the Dragon Ball Z universe. The scars of their battles had faded, and life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, as the universe enjoyed an era of relative tranquility, a chilling discovery sent shockwaves through their world: the return of the zombies. Reports began to surface of strange occurrences, missing persons, unexplained disappearances, and disturbing sightings of the undead. Fear and unease gripped the hearts of the Z Fighters and the populace as they realized that the nightmare they had fought so hard to end had resurfaced. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z fighters reunited once more, their faces etched with determination. They knew that they had to confront this renewed threat head-on to protect their loved ones and the fragile peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Investigations led them to a hidden laboratory where remnants of the Shadow Society had regrouped. In their insatiable thirst for power, they had once again delved into forbidden experiments, seeking to control and weaponize the zombie virus. Within the depths of the laboratory, the Z fighters found themselves facing evolved zombies, their strength and resilience far surpassing their previous encounters. These creatures moved with enhanced speed and cunning, possessing fragments of their former selves that made them even more dangerous adversaries. But the Z fighters had grown stronger as well. Their experiences in battling the zombies and the Shadow Society had honed their skills and sharpened their resolve. Goku tapped into new levels of power, unlocking transformations that pushed his limits even further. Vegeta channeled his unwavering pride and determination, refusing to let his loved ones fall victim to the undead. Piccolo utilized his strategic mind and knowledge of the dark arts to counter the enemy's moves. Gohan, now a seasoned warrior, fought with a calm intensity, unleashing his latent potential to protect those he held dear. As they battled their way through the laboratory, they discovered the mastermind behind the zombie resurgence, a deranged scientist named Dr. Mortem. Obsessed with achieving immortality, Dr. Mortem had harnessed the dark energy left by the virus and used it to reanimate the dead, desperate to unlock the secrets of eternal life. The confrontation with Dr. Mortem was their most challenging yet. He had augmented his own body, combining his scientific knowledge with the dark energy to transform into a grotesque abomination. The Z fighters fought valiantly, pushing their limits to the brink as they unleashed their most devastating attacks. But Dr. Mortem's experiments had granted him an unnatural resilience, allowing him to withstand their assaults. He taunted them, reveling in their struggles and promising an eternity of suffering under his reign. In their darkest hour, when hope seemed to flicker like a dying flame, a glimmer of light emerged. Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma, arrived on the scene, having traveled from a future timeline plagued by the undead. He brought with him a new weapon, a prototype device capable of neutralizing the dark energy and purging the virus. With renewed hope, the Z fighters rallied, their determination rekindled. They combined their efforts, attacking Dr. Mortem with unyielding ferocity. Trunks activated the device, unleashing a wave of pure energy that engulfed the deranged scientist. In a blinding flash of light, Dr. Mortem was defeated, his monstrous form reduced to ash. The laboratory crumbled around them as the Z fighters emerged triumphant. Though the threat of the zombies had once again been quelled, the Z fighters knew that they had to remain vigilant. They had witnessed firsthand the cyclical nature of darkness and the eternal struggle against evil. Their world had been scarred once more, and they understood that their duty as protectors demanded eternal vigilance. As they returned to their families and loved ones, the Z fighters carried the weight of their battles. They knew that the fight against darkness would never truly end. But they also knew that as long as they stood united, their bonds unbreakable, they would face any challenge that threatened the peace they cherished. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe stood ready, the Z fighters forever prepared to confront the darkness and ensure that hope, love, and the power of friendship would prevail over the undead horrors that sought to devour their world. In the wake of the zombie resurgence, the Dragon Ball Z universe faced a new and unexpected threat. The fabric of reality itself began to unravel, unleashing a cataclysmic force that threatened to tear apart the very foundations of their world. The Z fighters, still reeling from their recent battles, found themselves at the center of this cosmic turmoil. As reality continued to warp and distort, portals to different dimensions opened throughout the universe, releasing powerful and malevolent beings. These interdimensional invaders, known as the Rift Lords, sought to conquer the Dragon Ball Z universe and harness its boundless energy for their own nefarious purposes. The Z fighters, ever vigilant and committed to protecting their home, rose to the challenge. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others understood that their battles against the zombies and the dark forces that had plagued them before had prepared them for this new trial. With unwavering resolve, they embarked on a quest to close the dimensional rifts and put an end to the Rift Lord's onslaught. Their journey took them to realms beyond their comprehension, where the laws of physics and the nature of existence were warped. They faced twisted versions of familiar characters, corrupted by the influence of the Rift Lords. These doppelgangers wielded dark versions of the Z Fighters' signature techniques, posing a formidable challenge to their adversaries. But the Z Fighters' experiences and growth proved invaluable. Goku tapped into new forms of power, transcending his previous limits and embracing his role as a defender of the multiverse. Vegeta's unwavering determination to protect his loved ones drove him to new heights of strength and resolve. Piccolo, ever the tactician, adapted his strategies to counter the otherworldly abilities of their enemies. Gohan's inner strength and compassion guided him, allowing him to unlock even greater potential. Together, they clashed with the Rift Lords and their minions, engaging in battles that shook the very foundation of reality. Energy blasts collided, space-time fissured, and the clash of titanic forces reverberated across dimensions. The Z Fighters fought not only to protect their universe but to safeguard the delicate balance of the entire multiverse. As they closed in on the Rift Lords' stronghold, they discovered the true extent of the threat. The Rift Lords, beings of immeasurable power, sought to merge their twisted realms with the Dragon Ball Z universe, shrouding it in eternal darkness. The Z Fighters knew that they had to summon every ounce of their strength and unite as one if they were to prevent this catastrophic fusion. In a climactic battle, the Z Fighters confronted the Rift Lords, their combined might pushing the boundaries of possibility. The battle was a symphony of raw power, as they unleashed their most devastating attacks, tearing through the fabric of existence itself. Each punch, each blast, carried the weight of their unwavering determination to protect their universe. In a final, awe-inspiring display, Goku and Vegeta fused once again, becoming the unstoppable force known as Vegeto. Their fusion transcended the mortal plane, ascending to a level of power that defied comprehension. With their combined strength, they delivered a cataclysmic blow, shattering the Rift Lord's stronghold and severing the connections between dimensions. The multiverse trembled as the Rift Lords were vanquished, their power dispersed like cosmic dust. The threat that had loomed over the Dragon Ball Z universe was quelled, and the fabric of reality slowly began to mend. The Z Fighters, battle-worn but triumphant, returned to their world, aware that the fight to protect their universe would never truly end. They understood that as long as there were threats to the balance of existence, they would stand as its steadfast guardians, their spirits unyielding, their bonds unbreakable. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe endured, forever marked by the struggles and triumphs of its heroes. The Z Fighters remained vigilant, ready to face any new challenge that would arise, knowing that their strength, unity, and indomitable spirit would guide them through the eternal saga of their universe. In a startling turn of events, the tranquility of the Dragon Ball Z universe was shattered once again. A dark force, fueled by ancient and forbidden magic, infiltrated the sacred realm of the Super Dragon Balls. Harnessing their immense power, this malevolent entity unleashed a curse that transformed none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and his angelic attendant Whis into horrifying zombies. The news spread like wildfire, striking fear into the hearts of all beings across the universe. The Z Fighters, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team, recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that they faced their greatest challenge yet. To save their beloved universe, they had to confront the once almighty Lord Beerus and his formidable angelic companion, Whis. With trepidation and determination, the Z Fighters set out on a quest to find a way to reverse the curse. Their journey led them to distant planets, ancient temples, and wise mystics who possessed knowledge of the arcane arts. They sought the means to access the Super Dragon Balls, the only source of power capable of reversing the vile curse that had befallen Lord Beerus and Whis. As they gathered the Dragon Balls, their search took them to the divine realm of Zeno, the Omni King, who held the power to summon and grant their wishes. They humbly presented their plea, requesting the restoration of Lord Beerus and Whis to their former selves. Zeno, seeing the threat that the zombified deities posed to the balance of the universe, agreed to grant their request. With the Super Dragon Balls assembled and Zeno's divine power unleashed, a brilliant light enveloped the realm. The Z Fighters watched with bated breath as the curse was lifted, and the transformed Lord Beerus and Whis were restored to their godly forms. However, the reunion was short-lived as a residual dark energy lingered within the restored deities. The curse had not been fully eradicated, and Lord Beerus and Whis still bore traces of their zombie affliction. The Z-Fighters knew that the battle was far from over. A fierce struggle ensued as the Z-Fighters fought against their former allies turned zombies. Lord Beerus, driven by his insatiable hunger for destruction, unleashed devastating attacks, while Whis, with his incredible speed and cunning, proved to be a formidable adversary. The Z-Fighters faced a harrowing test, battling not only against physical threats but also their own emotional turmoil at the sight of their friends' corrupted state. In the midst of the chaos, Vegeta, tapping into a wellspring of newfound power, devised a desperate plan. He used his own Super Saiyan energy to create a barrier, trapping Lord Beerus and Whis within. The barrier would temporarily suppress their zombie instincts, granting the Z-Fighters a brief respite to find a permanent solution. Working tirelessly, Bulma and the brilliant minds of Capsule Corporation developed a groundbreaking technology. It harnessed the combined powers of the Dragon Balls and advanced medical science, allowing them to create a cure capable of purging the remaining traces of the curse. With the cure in hand, the Z-Fighters approached the sealed barrier, filled with both hope and trepidation. They released the cure, allowing its purifying energy to penetrate the barrier and envelop Lord Beerus and Whis. The curse, weakened by their own willpower and the power of the Super Dragon Balls, succumbed to the cure's potent effects. Slowly, Lord Beerus and Whis regained their true forms, free from the taint of the curse that had plagued them. Gratitude welled within them as they expressed their appreciation for the unwavering loyalty and determination of the Z-Fighters. With the ordeal finally over, Lord Beerus and Whis resumed their roles as guardians of the universe, their gratitude towards the Z-Fighters leading to a deeper understanding and a renewed sense of camaraderie. The Z-Fighters, having faced yet another tremendous threat, returned to their loved ones, carrying the memories of their epic battle and the knowledge that their bonds were unbreakable. Little did they know that their victory had not gone unnoticed. In the shadows, a new enemy watched, plotting their own dark machinations. The Dragon Ball Z universe would soon face yet another perilous trial, and the Z-Fighters would once again rise to protect all that they held dear. The saga of their adventures continued, an endless cycle of struggle, growth, and triumph against the forces of evil that threatened their universe. In a shocking twist, the Dragon Ball Z universe was plunged into unprecedented chaos as the Omni King, Zeno, the supreme ruler of all reality, fell victim to a mysterious and devastating curse. The once omnipotent being was transformed into a fearsome zombie, his overwhelming power tainted by darkness. The news of Zeno's transformation spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves of fear and uncertainty throughout the universe. The Z-Fighters, aware of the grave threat this posed to existence itself, knew that they had to confront this dire situation head-on. With heavy hearts and unwavering determination, they set out to find a way to save their beloved Omni King. Their journey took them across galaxies and dimensions, seeking the wisdom of ancient sages, enigmatic deities, and powerful sorcerers. They delved into ancient texts, unlocking hidden knowledge and arcane secrets. Along the way, they encountered formidable adversaries, rogue factions, and malevolent forces that sought to exploit Zeno's vulnerability for their own gain. Driven by their unyielding loyalty to their universe and their cherished bonds, the Z-Fighters fought tirelessly. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others honed their skills, pushing their limits to new heights. They faced trials that tested not only their physical prowess but also their mental fortitude, as they grappled with the despair of witnessing their beloved Omni King reduced to a mindless creature of darkness. As they pieced together the fragments of ancient lore, they discovered a glimmer of hope, a mythical artifact known as the Elixir of Divine Restoration. Legend held that this fabled elixir possessed the power to reverse even the most potent curses and restore balance to the afflicted. Their quest for the elixir led them to a realm shrouded in mystery, guarded by ancient guardians and treacherous trials. They braved perilous landscapes and battled against formidable adversaries, all the while keeping their sights firmly fixed on the ultimate goal: saving Zeno and restoring order to the universe. Finally, after countless trials and sacrifices, the Z-Fighters obtained the Elixir of Divine Restoration. With trembling hands, they approached the zombified form of Xeno, their hearts heavy with both anticipation and dread. Time seemed to stand still as they administered the elixir, their hopes intertwined with the fate of the universe. A surge of brilliant energy enveloped Xeno's body as the elixir took effect. The curse that had gripped him for so long began to dissipate, and his true form slowly emerged from the darkness. The once zombified Omni King stood before them, restored to his former glory, his radiant smile illuminating the room. Grateful for the Z Fighters' unwavering determination and sacrifice, Xeno expressed his profound gratitude. He pledged to use his boundless power and wisdom to maintain peace and safeguard the universe from any future threats. However, as they basked in the relief of their victory, a chilling realization washed over them. The curse that had afflicted Xeno was not an isolated incident. It was merely a precursor to a much greater and more sinister force that lurked in the shadows. With renewed resolve, the Z Fighters understood that their battle was far from over. The universe stood on the precipice of a new era of darkness, and they were destined to face it head-on. The bonds of friendship, forged through countless battles, would be their guiding light as they braced themselves for the trials that lay ahead. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe entered a new chapter, a saga where the Z Fighters would once again rise to protect their world from the encroaching tide of darkness. The battle against evil would continue, as it always had, with their unbreakable spirit and unwavering determination as their strongest weapons. In the wake of Xeno's restoration, the Z Fighters found themselves plagued by a haunting realization: the curse that had befallen their beloved Omni King was not a random occurrence, but part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the universe, revealing himself to be the enigmatic and malevolent mastermind behind the entire scheme. This dark entity, known as Malakar, had harnessed an ancient and forbidden power to corrupt and control beings of unimaginable might. His ultimate goal was to plunge the entire Dragon Ball Z universe into eternal darkness, manipulating the very fabric of reality itself. Goku, Vegeta, and the rest of the Z Fighters rallied together, their determination to end this madness unyielding. They delved into the deepest recesses of their universe's history, seeking answers that would unravel the mystery surrounding Malakar's origins and motives. Their search led them to the farthest reaches of the universe, where they encountered ancient civilizations and wise celestial beings. Through arduous trials and encounters with long-forgotten deities, they pieced together fragments of a forgotten past, a cosmic cataclysm that had occurred eons ago. In this forgotten era, a powerful cosmic force known as the Celestial Nexus had been shattered, its fragments scattered across different dimensions. These fragments held unimaginable power, capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. Malakar, driven by a twisted desire for dominion, sought to harness this power to control the destiny of the Dragon Ball Z universe. The Z Fighters embarked on a perilous quest to locate and secure the scattered fragments of the Celestial Nexus before Malakar could seize them. Each fragment presented its own set of challenges, requiring the Z Fighters to face their deepest fears and confront the darkest corners of their souls. As they journeyed from dimension to dimension, they encountered realms where time flowed backward, landscapes where the laws of physics were twisted, and ethereal realms where the boundaries of perception blurred. The battles they fought against powerful beings guarding the fragments pushed them to their limits, forcing them to tap into new reservoirs of strength and resilience. Along the way, they forged new alliances with beings from different dimensions who shared their goal of stopping Malakar's malevolent reign. These allies, drawn together by the common thread of their shared universe's fate, added their own unique powers and perspectives to the Z Fighters' ever-growing arsenal. However, with each fragment they obtained, the truth behind Malakar's intentions became clearer. He intended not only to control the Dragon Ball Z universe but to merge it with other universes, creating a vast dominion of darkness under his absolute control. The stakes had never been higher, and the Z Fighters understood that they were the last line of defense against this existential threat. As they gathered the final fragments, their journey culminated in an epic showdown with Malakar himself. The battle raged across dimensions, the clash of titanic forces shaking the very foundations of reality. Goku and Vegeta, fueled by their unwavering determination to protect their universe, ascended to new heights of power, pushing beyond the limits of their mortal forms. With each punch, each blast, the Z Fighters chipped away at Malakar's power, their resolve unbreakable. Yet, as the battle reached its crescendo, a revelation shook them to their core. Malakar was not acting out of pure malice, but out of a deep-rooted pain and despair. His actions were driven by a tragic loss that had consumed his very being. In a moment of extraordinary empathy, Gaku reached out to Malakar, offering compassion and understanding. He appealed to the remnants of the shattered soul within Malakar, urging him to embrace the light and relinquish his path of destruction. Touched by Gaku's unwavering belief in the power of redemption, Malakar hesitated. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, and in that moment, the Z fighters saw a glimpse of the being he once was, a being driven by hope, love, and the desire to protect the universe he once cherished. In a final act of defiance against the darkness that consumed him, Malakar sacrificed himself, severing the connection between the corrupted fragments of the Celestial Nexus and the Dragon Ball Z universe. As he faded into the cosmic ether, his final words echoed through the hearts of the Z fighters, reminding them that even the darkest souls held the potential for redemption. With the threat of Malakar vanquished, the Z fighters returned to their universe, forever changed by their harrowing journey. They carried the weight of their experiences, forever bonded by the trials they faced and the strength they discovered within themselves. The Dragon Ball Z universe, now freed from the clutches of darkness, entered a new era of peace and prosperity. The Z fighters, hailed as the saviors of their realm, continued to safeguard their universe, facing new challenges with unwavering resolve. And so, the saga of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, its heroes forever intertwined in an epic tapestry of struggle, triumph, and the enduring power of friendship. For as long as evil threatened to cast its shadow, the Z fighters would rise, their spirits unyielding, united in their quest to protect all that they held dear. In a startling turn of events, the zombie outbreak that once plagued the Dragon Ball Z universe began to spread, infecting even the realms of Dragon Ball GT. The peace and tranquility that had settled over GT's world were shattered as the undead hordes descended upon its unsuspecting inhabitants. News of the outbreak reached the ears of the Z fighters, who were still reeling from their recent battle against the malevolent Malakar. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the rest of the team knew that they had to act swiftly to save their friends from this new and horrifying threat. With a sense of urgency, the Z fighters crossed the dimensional barriers, arriving in the world of Dragon Ball GT. They were greeted by a grim sight. The once vibrant cities now lay in ruins, overrun by mindless zombies. The familiar faces of their GT counterparts were among the infected, locked in a perpetual state of hunger and aggression. Resolute in their mission, the Z fighters rallied the survivors, including Trunks, Pan, and Goku's granddaughter, Pan, who had been valiantly fighting against the undead. Together, they formed a united front against the encroaching zombie menace. The battles that ensued were intense and grueling. The Z fighters faced not only their GT counterparts turned zombies but also a host of new undead adversaries that possessed unique powers and abilities. Goku, Vegeta, and the others pushed their limits, tapping into their Super Saiyan transformations and unleashing devastating attacks to repel the relentless zombie onslaught. As they fought their way through hordes of zombies, the Z fighters uncovered a startling truth: the outbreak had been orchestrated by an ancient necromancer, seeking to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to transcend death itself. This malevolent sorcerer, known as Necros, aimed to achieve ultimate immortality by merging the realms of the living and the dead. Realizing the grave consequences if Necros succeeded, the Z fighters set out on a desperate quest to find and neutralize him. Their journey took them across desolate wastelands, treacherous dungeons, and otherworldly dimensions, as they confronted increasingly powerful zombie adversaries controlled by Necros. In their darkest hour, the Z fighters faced their greatest test yet. Necros, wielding the corrupted Dragon Balls, had transformed into a nightmarish undead abomination, his power rivaling that of the gods. It was a battle that would determine the fate of not only the Dragon Ball GT universe but also the very fabric of existence itself. With unwavering determination and the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans coursing through their veins, Goku and Vegeta unleashed their most powerful forms. They clashed against Necros, their attacks shaking the very foundations of reality. The fate of two universes hung in the balance as the Z fighters fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. Through sheer determination and unwavering belief in their cause, the Z-Fighters managed to weaken Necros. Sensing his imminent defeat, Necros unleashed a desperate final attack, threatening to engulf both the Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball GT universes in eternal darkness. But in a display of unity and sacrifice, the Z-Fighters combined their powers, creating a barrier of pure energy that shielded both universes from Necros' devastating assault. The blast obliterated the undead sorcerer, banishing him to the realm of oblivion. As the dust settled, the survivors of the zombie outbreak in Dragon Ball GT began to return to their normal state, their memories of the harrowing events slowly fading. The Z-Fighters bid their GT counterparts farewell, knowing that their worlds would forever be connected by their shared struggles and victories. With their mission accomplished, the Z-Fighters returned to their own universe, their spirits renewed by their triumph over the zombie menace. The Dragon Ball GT universe began to rebuild, its inhabitants forever grateful for the heroic intervention of their Dragon Ball Z counterparts. The Z-Fighters, their bonds stronger than ever, knew that their battles were far from over. As long as evil threatened the fabric of their beloved multiverse, they would stand ready, united in their quest to protect all that they held dear. The legacy of the Dragon Ball warriors would continue to transcend time and dimensions, ensuring that peace and justice prevailed throughout the cosmos. In a stunning and nightmarish twist of fate, the Dragon Ball Z universe found itself plunged into a catastrophic crisis unlike anything it had ever faced. The very heroes who had once defended the universe with unwavering valor, the Z-Fighters themselves, had been transformed into relentless, flesh-craving zombies. The outbreak spread with terrifying speed, infecting Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z-Fighters. Their once noble and powerful forms were reduced to ghastly shells, consumed by an insatiable hunger for the living. The remaining inhabitants of the Dragon Ball Z universe, including friends, family, and fellow warriors, were left with no choice but to rise up against their former allies in a desperate battle for survival. As the undead Z-Fighters wreaked havoc throughout the world, terror and despair gripped the hearts of those who had once revered them. The survivors, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Bulma, had to confront the agonizing reality of fighting against their loved ones. The weight of their emotions threatened to overwhelm them, but they knew that they had to stand strong and do whatever it took to save their universe from complete annihilation. Led by Krillin's unwavering resolve, the remaining fighters devised a plan to halt the Z-Fighters' relentless onslaught. They sought out the mystical Dragon Balls, hoping to summon Shenron and ask for a solution to this horrific nightmare. With the Dragon Balls gathered, they made their wish to restore the Z-Fighters to their original, heroic selves, free from the curse of undeath. However, as the wish was granted, a dark and unforeseen consequence emerged. Instead of returning the Z-Fighters to their former state, the wish inadvertently amplified the curse, mutating them into even more powerful and malevolent beings. The situation grew increasingly dire as the infected Z-Fighters, now driven by a twisted sense of purpose, began to organize and launch coordinated attacks on the remaining survivors. Realizing that they had unintentionally made matters worse, Krillin and the others desperately searched for an alternative solution. They sought the guidance of the wise Namekian elder, Guru, who revealed a hidden legend: the ancient resurrection crystal, said to possess the power to restore life and purify the corrupted. The survivors embarked on a treacherous journey to acquire the resurrection crystal, facing numerous obstacles and encountering new threats along the way. They battled against grotesque monsters, traversed treacherous landscapes, and delved into the depths of forbidden realms in search of the crystal's elusive location. At last, after overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges, they obtained the resurrection crystal. However, their trials were far from over. The crystal's power could only be harnessed by an individual with an unwavering heart and pure intentions. It fell upon Krillin, the epitome of unwavering loyalty and love, to wield the crystal and confront the corrupted Z-Fighters. With a heavy heart, Krillin stood face to face with his once beloved friends, their eyes vacant and consumed by their insatiable hunger. The ensuing battle was one of unimaginable pain and anguish, as Krillin fought not only to survive but also to save his comrades from their wretched fate. Using the power of the resurrection crystal, Krillin tapped into his deepest reservoirs of strength and love. He unleashed a wave of pure energy that reverberated through the battlefield, enveloping the Z fighters in a radiant aura of purification. The curse that had turned them into zombies began to weaken, their monstrous forms slowly reverting back to their original selves. In the midst of the chaos, a flicker of consciousness returned to Goku's eyes. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded with Krillin to end his suffering, to deliver the final blow that would grant him eternal rest. Krillin, heartbroken yet resolute, honored his friend's request, releasing him from the torment of undeath. As the last remnants of the curse were cleansed from the Z fighters, a profound silence fell over the battlefield. The survivors mourned the loss of their fallen friends, their hearts heavy with grief and sorrow. But they also celebrated the triumph of their indomitable spirit, the strength to face the unimaginable and emerge victorious. In the aftermath of the crisis, the Dragon Ball Z universe began the process of healing and rebuilding. The survivors, forever scarred by the events that had transpired, vowed to honor the memory of their fallen comrades by protecting their universe from any future threats. The legacy of the Z fighters lived on, not only in their heroic deeds but also in the courage and resilience of those who had stood against them. Their sacrifice served as a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the power of unity, love, and unwavering determination could prevail. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe forged a new era, one in which the echoes of tragedy were interwoven with a resolute hope for a brighter future. The survivors, forever changed by their harrowing ordeal, would carry the memories of their fallen friends, vowing to cherish every moment and defend their universe with a renewed sense of purpose. In the end, the tale of the Z fighters transcended the boundaries of life and death, reminding the cosmos that true heroes never truly perish, but live on in the hearts of those they inspire. Years passed since the harrowing events that had forever altered the Dragon Ball Z universe. The wounds inflicted by the zombie outbreak had healed, but the scars remained, etched into the collective memory of its inhabitants. Life had gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, and the Z fighters had become legends, their tales passed down through generations. The survivors had rebuilt their shattered cities, forging a world that thrived under the banner of unity and resilience. The Z fighters, honored as the greatest protectors in the universe's history, had their likenesses immortalized in statues and monuments, serving as constant reminders of their selflessness and bravery. The once infected Z fighters were remembered not as monsters but as heroes who had faced unimaginable horrors and emerged as champions. Their names became synonymous with hope and courage, inspiring future generations to rise above adversity and defend what they held dear. Krillin, the unwavering heart that had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, had dedicated his life to ensuring that such a catastrophe would never befall their universe again. He became a mentor and guide, passing down his knowledge and the lessons learned from the crisis to the next generation of warriors. Goku, Vegeta, and the other Z fighters who had fallen in battle were memorialized in the Hall of Heroes, a sacred place where their spirits were believed to reside, watching over their universe with unwavering protection. Their legacy continued to inspire new warriors, who trained relentlessly to uphold the values of justice and peace. The Dragon Balls, once a source of both incredible power and unforeseen consequences, were entrusted to a new generation of guardians. They vowed to use the Dragon Balls wisely, ensuring that their immense power would be used only for the greater good, and never to bring harm or chaos to their universe. Throughout the years, the Z fighters remained vigilant, always prepared to face whatever threats may arise. They forged alliances with other warriors from different realms, strengthening the bonds between universes and fostering a sense of camaraderie that transcended borders. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe flourished, a testament to the indomitable spirit of its inhabitants. They had faced the depths of despair, witnessed the horrors of undeath, and emerged stronger, united as a force to be reckoned with. But amidst the peace and prosperity, a subtle reminder lingered, a silent promise that the universe would forever be guarded by those who had faced the darkness and emerged as beacons of hope. The Z fighters, their souls forever intertwined with the fabric of their universe, stood as a testament to the enduring power of friendship, sacrifice, and the unwavering will to protect all that they held dear. And as long as evil threatened to rear its head, in the wake of relative peace that had settled over the Dragon Ball Z universe, a new threat emerged. An ancient evil, long thought vanquished, resurfaced with a nefarious plan to unleash chaos and darkness upon the realms. The Z Fighters, ever vigilant, sensed the impending danger and knew that they were the only ones capable of stopping this malevolent force. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, they gathered once again, their resolve stronger than ever. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z Fighters resumed their rigorous training, honing their skills and unlocking new levels of power. They pushed their limits, tapping into transformations that surpassed anything they had achieved before. The reunion of the Z Fighters brought a renewed sense of camaraderie and determination. Each warrior had grown and matured since their last battle, their experiences shaping them into even more formidable fighters. But alongside their individual growth, they also felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that the fate of their universe rested on their shoulders. The ancient evil revealed itself as Malakar, a being of immense power and unfathomable darkness. He had survived the previous encounters, his malevolence only growing stronger over the years. With newfound knowledge and abilities, Malakar sought to reshape reality itself, plunging the universe into eternal suffering. As the Z Fighters confronted Malakar, they faced unimaginable challenges and fought with unwavering determination. Their battles spanned across the cosmos, traversing distant planets and parallel dimensions. They clashed against legions of twisted minions, each more formidable than the last. In the midst of their struggle, the Z Fighters discovered that Malakar had allied himself with other powerful villains from across the multiverse. They formed an unholy alliance, pooling their dark energies to fuel Malakar's cataclysmic plans. But the Z Fighters, driven by their unyielding spirit and unwavering bond, refused to back down. They united their strengths, combining their signature techniques and executing flawless teamwork. The battles grew increasingly intense, with the fate of their universe teetering on a knife's edge. In a climactic showdown, the Z Fighters faced Malakar in a final confrontation that shook the very foundations of existence. The battle raged on, energy blasts colliding and reality itself warping under the strain. With a collective surge of power, the Z Fighters unleashed their ultimate attacks, converging their energies into a cataclysmic assault against Malakar. The sheer force of their combined might shattered his defenses, leaving him vulnerable. In a final act of sacrifice, Goku and Vegeta combined their powers, transcending their mortal limitations. They tapped into a new form, one that merged their Saiyan strength and divine energy. This fusion of power proved to be the turning point in the battle, overwhelming Malakar with an unprecedented level of force. The universe trembled as the combined might of the Z Fighters surged through Malakar, obliterating him and banishing his malevolent presence from existence. The realms he had sought to subjugate were freed from his grasp, and the Z Fighters emerged victorious, their triumph echoing across the cosmos. With their mission accomplished, the Z Fighters returned to their universe once more, their spirits aflame with victory. They were hailed as the saviors of their realm, their names etched in the annals of history as legendary defenders. But the Z Fighters knew that their battles were never truly over. As long as evil threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of their universe, they would rise to the occasion, united by their unwavering resolve and the enduring power of their friendship. And so, the saga of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, forever marked by the return of in a mind-bending twist of fate, the zombie outbreak that had plagued the Dragon Ball Z universe transcended time and space, stretching its malevolent reach into the realms of Dragon Ball GT. The infection seeped into the past, infecting even the most iconic characters from the earliest days of Dragon Ball. Goku, Vegeta, and the Z Fighters found themselves facing an unprecedented crisis, a convergence of timelines where the zombie apocalypse threatened not only their future but also the very foundation of their past. Realizing the dire consequences that awaited if they failed to act, they made a daring decision to travel back in time, utilizing the mystical power of the Dragon Balls to alter the course of history and save their predecessors. Harnessing the energy of the Super Dragon Balls, the Z Fighters activated their true potential and transcended the limitations of their mortal forms. Bathed in a radiant glow, they journeyed back to the days of Kid Goku and his mischievous adventures, determined to rewrite the past and protect the innocence of their beloved heroes. As they arrived in the era of Dragon Ball, the Z Fighters were greeted by a grim sight, characters such as Kid Goku, young Bulma, and their friends transformed into mindless zombies. The once vibrant and lively world of Dragon Ball was now consumed by the darkness of the undead. With heavy hearts, the Z Fighters took up arms, their resolve unwavering. They fought alongside Kid Goku, young Bulma, and their companions, blending their experience and strength with the unbridled enthusiasm and unyielding spirit of their younger counterparts. The battles were fierce and relentless as they traversed iconic locations such as Mount Baozu, the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, now overrun by hordes of zombie adversaries. The Z Fighters unleashed their signature techniques, combining devastating attacks with the nimble agility of their youthful allies. During their journey, the Z Fighters encountered familiar faces from Dragon Ball GT who had also fallen victim to the zombie infection. Characters such as Pan, Trunks, and even the reformed villain Baby had succumbed to the darkness. The Z Fighters fought not only to restore the innocence of the past but also to save the future that GT had envisioned. As they delved deeper into the heart of the crisis, the Z Fighters uncovered the true origin of the zombie outbreak, a sinister force known as Necrosis. This malevolent entity had manipulated the very fabric of time, infecting the past to ensure its dominance over the Dragon Ball multiverse. The final battle against Necrosis was a clash of epic proportions, a showdown that reverberated through the corridors of time. Goku, now transformed into his mighty Super Saiyan 4 form, joined forces with his younger self, Kid Goku, in a display of raw power that shattered the constraints of their respective timelines. With unwavering determination, the Z Fighters unleashed a cataclysmic assault, combining the might of their collective energies into an all-encompassing wave of power. The wave surged forth, ripping through the darkness and obliterating Necrosis, severing its grip on the past and ensuring the restoration of GT's timeline. As the infected beings returned to their normal selves, the Dragon Ball GT characters, including Pan and Trunks, were overcome with gratitude for the Z Fighters. They recognized the immense sacrifice and unwavering resolve that the heroes had displayed, vowing to protect their shared universe from any future threats. With the timelines restored, the Z Fighters bid a bittersweet farewell to their younger counterparts, their bond strengthened by the trials they had endured together. The Z Fighters returned to their own timeline, determined to safeguard their universe and honor the legacy of their predecessors. The events that unfolded in their journey through time left an indelible mark on the Dragon Ball multiverse. The Z Fighters' triumph over the zombie outbreak served as a testament to their unwavering spirit and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that united them. And so, the Dragon Ball saga continued to unfold, with the Z Fighters standing as beacons of hope and strength, ready to confront any challenge that dared to threaten the peace and harmony they had fought so hard to achieve. Across the realms of Dragon Ball, from the earliest days of Kid Goku to the fantastical future of GT, their legacy endured, inspiring new generations of warriors to rise up and protect the universe they held dear. As the Dragon Ball Z universe enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, a new and unprecedented threat emerged. The zombie outbreak that had once plagued the realms found its insidious way into the very essence of the Dragon Balls themselves. The sacred orbs, once a source of hope and power, had become corrupted vessels spreading the infectious darkness. The Z Fighters, ever vigilant and attuned to the universe's energies, sensed the immense danger that this presented. They realized that if the infected Dragon Balls were allowed to remain, the very fabric of reality would be torn asunder. With heavy hearts, they understood that they had no choice but to embark on a perilous journey to destroy the corrupted orbs once and for all. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z Fighters gathered together, their faces etched with determination and a touch of sorrow. They understood the significance of their quest and the sacrifices it would entail. With unwavering resolve, they set out on their most perilous mission yet, venturing into the depths of the universe in search of the scattered Dragon Balls. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of known space, to planets teeming with dangerous creatures and treacherous environments. Each step was fraught with danger as they battled against both the hordes of zombies and the elements that threatened to crush their spirits. As they traveled from planet to planet, the Z Fighters encountered pockets of survivors who had managed to hold their ground against the encroaching darkness. They formed alliances, sharing their knowledge and resources in the fight against the infected Dragon Balls. Together, they forged a resistance, a beacon of hope in the midst of the chaos. The battles were intense, as the Z fighters fought their way through swarms of zombies, their bodies and minds pushed to the limits. With each victory, they grew stronger, their resolve unyielding. But they also witnessed the heartbreaking scenes of loved ones succumbing to the infection, adding fuel to their determination to put an end to this nightmare. As they traveled, the Z fighters learned of ancient legends and forgotten prophecies that foretold the cataclysmic consequences should the corrupted Dragon Balls remain intact. They faced trials and tribulations that tested their spirit and resolve, but they pressed on, fueled by the knowledge that their mission was vital for the survival of the universe. With each Dragon Ball they encountered, the Z fighters faced a unique challenge. The infected orbs had developed a sinister consciousness, defending themselves with dark energy and conjuring powerful zombie minions to guard them. The Z fighters had to fight not only the zombies but also the very essence of their corrupted wishes that twisted reality to suit their malevolent desires. The battles grew increasingly intense as the Z fighters utilized their most powerful techniques and transformations. Goku tapped into the power of Ultra Instinct, a state of pure instinctual combat that allowed him to evade the onslaught of the infected Dragon Ball's attacks. Vegeta unlocked a new level of Super Saiyan Blue, channeling his anger and determination into an unstoppable force. Amidst the chaos, the Z fighters also had to confront their own inner demons. The darkness that permeated the Dragon Balls threatened to infect their own souls, testing their loyalty, resolve, and even their sanity. It was a battle on multiple fronts, as they fought not only to destroy the infected Dragon Balls but also to safeguard their own identities and maintain their bond as a team. As they gathered the corrupted Dragon Balls, the Z fighters devised a plan to eliminate them once and for all. They journeyed to the most desolate and barren planet in the universe, a place untouched by life, where they believed the destructive power of the Spirit Bomb would have the greatest impact. Harnessing the combined energy of every living being across the universe, the Z fighters channeled their ki into a single, devastating blast. The Spirit Bomb swelled with unimaginable power, crackling with the energy of countless souls united against the darkness. With a cry that echoed across the cosmos, they unleashed the ultimate attack, obliterating the infected Dragon Balls in a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled and the universe regained its balance, the Z fighters stood together, their bodies battered and weary, but their spirits unbroken. They had succeeded in their mission, saving the universe from the corrupted Dragon Balls and ending the reign of the undead. Their victory was bittersweet, for they had witnessed the devastation and loss that the zombie outbreak had inflicted upon their world. But their actions had also rekindled hope and reaffirmed the indomitable spirit of the Z fighters. They vowed to protect their universe, to ensure that the darkness would never rise again. Word of their triumph spread throughout the cosmos, inspiring warriors and civilizations across galaxies. The Z fighters became revered as the guardians of hope, a symbol of strength and resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. And so, the Dragon Ball universe flourished once again, guided by the unwavering spirit of the Z fighters. They continued to train, to push their limits, and to face new challenges that arose, knowing that they had overcome the darkest of nightmares. Their legacy endured, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, determination, and the belief that even in the face of insurmountable odds, heroes will rise to protect what they hold dear. The universe was forever grateful to the Z fighters for their unwavering sacrifice and their unyielding spirit in the face of the zombie apocalypse that threatened to consume them all. The serene streets of Lancaster City, steeped in history and culture, had borne witness to numerous chapters of human civilization. Yet, in the year 2007, a sinister shadow crept upon this vibrant landscape. At first, it was subtle, a whisper of unease echoing through the corridors of hospitals and the confined spaces of morgues. It began with a whisper, a rumor circulating amongst the medical staff, a peculiar virus, something unexplainable, something that defied the laws of nature. People dismissed it as a seasonal flu or a passing malady, just a few unremarkable individuals exhibiting abnormal behavior. But as days turned into weeks, it became apparent that this was no ordinary affliction. Initially contained within the sterile walls of hospitals, patients showing presenting inexplicable symptoms were isolated, their conditions categorized as anomalies, their fates uncertain. The authorities tried to quell the rising fear, urging the public to remain calm, assuring them that measures were in place to contain the situation. Yet, in the quiet corners of those sterile rooms and the hushed tones of medical discussions, an ominous truth lingered: this wasn't an illness to be cured, it was an outbreak to be contained. The infected, restrained within the confines of quarantine, were far from subdued. It was as though death itself refused to claim them. The first whispers of terror spread like wildfire as bodies began to stir in their resting places. The once lifeless corpses clawed their way back from the graves, their hollow eyes filled with a sinister glint. Panic swirled through the city as the dead walked amongst the living, and fear took root in the hearts of those who witnessed the impossible. In mere seconds, the virus defied logic and science, transforming the healthy into carriers of its malevolence. The city that once thrived on art and history now found itself ensnared in the clutches of an unspeakable horror. The authorities, ill-prepared and grasping at straws, had underestimated the contagion's tenacity. Their attempts to contain it within the walls of hospitals and behind quarantine lines failed catastrophically. What started as a seemingly manageable crisis burgeoned into a nightmare, an unraveling reality where life and death collided in an unholy union. The people of Lancaster City soon realized they were facing an adversary that didn't adhere to rules, an enemy that defied the laws of life and death. In their disbelief and complacency, they had unwittingly welcomed chaos into their midst. And amidst the chaos, the streets of Lancaster City echoed with the shuffling steps of the undead, a chilling symphony of the once deceased rising to claim the living. The decision to corral the undead and confine them within the heart of Lancaster City was a desperate gambit, a last-ditch effort to salvage some semblance of normalcy amidst the encroaching chaos. The downtown area became a fortress, a walled citadel where the infected were funneled and contained. Electrified fences crackled to life, a sizzling barrier that hummed with a dangerous energy. Their purpose, to keep the relentless tide of the undead at bay, to contain the horror within a confined space. The once bustling streets, adorned with historical landmarks and vibrant culture, now lay desolate, a ghostly echo of their former vitality. The people, huddled behind reinforced barricades, looked out onto the eerie spectacle that had become their reality. The undead, an endless sea of haunting figures, pressed against the electrified barriers, their hollow eyes fixated on the living beyond. The cityscape now painted a grim picture: buildings bearing the scars of the outbreak, streets littered with remnants of a world forever changed. Life inside the fenced downtown area became a cautious routine, an existence shrouded in fear and uncertainty. The living adapted to this new reality, navigating their way through the shadows of a city once alive with art, history, and community. Every movement was deliberate, every decision weighed against the looming threat just beyond the fences. Survival became the new norm, a daily struggle against the encroaching darkness. Those within the barricades forged alliances, formed by necessity and the common goal of enduring this nightmarish existence. They scavenged for supplies, hoarding essentials amidst the remnants of a civilization that had crumbled in the wake of the viral outbreak. The eerie hum of the electrified fences served as a constant reminder, a barrier between life and the relentless hunger of the undead. It was a fragile shield, a thin line between safety and the looming dread that lurked just beyond. Yet, within the confines of this isolated cityscape, a sense of unity emerged. Bonds forged in adversity, communities redefined by the shared struggle against an unimaginable foe. Amidst the horror and the desolation, faint echoes of hope resonated, a belief that somehow, against all odds, they would endure. The people of Lancaster City clung to this fragile hope, their spirits tempered by the unyielding resolve to survive, no matter the cost. The outskirts of Lancaster, once flourishing with life and tranquility, became a grim reflection of the city's downtown chaos. Fear and paranoia consumed those beyond the fortified downtown walls, plunging the serene landscapes into a relentless cycle of terror and desperation. The spread of the virus, an insidious force that defied containment, sparked a frenzy of draconian measures in the areas untouched by the initial outbreak. The people, gripped by fear, enacted extreme measures in a desperate bid to stave off the encroaching threat. Graveyards, once serene sanctuaries for the departed, turned into sites of macabre purges. The infected were posthumously condemned, their resting places desecrated as flames consumed the remnants of their earthly existence. It was a grim attempt to quell the rising dead, to extinguish the possibility of their return from the grave. The paranoia escalated further, paranoia that morphed into a ruthless suspicion of the living. Anyone exhibiting the slightest hint of illness was branded as a carrier, condemned by the panicked masses. Executions were carried out with merciless haste, lives snuffed out under the guise of preventing the spread. The once idyllic countryside of Lancaster County now bore the scars of its inhabitants' desperation, etched in the fear-stricken faces of those who remained. The virus, an unseen specter, defied all attempts at containment. It seeped through the cracks of paranoia, creeping into the most guarded spaces, infecting those who had hoped to remain untouched. Despite the extreme measures enforced by the outskirts, the virus refused to yield. Its insidious nature transcended boundaries, its tendrils spreading through unseen vectors. The futile attempts to contain it only fueled its persistence, driving it deeper into the fabric of Lancaster County. The horror that unfolded beyond the electrified downtown fences mirrored a society unraveling at the seams, consumed by fear and driven to drastic, desperate acts. As the virus continued its inexorable march, it became clear that humanity's most primal instincts, fear, mistrust, and desperation, were the very catalysts propelling the virus forward, relentless in its quest to consume all in its path. As the flames of desperation and chaos engulfed Lancaster City, the once thriving heart of Lancaster County, a veil of darkness descended upon the entire region. The fires, both metaphorical and literal, raged unchecked, reducing the remnants of civilization to ashes. The once vibrant streets became desolate corridors, haunted by the eerie glow of the consuming flames. The absence of power plunged the city into an abyss of darkness. The usual symphony of life was replaced by the crackling of burning buildings, a mournful soundtrack to the city's demise. Without clean water and food, the remaining survivors faced a grim reality, their struggle for survival intensified by the scarcity of essential resources. As the situation spiraled out of control, the United States government, recognizing the gravity of the unfolding catastrophe, took drastic measures. Lancaster County, now a microcosm of the apocalyptic horrors, was deemed a quarantine zone under military jurisdiction. Massive fences, fortified and guarded, encircled the entire county, transforming it into a militarized zone. The once picturesque landscapes were now marred by the imposing structures meant to keep the contagion contained. The military presence, armed and resolute, patrolled the perimeter, ensuring that the horrors within remained sealed off from the outside world. Within the confines of this militarized quarantine, the survivors faced an uncertain fate. The absence of power, clean water, and food turned daily life into a relentless struggle. The military, tasked with maintaining order, became the arbiters of survival, their decisions shaping the destiny of those trapped within the confines of the fenced-off county. The once proud and independent Lancaster County was reduced to a battleground, a stage for the clash between the desperate living and the relentless dead. The military's attempts to restore order collided with the harrowing realities of a society on the brink of collapse. The fires that had consumed Lancaster City now served as a beacon, casting a haunting glow over the military-ruled quarantine zone. The very essence of the county's identity was transformed, and its fate hung in the balance as the struggle for survival unfolded in the shadow of a once unimaginable apocalypse. In the desolate expanse of what once was Lancaster City. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, a figure shrouded in enigma, wielding a .44 Magnum and eyes that seemed to pierce through the very darkness that surrounded him. Johnny Vanjak had traversed the labyrinth of multiverses, each a tapestry woven with horror, chaos, and the inexplicable. But this was different. His experiences across the multiverse had honed his skills, his instincts attuned to the macabre symphony playing out in this altered timeline. For Johnny Vanjak, this was not his first encounter with the unfathomable. He had faced entities that defied comprehension, stood against horrors that transcended time and space. The recent saga against the devil himself in a parallel timeline had left its indelible mark on Vanjak. It had tempered him, carved resilience into the very fabric of his being. And now, standing amidst the ruins of his hometown, the year 2019 feeling strangely askew, he sensed the telltale signs of an unraveling reality. "Looks like history has changed," he muttered to himself, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the desolation. His gaze swept over the remnants of the city, each crevice, each broken facade whispering a tale of despair and dread. In the chaos that reigned, a sense of purpose ignited within Vanjak. Unlike the unsuspecting masses or the government grappling with containment, he understood the intricate dance between the living and the undead. He knew the subtleties of fear, the whispers of impending doom that lurked within the shadows. His steps were deliberate, each movement calculated. The .44 Magnum, an extension of his resolve, was a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Vanjak navigated the treacherous streets, his eyes peeled for signs, for anomalies that betrayed the rules of this altered reality. Yet, in this dark tapestry woven by the convergence of unforeseen events, Vanjak found a sense of familiarity, a familiarity born not of the mundane, but of the extraordinary. His experiences across countless timelines, facing adversaries that defied logic and reason, had prepared him for this unexpected homecoming. For Johnny Vanjak, this wasn't just another story, it was a chance to rewrite the fabric of this reality, to weave a new tale amidst the chaos and despair. With each step, he became a sentinel of hope, a beacon for those who dared to defy the clutches of fear and the relentless march of the unknown. And in the twisted symphony of horror, Vanjak stood, a solitary figure with eyes that pierced the darkness, ready to unveil the secrets hidden within the shadows of Lancaster City. Johnny Vanjak's wry smile played on his lips as he spotted the undead, their hollow eyes fixated on him. "Well, goddamn you guys again," he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of frustration and amusement. He couldn't help but marvel at the twisted sense of irony that seemed to follow him across the multiverse. His mind raced with the absurdity of the situation. "You know, there's already a timeline out there with zombies in Lancaster City. Shouldn't you go bug that Vanjak and not me?" he mused aloud, half expecting the undead to acknowledge his reasoning. But zombies, devoid of reason and humor, were not known for their appreciation of irony. As if insulted by Vanjak's nonchalance, the undead lurched forward, their movements erratic and grotesque. Johnny Vanjak, unfazed by the onslaught, swiftly drew his .44 Magnum, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. Each shot echoed through the desolate streets, a defiant punctuation to his disdain. In a macabre dance, Vanjak moved with a grace born of experience. His aim was true, each bullet finding its mark as the undead crumpled under the impact. The glow in his eyes intensified, a flicker of determination cutting through the darkness. The undead pressed on, relentless in their pursuit. Vanjak, undeterred, executed a tactical dance, a lone figure against the advancing tide. His movements were a testament to his mastery over the art of survival, a skill honed across the canvases of countless timelines. As the undead fell in his wake, Vanjak couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Guess it's just you and me again, hi." The absurdity of battling the undead in his hometown, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary collided, wasn't lost on him. The .44 Magnum barked defiantly, its echoes resonating through the haunted streets. Johnny Vanjuk, a seasoned warrior of the multiverse, stood amidst the fallen, his eyes piercing the lingering darkness. The undead, momentarily halted, seemed to pause in acknowledgement of the anomaly in their relentless march. A Vanjuk with a history of defying odds, facing an enemy he had encountered across the vast tapestry of existence. And in that surreal moment, Johnny Vanjuk prepared for the next chapter in a story that defied the conventions of time, space, and the undead. With a sardonic chuckle, Johnny Vanjuk observed the incoming horde of undead, their shuffling forms a grim reminder of familiar adversaries. "Hey, Bone Brains," he called out, his voice carrying a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You're a few universes off. Shouldn't you be back in your normal timeline? I get tired of cleaning up the other Vanjuki's messes. Can you tell him to be better at his job?" As the zombies surged forward, Vanjuk swiftly dodged to the left, his movements almost graceful amidst the chaos. "Like seriously," he continued, his voice laced with a blend of frustration and amusement, "I just helped 25 other Vanjukis fight the devil, Mothman, Wendigos, Skinwalkers, and zombies. Yet you think bootleg zombies from another timeline scare me? Get real." His .44 Magnum barked defiance, each shot a calculated display of expertise. The undead, heedless of his sarcasm, continued their relentless advance. Johnny Vanjuk, a seasoned traveler across the multiverse, engaged in this surreal confrontation with a mixture of annoyance and resilience. His agile maneuvers carried a hint of annoyance, a seasoned warrior grappling with adversaries he had faced in countless iterations. His exasperation bled through his confident facade, a testament to the absurdity of his predicament. Amidst the chaos, Vanjuk's voice echoed with a mixture of fatigue and defiance. The zombies, oblivious to his words, pressed on in their relentless pursuit. Yet, amidst the relentless onslaught, Johnny Vanjuk stood undaunted, a lone figure confronting the absurdity of battling undead intruders from a distant timeline in the familiarity of his hometown, Lancaster City. On the desolate streets of the fractured Lancaster City, amidst the chaos and the relentless pursuit of the undead, Johnny Vanjuk froze as a voice echoed from the rooftops. To his shock and disbelief, he laid eyes upon himself, or rather, another version of himself. "It's the Vanjuk of this timeline," he murmured to himself, the realization settling like an unwelcome weight on his shoulders. The apocalypse had caused a rift, a split in the fabric of reality, birthing a new Vanjuk for this fractured timeline. The new Vanjuk's voice boomed across the eerie landscape, a mix of frustration and accusation. "Where the hell have you been?" Johnny Vanjuk, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter, countered with an equal measure of frustration. "Fighting the devil. Where the hell were you?" The exchange between the two versions of Vanjuk crackled with tension, a collision of personalities forged by different experiences in divergent timelines. Each had lived a different narrative, faced unique adversaries, and navigated their respective apocalyptic scenarios. "Keeping our timeline safe, asshole," the new Vanjuk retorted, his voice carrying a tone of resentment. He had shouldered the burden of safeguarding their shared reality, a responsibility that had apparently fallen solely on his shoulders. The realization of a timeline split sent a jolt through Johnny Vanjuk. It was a testament to the chaos that had unfurled a fracture in the very fabric of existence, birthing divergent paths for the Vanjukis of this altered reality. Their confrontation held an air of tension and disbelief. Two iterations of the same individual, shaped by their distinct experiences, stood face to face amidst the ruins of their hometown. The rift in the timeline had birthed a new chapter, a clash between the Vanjukis born of divergent fates. As the undead continued their relentless advance, the two Vanjukis, each grappling with the weight of their own histories, faced an uncertain reality, a fractured timeline demanding resolution, a shared destiny calling for unity amidst the chaos that threatened to engulf them both. In the cacophony of chaos, amidst the relentless pursuit of the undead, Johnny Vanjik found himself in an unprecedented confrontation with not just the undead, but also a version of himself born of this fractured timeline. "Well, I guess it's your timeline now," he roared, his frustration boiling over. "Mine doesn't have bleeping zombies in it. What happened?" The echoes of his own voice reverberated, a symphony of anger and disbelief in the desolate streets. His counterpart, the Vanjik of this altered reality, stared back, equally agitated and bewildered. "Well, let's see," Vanjik continued, his voice rising in exasperation. "The Vanjik of this timeline left, the Mothman came back to 2007, and now zombies roam about, and I'm here. Which, by the way, I should not be." The sense of displacement, the absurdity of being pulled into a reality that diverged so drastically from his own, fueled his frustration. The unraveling of the timeline had birthed a reality that defied logic, a narrative shaped by events he had no part in. Amidst the turmoil, the horde of zombies lurched forward, their presence a constant reminder of the chaos that had engulfed Lancaster City. Johnny Vanjik and his alternate self faced each other, two versions of the same person, forged by divergent paths, now thrown together in a collision of fates. Their voices echoed through the haunted streets, a cacophony of anger and disbelief. The reality of the situation hung heavy in the air, an altered timeline, a fractured existence, and two Vanjikis caught in the tumultuous aftermath, each grappling with the absurdity of a reality that had spiraled beyond their control. The tension crackled in the air as the two Vanjikis stood face to face, their voices clashing amidst the haunting echoes of the desolate city. "And that's my fault? How the multiverse almost collapsed and there almost wasn't any timelines, let alone this one." Our Vanjik's voice reverberated with a mix of frustration and disbelief, a vehement defense against the accusations hurled by the new Vanjik. "Well, good job. You saved a bunch of walking corpses. Should have let the multiverse collapse if you ask me." The new Vanjik's retort dripped with bitterness, his anger palpable as he laid blame upon his counterpart. "That's not our call. We keep time and space in the multiverse safe." Our Vanjik countered, his voice a fervent defense of their purpose, of their duty to maintain the delicate balance of existence. "What's safe about this? This is hell." The new Vanjik's voice rose, a desperate outcry against the grotesque reality that had unfolded around them. "Oh, no, I've seen hell. This is just Tuesday at the office." Our Vanjik's response carried a hint of dark humor, a coping mechanism born of countless encounters with the horrors of the multiverse. The exchange between the two versions of Vanjik was a clash of perspectives, each shaped by their unique experiences across divergent timelines. In the eerie silence that followed, the reality of their situation hung heavy, a fractured timeline teetering on the brink of chaos, an inexplicable apocalypse that had shattered the semblance of normalcy. The undead continued their relentless pursuit, an ever-present reminder of the impending doom that loomed over Lancaster City. Amidst the desolation, the two Vanjikis stood, their voices echoing through the haunted streets, a discordant duet of frustration and resilience in the face of an absurd reality that defied the laws of time, space, and reason. As the voices of the two Vanjikis faded into the chilling echoes of the desolate city, a grim reality interrupted their confrontation. The relentless advance of the undead pressed on, undeterred by the heated exchange between the counterparts. The time for debate, for accusations and defenses, was abruptly cut short by the imminent threat. The zombies, a relentless tide of decayed flesh and hollow eyes, closed in on the duo, their grotesque forms a haunting reminder of the chaos that engulfed Lancaster City. With a shared glance of understanding amidst their discord, the Vanjikis recognized the urgency of the situation. Their disagreement, however heated, paled in comparison to the imminent danger they faced. In unspoken unity, the two Vanjikis readied themselves, each drawing upon their skills honed through countless encounters across the multiverse. The .44 magnums, glinting in the dim light, were poised, their purpose clear to fend off the encroaching horde, to defy the relentless advance of the undead. The clash of wills between the Vanjikis had been set aside, replaced by a common goal to survive the relentless assault, to navigate through the horrors that besieged them. As the first wave of the undead surged forward, the echoes of gunfire filled the air. Shots rang out, a symphony of defiance against the grim backdrop of chaos. The Vanjikis moved in harmony, a synchronized dance amidst the chaos, their movements a testament to their shared resilience. Each bullet found its mark, each shot a calculated effort to fend off the encroaching tide. The grim determination in their eyes matched the relentless advance of the undead, an eerie ballet of survival amidst the haunting streets of Lancaster City. In this grim tableau of horror, the Vanjikis stood side by side, their differences momentarily set aside in the face of a common enemy. The undead surged forward, an unyielding force driven by an insatiable hunger. And amidst the chaos, the two Vanjikis stood, a defiant duo against the unrelenting onslaught, their resolve unwavering in the face of a twisted reality that threatened to consume them. In the eerie aftermath of their relentless battle against the undead, a temporary lull descended upon the desolate streets of Lancaster City. The echo of gunfire dissipated, replaced by a heavy silence that hung in the air, a tense calm before the inevitable storm. As the new Vanjik continued his expletive-laden tirade, our Vanjik's thoughts raced back to the recent multiverse escapades. A realization struck like a lightning bolt, igniting a fervor of urgency within him. The Loom Factory. Our Vanjik's voice shattered the silence, cutting through the chaotic aftermath. The new Vanjik's tirade faltered, his voice trailing off in a moment of realization. What the hell about that old, destroyed place? Hell, it was abandoned before the apocalypse. The new Vanjik's confusion was palpable, his thoughts scrambling to make sense of the sudden revelation. See, get it now. Our Vanjik's urgency resonated in his voice, his mind racing to connect the dots between the Mothman and the genesis of the outbreak. Yeah, wait, why do I know about that place? The new Vanjik's confusion escalated, his own mind grappling with the inexplicable familiarity with the derelict location. Because that damn place was where I fixed everything last time with the other Vanjikis. Our Vanjik's voice carried a weight of experience, a nod to the central significance of the Loom Factory in the tangled web of the Vanjikis' multiverse journeys. Okay, but what are you getting at? The new Vanjik's confusion mirrored the labyrinthine nature of their reality, his voice a plea for clarity. Our shared home in the multiverse, the center point, the Loom Factory. Our Vanjik's revelation unfurled with a sense of grim understanding. It started there. The virus, the outbreak, it started there. The Mothman must have thought it would be funny to infect our shared home in the multiverse, I guess. The revelation hung heavy in the tense air, a stark realization that pierced through the chaos. The once abandoned Loom Factory, a relic of the past, now emerged as the epicenter of the catastrophic events that had unfolded across divergent timelines. In this moment of eerie clarity, the Vanjikis grappled with the chilling understanding that their shared home in the multiverse had been targeted, a twisted ploy orchestrated by the Mothman that transcended time and reality. And amidst the haunting silence, a sense of urgency pulsed through the realization, an urgent call to confront the source of the outbreak that threatened to engulf their shared reality. The urgency pulsated through the Vanjikis as they raced toward the border separating downtown and the desolate south side of Lancaster City, the domain of the Loom Factory, the epicenter of their shattered reality. Adrenaline coursed through their veins, a sense of foreboding hanging over their hurried steps. With a resounding crash, they burst into the dilapidated remains of the Loom Factory, their .44 magnums poised, ready to confront the looming threat. Shots rang out in a relentless rhythm, each bullet finding its mark as the undead dropped in a macabre dance. But amidst the chaos of gunfire and falling bodies, a chilling realization gripped them. In the backdrop of the factory's eerie halls, amidst the shadows and decay, they witnessed a horrifying sight. The undead, these walkers, could reproduce naturally. The Vanjikis froze, their blood running cold at the ghastly revelation. The bites, the reanimation of the dead, the viral outbreak, all were but alternate means to one goal: reproduction. The factory served as a breeding ground, an unholy nursery where the undead could propagate without the need for conventional means. They can reproduce naturally. Their voices echoed with a mixture of shock and horror. The gravity of the revelation dawned upon them: the failure of the quarantine, the relentless surge of the undead, all traced back to this twisted reproduction cycle. No wonder the quarantine failed. Their realization was a chilling acknowledgement of the catastrophic oversight. The undead were not confined to conventional means of proliferation, they were self-sustaining, multiplying within the very heart of their containment. As the severity of the situation sunk in, a sense of desperation gripped the Vanjikis. With synchronized urgency, they shouted in unison, "We have to retreat." Their voices rang out in a frantic plea, a call to abandon this nightmarish place. They turned on their heels, their movements a blur of urgency as they raced back through the corridors, their minds reeling from the chilling truth they had uncovered. Their retreat was a frantic scramble, an escape from the heart of the breeding ground that threatened to unleash an unending tide of the undead upon their fractured reality. The echoes of their hurried footsteps reverberated through the desolate halls as they fled, a chilling reminder of the impending doom that loomed within the walls of the Loom factory. As the Vanjikis sprinted through the labyrinthine corridors of the Loom factory, a sense of impending dread hung heavy in the air. Their frantic retreat echoed through the desolate halls, a relentless pursuit hot on their heels. In the dimly lit shadows, a grotesque sight emerged: the mutants of the undead. Horrific creatures, twisted and malformed, burst forth from the darkness, their distorted forms a grotesque amalgamation of decay and monstrosity. The Vanjikis, their natural night vision granting them a glimpse of the pursuing horrors, were starkly aware of the abominations closing in on them. With every stride, the mutants gained ground, their unearthly howls piercing through the haunting silence of the factory. The monster's pursuit was relentless, fueled by an insatiable hunger and an instinctual drive to hunt down their fleeing prey. The Vanjikis, their hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline, pushed themselves to their limits, their breaths ragged as they raced through the echoing corridors. The mutants, their twisted forms moving with an eerie grace, closed the distance, their gnarled claws reaching out in a desperate attempt to seize their fleeing targets. Shadows danced in the flickering light, casting an otherworldly aura upon the nightmarish pursuit. With every turn, every fleeting glance behind them, the Vanjikis bore witness to the monstrous horrors that pursued them: the mutated undead, grotesque and relentless, a testament to the twisted experiments of the Loom factory's unholy breeding ground. Forced to rely on their instincts and agility, the Vanjikis navigated the maze-like structure with desperate determination. The haunting echoes of the mutants' pursuit reverberated through the decaying walls, a symphony of dread that accompanied the Vanjikis' frantic flight for survival. Their lungs burned with exertion, their minds racing with the horrifying reality of their predicament. With the mutants hot on their trail, the Vanjikis had no choice but to continue their frenzied escape, their every step a desperate bid to outrun the nightmarish creatures that pursued them through the desolate halls of the Loom factory. Amidst the frenzied escape from the pursuing mutants, the tension between the Vanjikis escalated into a heated argument. Their voices echoed through the factory's desolate corridors, the air thick with frustration and fear. "I thought you were the great monster hunter," the new Vanjik shouted, his accusation cutting through the chaotic symphony of their flight. "Yet, monsters. Not mutated undead versions of humans with powers," our Vanjik retorted, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Normal undead, sure. Wendigos, skinwalkers, Mothman, Jason Bloody Voorhees. But the zombies are the kingpin threat. Like hell." New Vanjik's defiance reverberated in the dimly lit halls. With an abrupt halt, New Vanjik came to a stop, his frustration reaching a breaking point. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the mutants pursuing them and forcibly propelled it through a nearby window. The shattered glass and the monstrous undead crashed outside, the night air swallowing their discord. As New Vanjik grappled with the mutant outside, our Vanjik was left alone within the echoing corridors. A new horde of undead approached, drawn by the commotion and the scent of the living. Forced to confront the encroaching threat, he readied his .44 Magnum, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. The argument between the Vanjikis lingered in the air, their voices still echoing through the haunted factory. The clash of perspectives, the frustration born of the relentless pursuit, underscored the surreal nature of their predicament. Amidst the haunting symphony of undead groans and shattered glass, our Vanjik faced the encroaching horde alone, his determination unwavering. The mutants outside continued their battle, the nightmarish scene unfolding in stark contrast to the struggle within the factory. In this tumultuous moment, the Vanjikis were divided both physically and ideologically. Their arguments and actions played out against the backdrop of a decaying reality, where mutated undead and a relentless horde threatened to consume them both. As the night wore on, the fate of the Vanjikis remained uncertain, entwined with the chilling uncertainties of the Loom factory and the twisted horrors that lurked within its forsaken walls. With a defiant snarl, our Vanjik's frustration erupted into action. "Like hell indeed," he shouted, channeling his adrenaline-fueled determination into a bold move. In a split-second decision, he vaulted through the shattered window, hurtling into the abyss beyond. As he plummeted toward the unforgiving ground below, time seemed to slow. The chill of the night air whipped past him, his heart pounding with a heady mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Spotting a lone walker amidst the chaos outside, our Vanjik adjusted his trajectory with a swift, calculated movement. With a quick twist, he seized the undead creature, using it as a makeshift cushion for the impending impact. The collision was jarring, bones rattling as the walker bore the brunt of the fall. Our Vanjik landed atop the undead, his body absorbing the impact as they crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs and decay. Rolling away from the grotesque cushion, he sprang to his feet with practiced agility. Adrenaline surged through him, his senses heightened by the raw intensity of the moment. The night enveloped him, the haunting echoes of the ongoing battle echoing through the desolate surroundings. Despite the impact, our Vanjik wasted no time, his focus unwavering. He swiftly regained his footing, his .44 Magnum clutched tightly in his grasp. His eyes scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation and preparing for the relentless onslaught that awaited him. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the twisted mutants and the relentless undead continuing their relentless pursuit. But amidst the chaos, our Vanjik stood resolute, a lone figure bracing for the impending clash with the horrors that lurked within the shadows. The crash landing had jarred his senses, but it hadn't dampened his resolve. With a determined grimace, he readied himself for the next phase of the grim battle, his movements quick and calculated, his eyes scanning the desolate surroundings for any sign of the encroaching threat. Amidst the deafening chaos and the relentless pursuit of the undead horde, the Vanjikis propelled themselves forward with an urgent determination. "Let's go already," they shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the desolate streets. Without hesitation, they unleashed a volley of shots at the brick wall to their left, creating a breach through which they burst out onto the street. The horde surged behind them, their unearthly groans adding a haunting soundtrack to the frenzied escape. The landscape revealed a haunting sight: a mass wreck of cars, a relic of years gone by, piled up in a grim testament to the desolation that had befallen the city. Undeterred, the Vanjikis navigated the precarious terrain, their steps swift and agile as they ran atop the wreckage in a desperate bid for escape. Their frantic sprint led them to a semi-truck, its elevated position providing a fleeting advantage in the chaotic landscape. With a swift leap, they ascended to the rooftop, their movements fluid and precise in their race against the encroaching horde. Upon reaching the rooftop of a small building, they wasted no time, pressing forward with unyielding determination. Scaling the building's facade, they continued their ascent, leapfrogging from one rooftop to another in a daring display of agility and desperation. The desolate cityscape sprawled beneath them, a haunting panorama of decay and desolation. The relentless pursuit of the undead provided an unrelenting backdrop to their frantic climb, their footsteps echoing through the eerily quiet streets. With every leap and every climb, the Vanjikis forged ahead, their escape a heart-pounding race against the encroaching darkness. The city skyline stretched out before them, a maze of rooftops and shadows, each leap taking them closer to the elusive safety that lay beyond the twisted reality of the undead-infested Lancaster city. As they navigated the perilous rooftops, our Vanjik's voice cut through the tension that hung between them. "That was a skinwalker," he stated with a mix of certainty and surprise. "Undead? Well, more undead, but that was a skinwalker. Looks like this virus has no bias." He paused, the weight of the revelation sinking in. "And that other mutant, that was the Darkwada monster. All monsters I hunted in my timeline. Did you ever hunt them?" The new Vanjik's response was swift and terse, a single word punctuating the air. "Yes." The realization hit them like a thunderbolt. The mutated undead they encountered were not random occurrences, they were entities with a vendetta, creatures from their respective timelines now reborn as twisted remnants, bearing grudges from their past lives into their new, undead existence. "Guess we're being hunted." Our Vanjik's voice carried a blend of resignation and determination. The understanding that the mutated undead retained memories and vendettas from their past lives added a chilling layer to the already dire situation. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a haunting reminder that the monsters they once hunted had come back to haunt them in this twisted, undead form. The implications were grim. The Vanjikis had become targets in a macabre game of vengeance orchestrated by the very creatures they thought they had vanquished in their respective timelines. With this grim understanding, their desperate escape took on a new urgency. The rooftops stretched out before them, a precarious path to safety that now held an additional weight of imminent danger. In this race against the pursuing horrors, the Vanjikis pushed themselves onward, navigating the treacherous terrain, their every move a calculated bid to outpace the mutated undead that hunted them with vengeful determination. As they continued their desperate rooftop escape, our Vanjik's voice pierced through the urgency of their flight. "Jason, Mothman, Wendigos, the Headless Horsemen of Ironvilles, the Dogmen of Millersville, did you hunt them all?" he inquired, a tinge of urgency coloring his voice. The new Vanjik responded swiftly, his words carrying the weight of their shared history and divergent experiences. "Yes, even though the virus broke out in 2007, it was a slow build. It wasn't until 2017, 1 year ago, we got this bad. So long story short, I had more on my plate than just walkers." His response held a mix of frustration and explanation, an acknowledgement of the complexities and demands of his timeline's struggles against the supernatural entities that plagued their reality. The revelation painted a vivid picture of the tumultuous events that led to the current crisis. In the face of a slow escalation of supernatural threats, the new Vanjik had been embroiled in a myriad of battles against a diverse array of malevolent entities, each a formidable challenge in its own right. Their shared history, while divergent in experiences, now converged in the chaotic present. The understanding that the Vanjikis had faced an array of supernatural adversaries, the same entities that now stalked them in their undead forms, added a chilling layer of complexity to their current predicament. With this new insight into the new Vanjik's experiences, the urgency of their escape took on a deeper significance. The realization that their adversaries had returned in twisted, undead forms, driven by memories of past encounters, added a grim dimension to the relentless pursuit that haunted their every move across the rooftops of the desolate city. Amidst the tension and terror, a moment of dark humor punctuated their harrowing escape. So, every monster I have fought is a zombie now. Shit, Jason Voorhees must feel real awkward. Isn't he already a zombie or something? Our Vanjik quipped, a rare thread of humor laced through the tense atmosphere. The new Vanjik chuckled, a brief moment of camaraderie amidst the impending peril. Yeah, imagine being a zombie twice over. Double the undead trouble, they joked, sharing a brief moment of respite in their nightmarish reality. For several minutes, laughter broke the grimness of their situation, the shared levity a brief reprieve from the relentless pursuit and the weight of their predicament. It was a fleeting moment of dark humor in the face of overwhelming horror, a brief respite in the ceaseless chaos that surrounded them. But abruptly, a chilling sound pierced through their laughter, cutting through the night like a sinister omen. Ki ki ki, ma ma ma, ki ki ki, ma ma ma, the haunting refrain echoed in the darkness, sending a shiver down their spines. The laughter died in their throats as the eerie chant filled the air, an ominous reminder of the malevolent forces that lurked within the desolate cityscape. Dread replaced amusement, the unsettling chant casting a foreboding shadow over their desperate flight. The familiar, chilling cadence echoed louder, emanating from the darkness below, a haunting chorus that echoed through the rooftops, sending an unsettling chill down their spines. In that eerie moment, laughter dissolved into unease, the haunting chant a grim testament to the relentless presence of supernatural forces that transcended even death itself. In a hair-raising moment, both Vanjikis turned to confront the unmasked, decayed figure of Jason Voorhees, the undead horror even more grotesque than they remembered. Their banter, a blend of dark humor and defiance, clashed against the looming presence of the relentless undead killer. So, meatbag? Still killing for fun, or are you an undead cuckold to a virus now? Our Vanjik taunted, his voice laced with a mixture of bravado and defiance. Jason, his decayed form emitting a guttural growl, reacted swiftly, hurling a spear at our Vanjik, who deftly dodged the projectile, evading a certain strike. Meanwhile, the new Vanjik added his own taunt, so, I guess you're still as ugly as I remember. Wait, no, you're even uglier now. I think you should get your hockey mask back, bro. As Jason retaliated with a javelin, the new Vanjik mirrored his counterpart's agility, dodging the deadly projectile with reflexes honed by survival instincts. Without hesitation, both Vanjikis launched themselves at Jason, their combined force tackling the undead killer off the rooftop. The impact reverberated through their bodies, adrenaline fueling their immediate recovery as they sprang to their feet, instincts on high alert. Their voices, unified in a blend of grim determination and acknowledgement of the monumental task ahead, echoed through the desolate rooftop. God, I wish this would be that easy. But as Jason sat up amidst the wreckage, his undead form seemingly unfazed by the fall, a sense of foreboding settled over the Vanjikis. The realization that their adversary was far from vanquished lingered heavily in the air, a chilling reminder of the near-impossible odds they faced against this relentless, supernatural force. Their grim standoff continued, the Vanjikis steeling themselves for the ongoing battle against the undead revenant. The rooftop became the battleground for a clash between the living and the undead, their fight against Jason Voorhees a horror that defied death itself seemingly far from over. In a moment of desperate realization, our Vanjik voiced their concern. Okay, so our .44 magnums were useless against this guy before. What do we do now? With an air of wry determination, the new Vanjik responded swiftly, shooting him with his .44 Magnum. As he aimed and fired, our Vanjik quickly understood the futility of the attempt but joined in, knowing it was their best option despite its apparent uselessness against the undead behemoth. The resounding shots echoed through the desolate rooftop, the bullets finding their mark but doing little to deter the relentless Jason Voorhees. The bullets seemed to merely graze the undead horror, having minimal effect against his seemingly indestructible form. Unfazed by the gunfire, Jason let out a guttural growl, an eerie sound that sent a shiver down the Vanjiki's spines. In response to their feeble assault, the undead killer slammed the ground with a deafening force, causing the rooftop to quake and tremble beneath their feet. The shockwave reverberated through the rooftop, the structure groaning under the assault as cracks spread like sinister veins across the surface. The Vanjikis struggled to maintain their footing, the force of the impact threatening to throw them off balance. As debris rained down around them, the Vanjikis braced themselves against the trembling rooftop, the unsettling power of Jason Voorhees sending a stark reminder of the sheer might and danger he posed. Their feeble attempt to combat the undead killer only seemed to provoke his wrath, escalating the conflict into a terrifying showdown of survival against a force that defied conventional means of combat. As the rooftop trembled under the might of Jason Voorhees, a sense of impending doom hung heavily in the air. The Vanjikis, resigned to their seemingly inevitable fate, braced themselves for the onslaught until a distant, unmistakable sound shattered the grim silence. The roar of Hell's engine and the distant screams from the edge of town heralded the arrival of an unexpected savior. A hellish cycle tore through the desolation, leaving fire and smoke in its wake. The Vanjikis, their disbelief evident, strained to see through the chaos unfolding before them. And then, through the billowing smoke and flames, they witnessed a figure wreathed in fire, the Ghost Rider. But something was amiss. Both Vanjikis shared a perplexed glance, realizing that this wasn't the Ghost Rider timeline. As our Vanjik squinted and looked closer, a revelation struck him. "Wait, that's a Vanjik," he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The new Vanjik, caught off guard, demanded clarification. "What?" Our Vanjik, now certain of what he saw, declared, "Yep, meet Hell Rider Vanjik." The realization dawned upon them: a fellow Vanjik had emerged as an unexpected force, a Hell Rider on a blazing cycle. The rooftop, once a battleground against the undead, became a stage for the unexpected entrance of Hell Rider Vanjik. The mysterious newcomer, wreathed in flames, left an indelible mark on the unfolding saga, introducing a wild card into the grim reality of their undead-infested Lancaster City. The sudden appearance of Hell Rider Vanjik, wreathed in flames and driven by a thirst for vengeance, marked a dramatic turn in the unfolding chaos. The Ghost Rider, fueled by an insatiable hunger for retribution, wasted no time. With an otherworldly roar, he surged forward on his blazing cycle, his supernatural powers ready to be unleashed upon the undead terror, Jason Voorhees. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy as the Ghost Rider launched himself into action. Flames danced around him, his spectral form a beacon of otherworldly power. With a fearsome determination, he set his sights on the looming threat of Jason Voorhees. The undead horror, caught off guard by this unexpected adversary, faced the wrath of the Ghost Rider. Chains lashed out from the blazing hands of the Hell Rider, snaking through the air with deadly precision. Each strike, imbued with supernatural fire, sought to subdue the relentless undead menace that had haunted the Vanjikis. The rooftop became a battleground of supernatural forces, a clash between the infernal powers of the Ghost Rider and the undying resilience of Jason Voorhees. The air crackled with an intense energy, the clash of otherworldly forces illuminating the desolate cityscape in an eerie display of supernatural conflict. Amidst the chaos, the Vanjakis watched in awe and apprehension as the Ghost Rider, fueled by a thirst for justice and retribution, fought with unparalleled fury against the relentless undead, his flaming form a beacon of vengeance that sought to eradicate the terror that had plagued their world. As the Ghost Rider waged his supernatural battle against Jason Voorhees, his flaming form flickered with an intensity that belied his urgency. Amidst the chaos, his voice rang out, commanding the Vanjakis to take decisive action. Get out of here. Clear the factory. The Loom factory must be destroyed. It's going to cause another multiversal collapse soon. The Ghost Rider was pulled here against his will. The urgency in his words reverberated through the air, carrying the weight of imminent catastrophe. The Vanjakis, startled by the revelation, understood the gravity of the situation. The looming threat of another multiversal collapse, the unexpected arrival of the Ghost Rider, and the revelation that the Loom factory lay at the heart of this impending catastrophe all pointed to an urgent need for action. With a sense of dire purpose, the Vanjakis rallied. They knew that the fate of not just their reality, but the very fabric of the multiverse, hung in the balance. In a bid to avert disaster, they heeded the Ghost Rider's warning, racing against time to prevent the impending cataclysm that loomed ominously over the desolate city. Their resolve hardened, the Vanjakis set their sights on the Loom factory, knowing that the destruction of this focal point was crucial to prevent a catastrophic rupture in the multiverse. They sprinted through the debris-laden streets, their determination unwavering as they braced themselves for the final, desperate showdown against the malevolent forces that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of reality itself. Amidst the supernatural clash between the Ghost Rider and Jason Voorhees, the Vanjakis seized the urgency of the moment. With a shared determination, they sprinted through the desolate streets, their hearts pounding in sync with the adrenaline-fueled race against time. The undead horde, stirred by the chaos, surged in their wake, their haunting moans echoing through the grim cityscape. The Vanjakis maneuvered through the maze of debris and decay, their path fraught with obstacles and the relentless pursuit of the undead. Their breaths came in ragged gasps as they dodged through the twisted remnants of a once thriving city, the looming presence of the Loom factory a grim reminder of the impending cataclysm. Each step propelled them closer to their destination, their minds focused on the urgent task at hand. As the Ghost Rider waged his supernatural battle against Jason Voorhees, the Vanjakis pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Their sprint against the encroaching undead became a desperate race against the ticking clock, their determination unwavering as they barreled toward the heart of the impending catastrophe, the Loom factory. With every stride, they pushed themselves harder, driven by a singular purpose to reach the factory in time to prevent the looming multiversal collapse. The cacophony of chaos and the haunting wails of the undead served as a relentless backdrop to their frantic race, each passing moment intensifying the sense of urgency. The Vanjakis, their faces set in grim determination, pushed through the labyrinthine streets, their footsteps echoing through the desolation. The fate of not just their reality, but the very existence of the multiverse itself, rested upon their shoulders as they sprinted against time, their resolve unyielding in the face of impending calamity. As the Vanjakis sprinted closer to the Loom factory, the air grew heavy with an eerie energy, a palpable sense of impending doom that weighed upon their every step. The looming silhouette of the factory, once an emblem of Lancaster City's industrious past, now stood as a harbinger of potential devastation. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, adrenaline fueling their every move as they navigated the debris-laden streets. The undead horde, relentless in their pursuit, closed in on the Vanjakis, their haunting moans echoing through the desolate city. With each stride, the Vanjakis could feel the tension mounting, the urgency of the moment intensifying as they approached their destination. Their minds raced, seeking a way to prevent the catastrophic chain of events that loomed ominously ahead. Amidst the chaos, the Ghost Rider continued his fierce battle against Jason Voorhees, their supernatural clash sending shockwaves through the desolate landscape. Flames danced in a macabre ballet as the Ghost Rider's chains lashed out with otherworldly fury, the haunting echoes of their confrontation reverberating through the night. But the Vangekies knew that the true threat lay within the heart of the Loom Factory, a vortex of darkness that threatened to unravel the delicate fabric of reality itself. With each passing second, the sense of urgency surged, a grim reminder that time was running out. As they drew nearer to the factory's foreboding entrance, a foreboding silence settled upon the desolate streets, an ominous calm before the storm. The Vangekies exchanged a determined glance, their resolve unyielding in the face of the impending cataclysm. With a final surge of determination, they braced themselves to confront the darkness that awaited within the factory's walls. Every step closer to the entrance felt like a step closer to an uncertain fate, a race against time to prevent the annihilation that threatened not just their reality, but the very existence of the multiverse itself. Breathless and heart-pounding, the Vangekies arrived at the foreboding entrance of the Loom Factory, their gazes fixed upon the ominous structure that loomed before them. The factory stood as a monument to impending disaster, its darkened corridors a gateway to the potential collapse of the multiverse. With a shared determination, they exchanged a brief, resolute nod, their minds synchronized in their grim resolve. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily upon them as they crossed the threshold, stepping into the dilapidated interior of the factory. Inside, an eerie stillness hung in the air, broken only by the haunting echoes of their footfalls against the decrepit floors. The factory's interior, a labyrinthine maze of forgotten machinery and abandoned remnants of a bygone era, seemed to pulse with an ominous energy, a palpable sense of impending catastrophe. Their senses heightened, the Vangekies navigated the shadowed corridors, their footsteps echoing through the desolate chambers. Each step forward brought them closer to the heart of the impending calamity, their determination unwavering despite the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. As they pressed deeper into the factory's bowels, a sinister aura seemed to intensify, a suffocating presence that whispered of imminent danger. The Vangekies remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any sign of the vortex that threatened to tear asunder the very fabric of existence. Suddenly, a faint, ominous hum reverberated through the chamber, growing louder with each passing moment. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, signaling the imminent convergence point that could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the multiverse. With grim determination, the Vangekies pushed forward, their hearts beating in unison against the mounting tension that hung like a heavy shroud within the factory's confines. Their mission to prevent the catastrophic collapse now hinged on their ability to confront the darkness that lurked within the heart of the Loom Factory. As the Vangekies ventured deeper into the murky depths of the Loom Factory, the stifling darkness seemed to intensify, suffocating their senses. Shadows danced ominously along the walls, and the air grew heavy with an otherworldly chill. In the eerie silence, a foreboding sense of anticipation hung in the air. Then, from the shadows emerged grotesque silhouettes, the monsters birthed from the darkness itself. Mutated undead, their forms twisted and contorted, slithered forth with an unnatural grace. The grotesque creatures snarled and hissed, their nightmarish visages a testament to the horrors that the Loom Factory had spawned. Limbs elongated into twisted appendages, and their hollow eyes gleamed with an unholy luminescence, fixated on the intruders who dared to challenge their domain. Undeterred by the grotesque entities that emerged, the Vangekies steeled themselves, their resolve unyielding in the face of the abominations that encircled them. With every movement, the creatures seemed to radiate an unsettling energy, a malevolent force that sought to thwart the Vangekies' mission. The monsters encroached upon the Vangekies, closing in with an unsettling swiftness. Their guttural growls filled the air, sending shivers down the Vangekies' spines. It was a macabre dance between humanity and abomination, a showdown that would determine the fate of the multiverse. In the face of this horrifying onslaught, the Vanjakis readied themselves for the inevitable confrontation, their minds focused on the critical task at hand. With weapons drawn and determination etched into their expressions, they stood their ground, preparing to face the grotesque creatures that lurked within the heart of the loom factory. Breathing heavily and hearts racing, the Vanjakis heeded the urgent command. With a shared determination, they sprinted through the labyrinthine corridors, evading the grotesque creatures that pursued them relentlessly. Their footsteps echoed through the darkness as they raced toward the heart of the factory. As they approached the main generator room, the air crackled with a faint hum, signaling their proximity to the epicenter of the impending catastrophe. With a final burst of speed, they reached the entrance to the generator room. The heavy metal door loomed before them, a gateway to the inner sanctum of the factory's power source. With a collective breath, they pushed through, entering the pulsating heart of the loom factory. Inside the generator room, the atmosphere buzzed with an otherworldly energy. The colossal machinery hummed and thrummed, casting eerie shadows across the chamber. The room was a convergence point of power, a nexus that held the potential to unravel the delicate fabric of reality. In the center of the room stood the towering main generator, its colossal form casting a spectral glow that bathed the chamber in an unearthly light. The Vanjakis scanned their surroundings, seeking a way to halt the impending catastrophe that loomed ominously ahead. Their gazes settled on the intricate array of controls and panels that adorned the generator. With a sense of urgency, they approached, their minds racing to devise a plan to prevent the impending multiversal collapse. Time was of the essence, and their every action held the weight of the fate of countless realities hanging in the balance. The air crackled with a tense energy as the Vanjakis stood before the ominous main generator. Amidst the eerie glow and the intricate machinery that adorned the chamber, a grim realization settled upon one of the Vanjakis. "Oh great, a literal hellspawn generator. I think Ghost has competition," quipped one of the Vanjakis, attempting to inject a hint of levity into the grim situation. Yet, their attempt at humor was met with a solemn silence. The other Vanjak, their expression grave and unyielding, did not share in the jest. Their eyes bore a weight of seriousness, acknowledging the dire nature of their predicament. Despite the tension that hung in the air, there was no room for laughter or ease in the face of the impending catastrophe. The contrast in their reactions was stark, one attempting to lighten the grim reality they faced, the other resolute and unyielding in their focus on the critical task at hand. The gravity of the situation silenced any attempt at humor, the weight of the impending multiversal collapse casting a somber pall over their collective mission. In the hushed chamber, amidst the pulsating glow of the infernal generator, the Vanjakis stood side by side, their differing reactions a testament to the complexity and gravity of the challenge before them. With the fate of the multiverse hanging in the balance, there was no room for laughter, only resolute determination to prevent the impending catastrophe. Amidst the tense atmosphere within the generator room, the tranquility was shattered by a sudden cacophony of violent bashing against the heavy metal doors. The metallic echoes reverberated through the chamber, heralding the ominous arrival of the undead horde. With a deafening crash, the doors gave way, splintering under the relentless assault of the grotesque creatures. The grotesque undead entities poured into the chamber, their twisted forms silhouetted against the eerie glow of the generator. The Vanjakis tensed, their hearts racing as the grotesque horde encroached upon them, their guttural moans filling the air. Limbs twisted in unnatural angles, and hollow eyes gleamed with an unholy fervor as the creatures converged, driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, the Vanjakis readied themselves, weapons poised and minds focused on the critical task at hand. Their every move was calculated, a testament to their unwavering determination to protect the generator and prevent the impending collapse. As the undead horde closed in, the chamber became a battleground, a clash between the Vanjaki's resolve and the relentless assault of the grotesque creatures. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing the intensity of the looming confrontation within the heart of the Loom Factory. In a frenzied display of prowess, the Vanjakis sprang into action, their movements synchronized in a seamless dance of combat against the encroaching undead horde. With precision and practiced skill, they wielded their weapons, a symphony of gunfire and melee strikes echoing through the chamber. Bullets pierced the air, finding their mark with uncanny accuracy as the Vanjakis fought with unwavering determination. Their .44 magnums roared to life, each shot finding its intended target, felling the grotesque creatures one by one. Amidst the chaos, the Vanjakis moved with calculated agility, evading the relentless assaults of the undead. Blades gleamed in the eerie glow of the generator as they deftly parried and struck, each blow a testament to their combat expertise. The chamber became a battleground, a clash between humanity and abomination. The Vanjaki's resilience was matched only by the relentless ferocity of the grotesque creatures that sought to overwhelm them. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Vanjakis fought on, their resolve unyielding in the face of the nightmarish onslaught. Their every movement was a testament to their determination to protect the generator, their actions driven by the urgency of preventing the cataclysmic collapse that loomed ominously over the multiverse. The clash of steel and gunfire reverberated through the chamber, a relentless symphony of combat that echoed the gravity of their mission. With each strike and shot, the Vanjakis pressed forward, their unwavering resolve a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume them. In the relentless struggle against the grotesque horde, the Vanjakis remained steadfast, their determination unwavering despite the unrelenting onslaught. With every move, they fought with a fierce tenacity, their actions fueled by an urgent sense of purpose. Bullets continued to punctuate the air, finding their targets with deadly precision as the Vanjakis maintained their relentless assault. Each shot was calculated, every strike intentional, as they navigated the chaotic battlefield within the generator room. Blades flashed in the spectral glow of the chamber, meeting the twisted appendages of the undead with swift and precise counterattacks. The Vanjakis seamlessly alternated between evasive maneuvers and swift, calculated strikes, their movements a testament to their honed combat skills. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Vanjakis refused to yield. They fought on, their resolve unyielding in the face of the grotesque creatures that pressed upon them. Every step backward was met with a retaliatory push forward, an unwavering determination to protect the generator and avert the impending catastrophe. The battle raged on, a relentless clash of steel, gunfire, and sheer determination. The chamber echoed with the sounds of combat, the cacophony of gunshots, the clash of blades, and the haunting moans of the undead merged into a discordant symphony of chaos. With each passing moment, the Vanjakis' efforts became increasingly desperate, their relentless fight against the encroaching horde a testament to their unwavering courage and resilience. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sense of urgency lingered, a grim reminder that time was running out in their race against the looming collapse of the multiverse. As the battle raged on, a sudden surge of mutated undead twisted amalgamations of grotesque features and unearthly powers charged into the fray. Reacting with split-second reflexes, both Vanjakis swiftly dodged to the side, sidestepping the onslaught of the mutants. In a stroke of fortuitous maneuvering, the mutants, blinded by their feral rage, hurtled toward the pulsating heart of the generator. With a thunderous crash, they collided with the intricate machinery, their grotesque forms careening into the depths of the infernal contraption. The chamber trembled with a violent jolt as the mutants collided with the vital components of the generator. Sparks erupted, casting a cascade of flickering lights that danced across the room, illuminating the chaos. The infernal machine groaned and sputtered, its mechanisms strained by the unexpected intrusion. Caught in a maelstrom of flailing limbs and frenzied roars, the mutants inadvertently triggered a chain reaction within the generator, their impact destabilizing its delicate structure. Arcs of unnatural energy crackled and surged, casting eerie glows upon the contorted forms of the mutants as they struggled against the throes of the machinery. The Vanjikis, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, regrouped with swift determination. Their eyes widened with the realization that this unforeseen turn of events might offer a chance, a slim window to disrupt the impending catastrophe. As the mutants grappled within the heart of the generator, the chamber quaked with an impending sense of calamity. The Vanjikis, their minds racing with urgency, knew that time was of the essence. A moment's hesitation could seal the fate of the multiverse in irreversible chaos. With a shared understanding of the imminent danger, one of the Vanjikis shouted in urgency. "Let's book this place," they exclaimed, their voice drowned amidst the chaos. Recognizing the critical need to evacuate, both Vanjikis swiftly turned, their instincts guiding them toward the nearest exit. They sprinted through the labyrinthine corridors of the factory, their footsteps echoing against the metallic surfaces as they raced against time. Behind them, the chamber trembled violently, consumed by the impending explosion. The generator, strained beyond its limits by the collision with the mutants, sputtered and crackled with an ominous fervor, threatening to unleash a catastrophic calamity upon the factory and beyond. In a frantic dash for survival, the Vanjikis navigated the labyrinthine corridors, each step propelling them closer to safety. The eerie glow of the generator room waned behind them as they pressed forward, fueled by the urgency of the impending detonation. With the clamor of the imminent explosion echoing through the factory, they reached the entrance, a portal to escape the impending catastrophe. As they burst through the doors, the chamber behind them erupted in a deafening explosion, a cataclysmic release of pent-up energy. The force of the explosion propelled the Vanjikis forward, hurtling them through the entrance and into the open air beyond the factory. The shockwave reverberated through the surroundings, shattering windows and sending debris flying in all directions. With a resounding blast, the Loom factory erupted into a tumultuous display of destruction, its once imposing structure consumed by the cataclysmic force unleashed within. Flames licked the sky, casting an ominous glow over the surrounding landscape as the factory crumbled in on itself, swallowed by the aftermath of the explosion. Amidst the chaos, the Vanjikis landed in a heap outside the factory, their bodies shaken but miraculously intact. As they picked themselves up, a sense of relief washed over them. They had narrowly escaped the cataclysmic collapse that threatened the very fabric of reality. However, the eerie realization lingered that their task was far from over, and the repercussions of their actions would reverberate through the multiverse. As the remnants of the cataclysmic explosion settled, a surreal calm descended upon the once chaotic streets of Lancaster City. In an inexplicable phenomenon, the grotesque undead creatures disintegrated into clouds of dust, their malevolent forms dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The streets, once plagued by the encroaching horde of the undead, now witnessed a miraculous return to normalcy. The ordinary people, who had fallen victim to the virus and the subsequent chaos, materialized back into existence. With a bewildered awe, the residents of Lancaster City found themselves restored, emerging from the haze of confusion and dread that had shrouded their lives. Confusion turned to relief, disbelief to gratitude, as they looked upon each other with newfound appreciation for the return of their ordinary lives. The streets, once fraught with terror and despair, were now bustling with a renewed sense of hope and unity. Families reunited, friends embraced, and the echoes of despair were replaced by the joyous hum of a community reborn. As the dust settled and the remnants of the catastrophic event dissipated, the people of Lancaster City stood amidst the surreal aftermath, grappling with the inexplicable return to normalcy. Their memories held fragments of a harrowing experience and inexplicable upheaval that had tested the boundaries of their existence. Yet, amidst the bewilderment, there was a shared sense of gratitude for the return to their ordinary lives. The harrowing ordeal had passed, leaving behind an indelible mark on their collective consciousness, a reminder of the fragility of their reality and the resilience of the human spirit. In the wake of the inexplicable events that had unfolded, the city of Lancaster stood as a testament to the triumph of hope over despair, resilience over adversity, and the enduring strength of its people in the face of unfathomable turmoil. The echoes of their shared ordeal would linger as a reminder of the precarious balance that governed their existence in the vast expanse of the multiverse. As the dust settled and the city embraced the return of normalcy, the older Vanjuk, having fulfilled his unforeseen role in this extraordinary chapter, felt the tug of the multiverse calling him back to his own timeline. With a sense of bittersweet nostalgia, he glanced around the familiar yet transient landscape of Lancaster City. The echoes of his adventure lingered in the air, a testament to the unforeseen journey he had undertaken in this unfamiliar timeline. As the boundary between the timelines began to blur, the older Vanjuk felt a gentle pull, a beckoning from his rightful place in the tapestry of the multiverse. The memories of his fleeting presence in this timeline remained etched in his consciousness, a mosaic of experiences that would forever shape his journey across the multiverse. With a final nod to the restored city and a silent acknowledgement to his younger counterpart, the older Vanjuk faded into the enigmatic folds of the multiverse, returning to the timeline from whence he came. As he dissolved into the fabric of time and space, his legacy remained a fleeting enigma that would forever be woven into the vast expanse of the multiverse's ever-unfolding narrative. As the dust settled and the city embraced the return of normalcy, the younger Vanjuk stood amidst the tranquil streets of Lancaster City, his gaze lingering on the remnants of the extraordinary events that had transpired. With a sense of closure and resolution, he acknowledged the inexplicable journey he had embarked upon, an adventure that had tested the limits of his understanding and resilience. The echoes of his unexpected role in averting the cataclysmic collapse of the multiverse reverberated within him, leaving an indelible mark on his perception of reality. As the city returned to its ordinary rhythm, the younger Vanjuk took a step forward, his demeanor a blend of reflection and newfound resolve. With each step, he carried with him the memories of the harrowing ordeal, a reminder of the unfathomable possibilities that existed within the vast expanse of the multiverse. The echoes of his adventure lingered in his consciousness, a mosaic of experiences that had expanded his understanding of the interconnectedness of existence. With a subtle nod to the city that had witnessed the extraordinary and the ordinary, he walked away, ready to continue his journey through the vast and enigmatic tapestry of the multiverse. As he disappeared into the fabric of the ordinary world, the echoes of his presence faded, leaving behind a sense of closure, a closure that marked the end of a remarkable chapter in his life, yet a prelude to the countless untold stories that awaited him in the boundless realms of the multiverse. The story was over, but the journey, in its infinite complexity, had only just begun. In the heart of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, lies Lancaster City. A place filled with a rich history, bustling markets, and enchanting Amish countryside. The city was known for its vibrant downtown, brimming with art galleries, quirky boutiques, and an array of restaurants serving everything from farm-to-table meals to hearty Pennsylvania Dutch fare. But its beauty did not end at the city limits. The suburbs that skirted Lancaster City were as picturesque as they came, offering a slice of American suburbia that was idyllic, to say the least. Tight-knit communities thrived in towns like Leeds, known for its quaint Main Street and annual festivals, or Ephrata, with its majestic cloister and peaceful park. Further out, the rolling farmland was a sight to behold, a patchwork of fields that stretched out in all directions, punctuated by the occasional farmhouse or Amish buggy. Among the city's denizens was a man named Johnny Vanjuk. He wasn't much to look at, his years on the street showing on his weathered face and tattered clothes. Johnny had a home, of sorts, in the old derelict Staley Silk Mill on Martha Avenue, a colossal structure that once hummed with the sound of looms but now was just an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional dripping water or Johnny's footfall. As much as anyone could say, Johnny Vanjuk was just another homeless person in Lancaster City. But Johnny was more than that. Johnny was a survivor. Back in the heart of Lancaster City, life continued as usual, the air heavy with the scent of pretzels and horse manure, a peculiar combination that was as comforting as it was distinctive. At the city's schools, children ran amok in playgrounds while teenagers huddled together in cliques, engrossed in hushed whispers and stolen glances. Lancaster Mennonite, Mannheim Township, McCaskey High, these schools were the epicenter of youth, hope, and boundless energy. Ruby Street, a cobblestone path hugged by row houses with wooden porches and blooming flower boxes, was just a heartbeat away from the bustling downtown. In one such house lived the Brenneman family. Their story was not unlike many others in Lancaster. The patriarch, Samuel, was a teacher at the local high school, and his wife, Sarah, managed the town's beloved bakery. They lived with their 3 children, quietly cherishing the peace that their close-knit community offered. But this tranquility would soon come under threat. The first sign was small, barely a blip on the radar. An unusual flu had spread through Ruby Street. It started with the Brennemans' youngest, a sweet-faced boy named Timothy. He complained of fatigue, of aches, of an insatiable hunger. It wasn't long before the others on Ruby Street started showing similar symptoms. The local GP, Dr. Simmons, simply diagnosed it as a seasonal flu, advising rest and plenty of fluids. Yet, as days passed, the afflicted showed no signs of recovery. Instead, they seemed to grow progressively worse. Eyes bloodshot, skin as pale as snow, and that ceaseless hunger. On a fateful day, Samuel Brenneman failed to show up at school. When a fellow teacher visited the Brenneman house, she found no family but a scene straight from a horror film. There, the tale of Lancaster City and its quiet life began to turn. The world knew not yet of the storm that brewed in the heart of Amish country. But it would soon. It would soon. In the days following the gruesome discovery at the Brenneman residence, a veil of uncertainty and fear descended upon Lancaster City. The local police, ill-prepared for such a case, reached out to the state authorities. But, with limited evidence and no witnesses, progress was slow. At first, it was thought to be an isolated incident, a macabre tragedy, but soon other households started reporting similar horrifying scenes. It wasn't just Ruby Street anymore, it was Walnut Street, then Prince Street, and so forth. An inexplicable wave of terror was seeping through the city, turning its peaceful hum into a low, threatening growl. News of the bizarre and frightening incidents soon reached Johnny Vanjuk in his makeshift home in the Staley Silk Mill. While the local radio stations played everything off as a series of unfortunate accidents, the late-night broadcasts from the pirate radio station told a different story. To the few who knew where to listen, it wasn't just a freak illness or a tragic accident, something darker was brewing beneath the surface. And Johnny, being a survivor, knew he had to prepare. The former silk mill was a fortress if one knew how to make it so. Johnny had always kept a low profile, spending his days collecting what he could use and hiding it away in the cavernous building. His stash ranged from old army ration packs to first aid supplies, blankets, and a small library of books he'd collected over the years. But now, it seemed, he had to focus on fortifying his abode. Meanwhile, the pastoral peace of Lancaster's farmland was being tainted as well. The seemingly unaffected areas, the haven of greenery, and the idyllic countryside were slowly falling prey to the inexplicable phenomenon. Even the stoic Amish community, with their disciplined lifestyle and limited contact with the outer world, weren't spared. No one understood what was happening, no one had the answers. The Lancaster General Hospital, usually a beacon of hope and recovery, was quickly becoming a house of horrors. Doctors were at their wits' end as more and more patients came in with the same symptoms: the fever, the paleness, the fatigue, and the hunger. The hunger that no amount of food seemed to quell. Nurses whispered about patients who had to be restrained, their strength oddly superhuman, their behavior animalistic. Fear started to live in the hospital corridors, lurking in the shadows, creeping in the silence. Amidst all this, Lancaster's schools became islands of faux normality. Despite the creeping terror, life had to go on, they said. But even there, the changes were creeping in. Absences started to spike. Teachers who once commanded classrooms with unwavering energy now stood pallid and shaky. Whispers among the students grew. It was no longer about weekend plans or schoolyard crushes, but rather hushed stories about what was happening in their quiet little city. At the center of it all, the once vibrant and life-filled Central Market turned into a specter of its former self. The once bustling stalls now stood half-empty. The air, which once held the enticing aroma of freshly baked goods, aromatic coffee, and ripe produce, was now tainted with an undercurrent of unease. The lively chatter was replaced by hushed voices, and the clinking mugs at the cafe corners echoed ominously. Meanwhile, the local government was struggling to maintain a semblance of control. Mayor Soros was under immense pressure, with state authorities pushing her to declare a state of emergency. Still, she was reluctant, hoping, praying that the situation would resolve itself, afraid of inciting panic. And so, as the sun set on Lancaster County, casting long, eerie shadows across the city, farms, and suburbs, people retreated into their homes, holding their loved ones close. Yet, each sunset brought about an increasing sense of dread, a dread of the unseen, the unknown, the unexplainable. Little did they know that their peaceful existence was on the brink of a terrifying transformation, the likes of which they could never have imagined. Little did they know that their sleep would soon be haunted by nightmares that refused to end come dawn. As the days wore on, Lancaster City, once alive with the constant ebb and flow of urban life, took on an eerie silence. The streets that once bustled with shoppers and students, workers, and wanderers were deserted. The cobblestone paths, usually warm from the constant tread of tires and footsteps, felt cold and lifeless. An unspoken curfew had fallen upon the city. Those who ventured out did so with a sense of urgency, a palpable fear etched on their faces. Doors were locked and bolted, windows were shuttered, and quiet prayers whispered. The city of Lancaster, which had always taken pride in its friendly neighborhoods and open homes, had now closed itself off, each house an island of anxiety and uncertainty. Across the city, in the imposing structure of the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjik was oblivious to the fear gripping Lancaster. His days were spent reinforcing the mill's already robust structure, boarding up windows and securing doors. His nights were filled with the crackling voices of the pirate radio, offering grim tales and ominous warnings. He knew, he understood, that a storm was coming, and he was preparing for it in the only way he knew how, surviving. Out in the farmlands, life had taken a turn for the surreal. The once serene expanse of fields and pastures now carried an unsettling air of dread. Farmers who usually woke up with the sun, tilling the earth and tending to their animals, were now scarcely seen outside their homes. Farmhouses that once stood as symbols of pastoral tranquility were now fortresses against an unseen enemy. Even the insular Amish communities were feeling the effects of the mysterious affliction that was steadily consuming the county. Their simple, predictable lives had been thrown into chaos. Age-old traditions were set aside, and the once thriving Sunday markets were now a shadow of their former selves. Yet, in their secluded world, the horror of Lancaster City felt far away, like a nightmare in the waking hours of the day. In the sprawling complex of Lancaster General Hospital, the situation was becoming increasingly desperate. What was once a place of healing and hope had now become a battlefield. Every day brought with it a new wave of afflicted individuals, their symptoms growing more severe with each passing hour. Doctors and nurses, their faces etched with fatigue and fear, fought tirelessly against an enemy they couldn't understand. Back in the city, the once thriving schools now echoed with emptiness. Desks were vacant, hallways quiet. The youthful energy that once resonated within the walls had been replaced by a foreboding silence. Yet, the local authorities insisted on keeping them open, a futile attempt to maintain a sense of normalcy. The strain on Mayor Soros was visible. Every press conference, every public appearance, her face seemed to carry the weight of the world. The city was looking to her for answers, for hope, but what could she offer when she herself was in the dark? As night fell over the county, the once comforting cloak of darkness now felt oppressive, heavy with the weight of the unknown. The city of Lancaster, the picturesque suburbs, and the pastoral farmlands were united in their fear, each heartbeat a countdown to the unimaginable horror that was slowly unfurling its grip on their world. Yet, among the growing despair, there was an undercurrent of resilience. The people of Lancaster, from the city to the farmlands, were fighters. They weren't going to let fear overrun their lives. Every locked door, every boarded window, every hushed prayer was a testament to their will to endure, to fight, and to survive. The storm was coming, but they were ready to weather it. Little did they know, the storm was unlike any they had ever faced, and it was only just beginning. In the desolate quiet that had settled over Lancaster City, the nighttime wanderings of a homeless man seemed insignificant. But Johnny Vanjik was far from insignificant, and his nocturnal journeys were far from aimless. There was a purpose in his stride, an urgency in his actions, an intensity in his eyes. While the city slept, clinging to a semblance of peace, Johnny took to the streets, preparing for the imminent tempest he felt in his bones. His destination was far from the comforting confines of the old Staley silk mill. The outskirts of Lancaster City, where the urban landscape gave way to the rugged outskirts, was a treasure trove of abandoned warehouses and forgotten factories. A haven for the homeless and those living on the fringes of society, it was also a goldmine for scavengers like Johnny. If he was to survive, he needed more than just food and water. He needed protection. And he knew just where to find it. As the moon cast long, looming shadows over the city, Johnny made his way through the darkened streets, his footsteps echoing against the cobblestones. The closer he got to the city's edge, the quieter it became. The once familiar cityscape, the towering buildings, the narrow alleyways, and the sprawling parks, all felt alien in the moonlight, morphing into uncharted territory. In the maze of deserted buildings, there was one that Johnny was particularly interested in, a dilapidated warehouse that once housed Lancaster's largest hunting and outdoor goods store. A place which, during its glory days, was a bustling hub for hunters, campers, and outdoorsmen. But now, it stood silent, its wide open spaces filled with the echoes of a forgotten era. With a makeshift crowbar, Johnny pried open the rusted doors, the grating sound shattering the stillness of the night. Inside, amid the dust and cobwebs, lay a myriad of hunting equipment, camping gear, and a collection of rusty but still usable tools. But Johnny was not interested in these. He knew what he was after. In the dimly lit corners of the warehouse, he found it, the gun section. It was a sight to behold, even in its state of disuse. Firearms of all types lined the walls, their deadly beauty now shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Johnny carefully made his way through, his practiced eyes scanning the dimly lit racks for something that could offer protection. As he moved deeper into the section, something caught his eye. It wasn't what he had in mind, but there was a sense of familiarity about it, a strange sense of déjà vu. A revolver lay tucked away behind a stack of old ammunition boxes. It was a .44 Magnum, its metallic surface still gleaming under the layers of dust. The weapon had an intimidating beauty, a lethal elegance, its cold, hard surface promising both protection and power. With a sense of reverence, Johnny picked up the revolver, its weight comforting in his hands. He found a cache of bullets nearby, hidden away as if waiting for the right hands to discover them. Johnny Vanjik, the lone survivor, the homeless scavenger, now held in his hands a weapon that had found him just as much as he had found it. Returning to the silk mill, the .44 Magnum tucked away safely, Johnny couldn't shake off a feeling of strange familiarity. The revolver, the feel of it in his hand, the way it balanced perfectly, it all felt right, like a missing puzzle piece clicking into place. Johnny didn't know why, but he felt a sense of comfort, a sense of readiness. As if the .44 Magnum was a promise of survival, a symbol of the fight he was ready to wage. Back in his fortress, under the protective shadows of the silk mill, Johnny Vanjuk, armed with a weapon he didn't know he was destined to find, braced himself for the unknown terrors yet to come. Outside, the city of Lancaster lay in fearful anticipation, its heartbeat echoing with an unspoken dread. The storm was no longer a distant rumble, it was upon them. And Johnny was ready. A week had passed since Johnny Vanjuk had found the .44 Magnum. Lancaster City, on the surface, had retained its relative calm. The days moved with a hushed pace, the nights fell with a silent sigh. The city still functioned, but it was a facsimile of its former self, an actor on a stage playing a role it no longer understood. Amidst the city, Ruby Street lay abandoned, a chilling testament to the creeping horror. Once a charming row of brick and stone townhouses, nestled in the heart of Lancaster City, it was now a ghostly reminder of the strange affliction. Every house was an echoing void, the lives that once filled them long since faded. The homes stood vacant, their doors and windows barred by the authorities, marked with yellow caution tape that fluttered in the cool summer breeze. The street, usually abuzz with the laughter of children and the banter of neighbors, was silent, save for the occasional whispering wind. Ruby Street, in the span of a week, had turned into a void in the heart of Lancaster City. Beneath the surface of normalcy, rumors continued to circulate. People spoke in hushed whispers, casting anxious glances towards Ruby Street. The gruesome events at the Brenneman household had claimed the entire street in its unfathomable horror, leaving an indelible mark on the city's consciousness. Mayor Soros, under increasing pressure, continued to assure the city that everything was under control. Yet, beneath her determined demeanor, there was a sense of growing unease. Ruby Street was not just a street anymore. It was a symbol of something inexplicable, something terrifying that had taken root in Lancaster City. Schools continued to function, albeit with dwindling attendance. Lancaster General Hospital was still at the forefront, its dedicated staff working tirelessly to understand the bizarre symptoms presented by the increasing number of patients. The local police patrolled the streets, their presence a meager comfort against the shadow of uncertainty. Life in Lancaster City was continuing, but it was a life held captive by a growing fear. Meanwhile, in the sturdy confines of the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjuk prepared. The .44 Magnum lay cleaned and loaded, its gleaming surface a strange comfort in the midst of the encroaching chaos. The city might have been functioning, but Johnny knew better. He could feel it in his bones, the impending storm. As Lancaster City moved into another week of fearful anticipation, the memory of Ruby Street loomed over its residents. An echo of laughter, a whisper of conversation, the shared look between neighbors, all overshadowed by the chilling silence that had claimed the once vibrant street. Despite the growing dread, there was a flicker of hope. The people of Lancaster City were fighters. They carried on, their resolve firm, their spirit unbroken. The memory of Ruby Street was a haunting reminder of the threat they faced, but it was also a symbol of their determination to not let fear consume their lives. Outside, the summer sun shone down on Lancaster City, its warm rays doing little to chase away the chilling uncertainty. But within each home, within each heart, a small flame of resilience burned bright. The city was holding its breath, bracing itself against the unknown. The storm was growing, but Lancaster City was not going to be swept away without a fight. The night draped itself over Lancaster City, a velvet canopy threaded with stars, the moon casting an ethereal glow over the cityscape. The deserted streets, the silent buildings, the hushed parks, all lay in a surreal stillness under the celestial spectacle. In the city center, the populace was on edge. As darkness descended, the streets cleared out, the once lively city falling into an uneasy slumber. Huddled in their homes, the city folk watched the quiet night with fearful eyes, their hearts pounding with an unspoken dread. In the distant murmur of the wind, in the shifting shadows, they saw things. Strange figures moved on the periphery of their vision, unseen in the dark but felt in the tremor of their nerves. The ethereal glow of the streetlights did nothing to ease their fear, their silhouettes casting long, monstrous shadows that danced on the cobblestone streets. The rumors spread like wildfire, whispers carried on the wind. They were seen, in the quiet corners of the city, in the unseen spaces where the city lights couldn't reach. Yet, no one could say what they were. It was a ghost story told in hushed tones, a chilling tale shared over hurried meals, an unspoken fear whispered into the darkness. Across town, in the stronghold of the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjik sat on the rooftop, his eyes scanning the cityscape. The .44 Magnum lay next to him, a cold, metallic sentinel against the unknown horrors of the night. Below him, the once bustling streets lay abandoned under the moonlight, a ghost town shrouded in mystery and fear. As he watched, an uncanny spectacle unfolded under the harsh glow of the streetlights. Figures, their forms obscured in the darkness, began to emerge. They moved with an eerie grace, their shuffling footsteps echoing against the desolate buildings, their presence a chilling blot on the silent cityscape. The moonlight reflected off their forms, painting a grotesque tableau on the canvas of the city street. The figures were silent, their movements coordinated yet aimless, their purpose unknown yet terrifying. They moved beneath Johnny's watchful gaze, an unholy congregation under the celestial spectacle. For a moment, they lingered under the streetlights, a chilling vision that would be seared into Johnny's memory. Then, as silently as they had appeared, they began to disperse. They moved away from the streetlights, their forms receding into the darkness, leaving behind an eerie quiet. The city streets, once the lifeline of Lancaster City, now lay abandoned and desolate. The people had retreated to the safety of their homes, their lives disrupted by a fear they couldn't understand. But on that street, under the protective shadow of the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjik remained. He was the lone sentinel of the deserted cityscape, the only living presence in a world slipping into an unseen chaos. From his rooftop vantage point, Johnny watched the retreating figures, the moonlight casting an otherworldly glow on his hardened features. He knew, now more than ever, that the storm was upon them. He also knew, deep in his heart, that he was ready. Ready to face the horrors that the night hid in its shadows, ready to fight the unknown terror that was slowly gripping Lancaster City. As dawn approached, the eerie quiet gave way to the first hints of daylight. Yet, the city remained in the grip of an unspoken dread. The echoes of the night lingered, a chilling memory of the unseen terror that had walked its streets. The storm had arrived, and Lancaster City, with Johnny Vanjik at its helm, braced itself for the fight of its life. The next morning, the residents of Lancaster City woke up to an unfamiliar reality. The dawn had broken as usual, its soft light casting a comforting glow over the city. But beneath the warmth of the morning sun, a cold unease had taken root. The strange events of the previous night were fresh in the minds of the city folk, a chilling reminder of the terror that lurked in the darkness. Amid the whispers and rumors, a loudspeaker echoed through the city. The mayor's voice, strained but firm, filled the streets, reaching every corner of Lancaster City. It was an announcement that would change the course of daily life in the city. A citywide curfew was being implemented, effective immediately. For the safety of our citizens, due to the ongoing situation, a citywide curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. has been implemented until further notice. All residents are required to stay indoors during these hours. All businesses are to close at 7:30 p.m. We urge everyone to cooperate with law enforcement during this time. Mayor Sorrest's voice was filled with a determination that was comforting and alarming at the same time. As the message echoed through the city, the reality of the situation sank in. Lancaster City, once a bustling hub of activity even during the night, was to be silenced by fear. Local law enforcement began patrolling the streets, their presence a constant reminder of the escalating crisis. The bustling cityscape, once full of life and activity, was now a picture of enforced tranquility. Schools shifted to online education, businesses cut back their hours, and the lively chatter that filled the streets during the day quickly died down as the evening approached. The city, adapting to its new normal, moved through the day with a quiet resilience. Children played in their yards under the watchful eyes of their parents, neighbors exchanged reassuring smiles from a distance, and life went on, albeit in a muted manner. As dusk descended, the streets emptied out quickly, the city folk retreating to the safety of their homes. The bustling city, once a beacon of life and activity, was now a ghost town under the darkening sky. The streetlights flickered on, their glow casting long shadows on the deserted streets, a lonely sentinel in a city held captive by fear. Across town, in the desolate expanse of the Staley silk mill, Johnny Vanjik watched the city fall into a fearful slumber. The .44 Magnum lay by his side, a constant companion in the fight yet to come. As the city retreated into its shell, Johnny stood guard, a lone warrior ready to face the horrors of the dark. As the city fell into a state of enforced tranquility, darkness wrapping itself around the quiet buildings, a different scene was unfolding on the edge of the city. In a quaint neighborhood lined with beautifully preserved colonial-style houses, the Smiths' home, a charming two-story brick house with blooming geraniums by the front porch, stood innocently against the darkened sky. The Smiths, like all other families in Lancaster City, had retreated indoors, complying with the curfew orders. The night was still, the moon casting a silver sheen over the city. The Smiths' house, with its cozy warm lights and laughter filtering through the windows, was a contrast to the eerie quiet outside. But as the night deepened, the laughter slowly faded, the lights flickered out, and the Smith family retired for the night, their home a solitary island of peace in the hushed cityscape. It was then that something changed. From the dense cluster of oak trees that bordered the Smiths' backyard, a rustling sound emerged, breaking the eerie silence of the night. Shadows flickered across the moonlit lawn, forming and dissolving into the darkness. The back door of the Smiths' home, a sturdy oak piece secured with a deadbolt, suddenly rattled. It was a quiet sound, almost lost in the night, but it persisted. There was a sense of urgency, a subtle force behind the noise. And then, it happened. The quiet night was pierced by a crash. The back door of the Smiths' house, once secured, was now unhinged, swinging on its broken frame. The peaceful home had been breached. But by what, or by whom, was a chilling mystery. The shadows continued to dance, the night wind whispering through the broken door. Back in Lancaster City, the news of the break-in spread. Whispers of fear wrapped around the city, winding through its quiet streets, seeping into its silent homes. What had once been an abstract fear was now a tangible threat. The city held its breath, fear creeping into every corner, the broken door of the Smiths' home a haunting reminder of the horror that lurked in the dark. Through all this, Johnny Vanjik watched from the rooftop of the Staley silk mill. He could see the distant flickering of police lights, the city pulsating with a quiet fear. He gripped the .44 Magnum tighter, his resolve stealing with each passing moment. The storm was upon them, and it was darker than anyone had ever imagined. The situation in Lancaster City had rapidly escalated, leaving the local law enforcement stretched thin. Mayor Soros, in consultation with the police chief, made the call to reach out to neighboring towns and cities for assistance. First, the call went to Mannheim Borough Police Department. Mannheim, a town rich with Germanic heritage and known for its warm community spirit, immediately pledged its support. Their officers, trained in both urban and rural policing, were a much-needed addition to the city's overwhelmed forces. Next on the list was East Lampeter Township Police Department. The rolling farmland and picturesque landscapes of East Lampeter concealed a force well prepared for unexpected crises. The officers, many of whom had dealt with complex cases in their jurisdiction, were ready to lend their skills to the beleaguered city. Following this, they reached out to Ephrata Police Department. Despite being a smaller force, the Ephrata PD was known for their resourcefulness and community policing. Their officers were quick to pack their gear and head towards Lancaster City, eager to assist their neighbors in their hour of need. West Lampeter Township was also contacted. Known for its historic villages and peaceful communities, West Lampeter's officers were no strangers to rising up in the face of adversity. They, too, agreed to aid in bolstering Lancaster's law enforcement. Lancaster City Police Department also sought help from the larger city of Reading. The Reading Police Department, well equipped and accustomed to a higher crime rate, was a formidable force. They were more than willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with their Lancaster counterparts, offering both manpower and resources. Calls were also placed to smaller jurisdictions, such as the Leeds Borough Police and the Millersville Borough Police. These towns, with their idyllic streets and friendly communities, housed small but dedicated forces that were ready to lend a hand. Finally, they sought assistance from the Pennsylvania State Police, a highly trained force known for its discipline and readiness. With their wealth of experience and resources, the state police provided a significant boost to the city's defenses. The response from the neighboring towns and cities was overwhelmingly positive, their commitment a testament to the spirit of unity and cooperation that bound these communities together. In a matter of hours, the reinforcements began to pour in, their vehicles streaming into the city under the dim glow of the streetlights. With this, the city's defenses were strengthened, a solid line of resistance against the growing threat. But despite the bolstered numbers and resources, the fear and uncertainty remained, the broken door of the Smiths' home serving as a chilling reminder of the invisible enemy they were facing. Amidst it all, the solitary figure of Johnny Vanjik loomed over the city from the rooftop of the Staley Silk Mill. The .44 Magnum gleamed under the moonlight, a silent vow of protection against the shadows that threatened to engulf Lancaster City. Over the next week, the atmosphere in Lancaster City grew heavier with each passing day. The incident at the Smiths' home hung over the city like a dark cloud, casting a grim shadow over the daily life of its residents. The curfew, once a novel inconvenience, had become a reminder of the unseen terror that lurked in the city's corners. The reinforcement from the neighboring towns and cities had initially bolstered the morale of the citizens, but it became clear that even the combined forces were not enough to stem the tide of inexplicable occurrences that began to plague Lancaster City. Residents reported strange noises in the night, subtle rustlings, and unidentified shadows that dissolved into the darkness as soon as a light shone on them. The city's once lively night scene was replaced by eerie silences punctuated by distant, unidentifiable sounds that chilled the blood. Pets went missing, their owners waking up to empty kennels and silent homes. Lancaster Central Market, once a bustling hub of local produce, saw dwindling footfall as farmers from the county started avoiding the city. It seemed as if an invisible force was slowly constricting the city, its grip tightening with each passing day. Cases similar to the Smiths incident started cropping up in different parts of the city. Homes were found broken into, their occupants missing or worse, discovered in states that baffled the medical authorities. People whispered about these incidents, not daring to voice their fears, their whispers echoing the same dread: something was very wrong. Local law enforcement, bolstered by the reinforcements, patrolled the streets, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, their faces etched with concern. Despite their best efforts, they were no closer to understanding the nature of the threat, or how to combat it. As more reports of break-ins and disappearances came in, the city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. Amidst the growing panic, Johnny Vanjik remained a silent sentinel. From the rooftop of the Staley Silk Mill, he watched as the city grappled with the escalating crisis. The .44 Magnum by his side felt heavier, its cold steel a stark reminder of the fight that lay ahead. The city was changing, the darkness creeping in. But one thing was clear: Johnny wouldn't let it fall without a fight. As the days passed and the peculiar incidents continued to multiply, the Lancaster City Police Department, reinforced by officers from neighboring areas, launched a comprehensive investigation. The law enforcement personnel worked around the clock, their efforts centered on understanding the strange occurrences that were turning their once peaceful city into an arena of fear. The first major lead came from the examination of the broken-in houses. Each of these sites held a disturbing similarity. The points of entry, usually the back doors, were forced open with an incredible amount of force, enough to splinter the heavy wooden frames. Inside, the homes exhibited signs of struggle, but there was a conspicuous absence of any usual indications of a break-in, no stolen valuables, no sense of anything tampered or searched. The victims, when they were found, presented a deeper mystery. The coroner's office, led by the experienced Dr. Naomi Turner, struggled with the cases. The victims displayed an array of unexplained physical trauma that defied any traditional understanding. uncommonly pale complexions, desiccated tissues, and in some instances, partial consumption. Yet no toxins or unfamiliar pathogens were discovered on the initial screens. The cause of death was left undetermined. Simultaneously, police forces combed through the streets, parks, and back alleys of Lancaster City, hunting for clues. The K9 units were particularly unsettled. Trained police dogs, usually unflappable, whined and shied away from certain areas, their animal instincts seemingly rattled by something the human officers couldn't detect. Eyewitness accounts, though scattered and inconsistent, added another layer of enigma to the investigation. People spoke of fleeting figures in the night, moving with an unnatural gait. Yet, when pursued, these figures seemed to evaporate into the shadows, leaving no traces behind. Despite tireless days and sleepless nights, the police could assemble no clear picture from the puzzle pieces they had gathered. They were dealing with an adversary that was unlike any they had encountered before. The lack of a clear pattern, motive, or even a consistent description of the suspects left the officers in uncharted waters. Daily briefings in the Lancaster City Police Department had become a cacophony of theories, each more unusual than the last. The investigative team was grappling with a phenomenon that defied all logic and protocol they had been trained to follow. From his perch atop the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjik watched the city wrestle with the growing enigma. The .44 Magnum, lying in close reach, was an unspoken promise of a battle to come. As Lancaster City delved deeper into the mystery, Johnny was already bracing himself, preparing for the looming confrontation with the faceless enemy. In response to the escalating crisis, the Lancaster City Police Department set up a dedicated task force, pooling resources and expertise from the different law enforcement agencies that had come to aid the city. The City Hall became a nerve center of activity, the hushed whispers of the City Council members mixing with the constant hum of activity from the task force. Each day, officers fanned out across the city, conducting door-to-door inquiries, trying to piece together the fragments of information they could gather. They collected security camera footage from various parts of the city, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive figures that the residents had reported. But the footage was inconclusive at best. Most cameras had captured nothing more than indistinct shapes moving in the periphery of the frame. The few instances where the figures were more visible, they appeared distorted, their movements jerky and irregular, like a badly edited video. The city's medical facilities, already dealing with an unusual number of patients exhibiting unexplained symptoms, struggled to provide answers. Despite exhaustive testing, the physicians could not identify the cause behind the extreme fatigue, pallor, and in some cases, the almost trance-like state that some patients slipped into. The police, in their investigation, discovered certain areas in the city where these incidents seemed to concentrate. But these hot zones, as they came to be called, had little in common: a peaceful suburban neighborhood, a busy commercial block, the city park, all fell within these areas. The seemingly random nature of these zones only added to the growing frustration. Meanwhile, the city's animal control department reported an unusual increase in the number of strays found in the city. Cats, dogs, even birds seemed to be fleeing their homes, their once friendly demeanor replaced by a skittish fear. They, too, displayed the same pale complexions and signs of fatigue seen in the human victims, but no known illness matched the symptoms. With every passing day, the mystery seemed to deepen. The pieces of the puzzle that the police had gathered did not fit together, each new piece only making the picture more incomprehensible. The city, once a beacon of calm and order, was being consumed by an inexplicable phenomenon, its facade of peace slowly cracking under the pressure. Through it all, Johnny Vanjik watched. His gaze swept across the city from the vantage point atop the Staley Silk Mill, the .44 Magnum always within reach. Each day, each new piece of news, each unexplained incident, was a step towards the fight that he knew was coming. As the city braced itself against the unseen enemy, Johnny prepared himself for the fight that was brewing on the horizon. As the shadow of unease continued to darken over Lancaster City, an uncanny spectacle unfolded one night. Under the cloak of darkness, from the remote corners of the city, peculiar figures began to stir. These were the elusive figures that had so far haunted the city's periphery, their existence marked only by fleeting glimpses and blurred security footage. They moved with a strange, unnerving cadence, their silhouettes distorted by the faint city lights. The figures, individually barely noticeable, began to congregate. What started as scattered threads of darkness slowly weaved into an ominous tapestry that spanned across the city. With the city under curfew, the streets were deserted, save for the patrolling officers. However, this mass exodus of shadowy figures remained just out of sight, skirting the edges of the light thrown by the patrol cars, slinking through the labyrinth of the city's back alleys, and moving with a singular focus towards the outskirts. By the time this phalanx of oddities reached Millersville, their numbers had swelled to an alarming 100. The sleepy town, at the cusp of a new day, was completely unprepared for the horrors that descended upon it. The night in Millersville erupted into an orchestra of terror. Homes were breached, streets were flooded, and the normally peaceful night air was pierced by cries that abruptly fell silent. In a matter of hours, Millersville was plunged into an eerie quiet, its essence wiped out, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. When dawn broke over Lancaster County, the news of the nightmare in Millersville swept through the communities like a cold gust of winter wind. The nearby towns of Mannheim, East Lampeter, Ephrata, and West Lampeter, and even the city of Reading, were all shaken by the grim reality that had befallen their neighbor. In response to the unprecedented horror, the governor declared martial law throughout Lancaster County. The announcement echoed through the cities and towns, its grim tone a stark contrast to the normally tranquil Pennsylvania morning. Police and state troopers, now reinforced by the National Guard, barricaded the roads leading in and out of Lancaster County, their grim faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Residents were ordered to stay indoors, their homes turned into fortresses against an enemy they could neither see nor understand. Checkpoints sprouted across the city like ominous mushrooms, the men and women manning them staring into the distance, their hands never straying far from their weapons. As the sun set over Lancaster County, the atmosphere was fraught with fear and uncertainty. The once vibrant communities were now under the grip of martial law, their streets patrolled by armed forces, their nights illuminated by the harsh lights of military vehicles. From his vantage point on the Staley Silk Mill, Johnny Vanjik watched as the shadows of the city grew longer and deeper. His hand rested on the .44 Magnum, the cold steel a grim reminder of the looming battle. The horror that had descended on Millersville was moving, its next target unknown. But one thing was certain, Lancaster City was bracing for a fight it could not afford to lose. 4 weeks had passed since the first incident on Ruby Street. The atmosphere in Lancaster County was saturated with a dreadful anticipation that was as palpable as the approaching storm clouds on the horizon. Meanwhile, Johnny Vanjik, Lancaster's lone sentinel, had been steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. One evening, as Johnny sat atop the Staley Silk Mill, a sense of unease stirred within him. It was as if the whispering wind carried a warning. Casting a sweeping gaze over the city, he spotted the aberration, a cluster of stumbling figures, heading straight for his sanctuary. He didn't have much time. Clambering down from the roof, Johnny fortified his position at the entrance of the silk mill, the weight of the .44 Magnum reassuring in his hands. The ensuing minutes were a game of agonizing wait, the silence of the mill gnawing at his nerves. Then, they arrived. Their features were grotesquely distorted, their bodies in a state of unsettling decay. They moved with an unnerving unison, as if drawn by a singular, inhuman instinct. These weren't the elusive, shadowy figures of the past weeks. The state of decay and the predatory glint in their eyes revealed a horrifying truth: they had become something less than human. The ensuing encounter was swift and brutal. As they lunged at Johnny, he responded with the .44 Magnum, its booming retort echoing within the old mill. Each shot found its target, the force throwing the assailants backward, their lifeless bodies collapsing onto the mill floor. When the adrenaline ebbed away, and the echoes of the gunfire died down, Johnny approached one of the lifeless figures. A closer examination confirmed his suspicions. The decaying flesh, the vacant stare, the peculiar gait, all the signs pointed to a dreadful reality. They were not human, not anymore. They were the undead. With the mystery finally unmasked, Johnny prepared for the inevitable. The eerie phenomenon that had gripped Lancaster County was far more sinister than anyone had imagined. The once bustling city was now a ticking time bomb, with the undead as the silent countdown. The next day, Johnny surveyed the streets from his position atop the silk mill. The cityscape bore a stark contrast to the Lancaster city of a month ago. It was a city under siege, bracing for an impending storm. And Johnny Vanjuk, the city's lone sentinel, was ready to weather it. Once darkness had spread its cloak over Lancaster City, Johnny Vanjuk began his grim task. He moved with a stealth that belied his rugged frame, the chilling task ahead lending him a grim determination. The bodies of the undead, now nothing more than grotesque monuments to a horrifying transformation, had to be moved. One by one, he loaded the bodies onto an old industrial trolley he had found in the depths of the Staley silk mill. He then covered the trolley with a thick canvas sheet, shrouding the evidence of the grim encounter from prying eyes. His destination was the Lancaster City Police Department, a few miles away from the mill. Johnny was careful to avoid the main roads, keeping to the labyrinth of alleyways that crisscrossed the city. He maneuvered the heavy trolley through the maze with an uncanny familiarity, making it to the police station undetected. There, under the cover of night, he deposited his grim cargo at the back door of the station. Before he left, he attached a note to the canvas sheet. It was a simple piece of worn-out cardboard on which he had scrawled, "From the Duke." And then, as silently as he had come, Johnny Vanjuk disappeared back into the night. Morning found the Lancaster City Police Department aghast at the horrifying discovery at their doorstep. The sight of the decaying bodies sent ripples of unease through the officers. They cordoned off the area and set to work examining the bodies, each one revealing the same eerie tale of transformation. The victims were in varying stages of decay, their bodies twisted in ways that defied the laws of human anatomy. Their flesh was marred with lesions and decay, their eyes vacant and lifeless. The sight of the bodies sent a shiver down the spines of the most seasoned officers. This was unlike anything they had ever seen. The cryptic note from the Duke only added to the enigma. The police department delved into their records, searching for any known entities who might go by that name, but their search was in vain. Days turned into a whirlwind of forensic tests and consultations with medical experts, but the grim truth was undeniable. The city was dealing with a phenomenon beyond their understanding. These were not mere victims of an unknown illness, they were transformed beings, their humanity stripped away. As the truth sank in, a chilling realization spread through the department. The sinister events that had plagued the city, the disappearance of Millersville, the declaration of martial law, everything led back to these horrifying creatures. They were the undead. The city was under attack by a force that defied nature and understanding. And amidst this escalating chaos, the only clue to their existence came from an unknown entity, the Duke. The news hit Lancaster City like a bolt of lightning, the revelation casting a shadow of terror over the city. Martial law or not, the city was on edge, its people helpless in the face of the unknown. The police department, however, had a new focus. Amid the panic and confusion, they had a lead, a glimmer of hope in the form of a mysterious vigilante. The Duke had shown them the enemy, now, it was their turn to fight. Nightfall had once again enveloped Lancaster City, a chilling reminder of the menace that lurked in the darkness. Johnny Vanjuk, or as he had introduced himself to the city, the Duke, was prepared. As night claimed the city, he set off on his nightly vigil, navigating the rooftops with an uncanny ease that seemed more fitting for a feral cat than a rugged man. The city's architecture lent itself to his nocturnal sojourns. Centuries-old buildings huddled together, their rooftops creating a silent, uninterrupted path that only Johnny knew how to tread. The chill of the night was cut by the steady rhythm of his heart, his senses honed in on the sounds that echoed through the empty streets below. He was midway through his patrol when he heard it, a faint rustling, followed by a chillingly familiar guttural groan. A chill ran down his spine. It was them, the undead. His eyes followed the sound, focusing on a small two-story townhouse nestled at the end of a quiet street. In its dimly lit front yard, a cluster of decaying figures was gathered, their focus unerringly set on the townhouse. Johnny didn't hesitate. With a swift movement, he descended from the rooftops, his descent masked by the shadows of the night. By the time he reached the front yard, the undead had begun their dreadful assault on the house's front door. Beyond the door, Johnny could hear the frightened whispers of a family, their voices trembling with fear. He was their only hope. Moving swiftly, he unsheathed the .44 Magnum, its cold steel glinting under the moonlight. One by one, he picked off the undead assailants, each shot a chilling echo in the silent night. The figures dropped to the ground, their final groans a dreadful testament to their inhuman existence. It was over as quickly as it had begun. Johnny stood in the yard, his heart pounding in his chest. The door to the townhouse creaked open, revealing a terrified family peering out into the night. Their eyes widened in shock at the sight of the fallen undead, then shifted to the shadowy figure standing in their yard. Without a word, Johnny holstered his weapon and retreated back into the shadows. He left behind a terrified family, their home now a fortress against an enemy they could neither see nor understand. But they were safe, for now. For in the darkness, a guardian moved silently, his watchful eyes scanning the city, his heart steeled against the horrors that lurked within. The Duke had made his move, a silent pledge to protect the city he called home. As dawn broke over Lancaster City, the echoes of the prior night's encounter still rang in the ears of the bewildered family. They had survived an attack by the undead, a reality that was as terrifying as it was inexplicable. However, their survival wasn't merely a stroke of luck, it was the result of an intervention by a shadowy figure, an unseen protector. The father, a stout man named Martin, was the first to break the stunned silence. He picked up the phone and dialed the police, his hands shaking as he recounted the horrifying events of the previous night. Officers from the Lancaster City Police Department were quick to arrive. As they cordoned off the area, the family watched from the safety of their home, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The evidence lay sprawled on their front yard, decaying bodies, each with a fatal gunshot wound. Martin narrated the events of the previous night. There was someone, a man. He saved us, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know who he was there, and then he wasn't. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. This was the second time they had come across the bodies of the undead, and once again, a vigilante seemed to be involved. The cryptic message from the Duke had been a puzzle, and this new development only deepened the mystery. Within the hour, the news of the incident spread through the city like wildfire. The local media outlets picked up the story, their sensational headlines adding fuel to the growing fear and confusion. Mysterious protector saves family from undead, one headline blared. Who is the Duke? Questioned another. Through it all, Lancaster City Police Department found themselves at the heart of a mystery that was as perplexing as it was terrifying. The undead were not just an anomaly, they were a threat to the city and its people. And amidst this rising tide of fear, a vigilante had emerged, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. The city was teetering on the edge of chaos, its people living in constant fear of the unknown. And yet, there was a sense of hope. If the mysterious Duke could hold back the tide, maybe they could survive this. Lancaster City was in the grip of a nightmare, but it wasn't standing alone. It had a guardian, a protector in the shadows. The city held its breath, waiting for the next move of the Duke. The news of the undead had cast a shadow of terror over Lancaster City, but life, as it often does, had found a way to trudge on. The city was on edge, its once bustling streets now quiet and apprehensive. The enforced curfew and the constant presence of the National Guard added to the eerie silence that blanketed the city. The uneasy peace, however, was short-lived. It was a Tuesday, a day that would be seared into the memory of Lancaster City forever. It started as an ordinary day, the morning sunlight filtering through the silent streets, casting long shadows that seemed to hint at the horror that was about to unfold. It began on King Street, one of the city's main arteries. A group of the undead, larger than any that had been seen before, shambled onto the street. Their vacant eyes and grotesque appearance sent a wave of panic through the area, the terrified cries of the citizens echoing through the street. Within minutes, the local law enforcement and the National Guard were on the scene, their vehicles forming a barricade at the end of King Street. What had started as a quiet day had suddenly morphed into a standoff between the city's protectors and the undead. The air was thick with tension as the law enforcement officers and National Guard soldiers took up positions, their weapons trained on the slowly advancing group of the undead. It was a horrific sight, a chilling testament to the city's worst fears come to life. And then, all hell broke loose. The standoff ended as the undead charged, their ghastly groans filling the air. The response was swift and deadly. Gunfire echoed through King Street, each shot landing with deadly accuracy. The undead fell, one by one, their bodies collapsing onto the pavement. Despite their effort, the defenders found themselves overwhelmed. The undead were relentless, their number seemingly unending. The barricade held, but barely. Every fallen undead seemed to be replaced by two more, their grotesque forms an unending wave of horror. The battle raged on, the gunfire and screams echoing through the city. Slowly, the tide began to turn. The defenders, bolstered by reinforcements, started to regain control. One by one, the undead fell, until finally, King Street fell silent once again. The cost, however, was high. Many brave officers and soldiers had lost their lives, their sacrifice a grim reminder of the threat the city faced. The barricade on King Street stood victorious, but scarred, a haunting testament to the city's darkest day. News of the battle spread through Lancaster City like wildfire. The horror of the undead was no longer a shadow lurking in the corners, it had made itself known in broad daylight. But amidst the fear and despair, there was a spark of hope. They had fought back, held their ground. They had survived. But the question lingered in the air, for how long? In the aftermath of the horrific incident on King Street, the Lancaster City Police Department and the National Guard launched an extensive investigation. The bodies of the undead were collected and transported to an isolated facility on the outskirts of the city. There, a team of forensic experts and biologists worked tirelessly to unravel the mysteries of these gruesome creatures. As the days turned into weeks, a clearer picture of the undead began to emerge. Contrary to the mindless, feral zombies portrayed in movies and television, these creatures exhibited behavior that was eerily organized and purposeful. They were more like pack animals, coordinating their movements and actions in a chilling display of collective consciousness. Dr. Laura Williams, a leading behavioral ecologist brought in to assist with the investigation, shared her insights with the team. Their group dynamics are similar to wolves or other pack animals, she explained, her eyes reflecting a strange mix of fascination and dread. They seem to have leaders and followers, and they act in unison, much like a coordinated hunting group. The revelation sent a shiver of unease through the team. The undead were not mindless monsters, they were organized and strategic, their collective behavior adding a terrifying new dimension to their threat. This newfound knowledge was disseminated to all law enforcement and military personnel involved in the city's defense. Tactics were re-evaluated and adjusted, with a focus on disrupting the pack dynamics of the undead. Despite the unease, there was a glimmer of hope. The more they understood their enemy, the better their chances of survival. News of these findings also reached the citizens of Lancaster City. Although the information sparked fear, it also ignited a sense of unity and resilience. The enemy was formidable, but not invincible. The city was under siege, but it was not defeated. Amidst the growing horror, Lancaster City held its ground, its people united by a common enemy and a shared determination to survive. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary figure moved among the rooftops, watching over the city. The Duke, Lancaster City's silent protector, observed the changing dynamics. His mind was a whirl of thoughts, his strategies adapting to the evolving enemy. He was the city's shadow, its silent guardian, and he was ready for the battle to come. After the mass casualty in Millersville, the neighboring town was transformed into a large quarantine zone. Now, the once quaint town known for its friendly community and charming downtown bore an unrecognizable appearance, with barricades, warning signs, and military vehicles lining the streets. No one was allowed in or out without proper clearance. Millersville had become ground zero for understanding the mysterious undead phenomenon. Day and night, scientific teams ventured into the secured area, wearing hazmat suits and armed with a variety of tools and equipment. These brave men and women were the front line in a battle not fought with bullets and barricades, but with research and data. Led by Dr. Laura Williams and a team of renowned experts from across the country, the scientists operated from a makeshift laboratory set up in the heart of the town. They worked tirelessly, studying every detail of the undead invasion, from analyzing the behaviors of the undead to scrutinizing the molecular details of the virus that seemed to have sparked this horror. They examined the environment, the homes that had been broken into, the paths the undead had traveled. They collected samples, swabbing door handles, sidewalks, and the very air for traces of the virus. Their work was meticulous, exhaustive, and unending. Every piece of data, every observation was a potential key to understanding, and ultimately combating, the undead plague. In a way, Millersville had become a grim symbol of hope for Lancaster County. Every revelation, every tiny breakthrough brought them a step closer to understanding the enemy they were up against. The tireless work of the scientists was a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Even as the town lay in ruin, it offered the best chance for a way to turn the tide. From the outskirts of the quarantine zone, the silent figure of the Duke observed. His eyes roamed over the bustling activity of the scientists, his mind absorbing the information, always learning, always preparing. This was a war, and knowledge was his weapon. And he intended to use it to protect his city at all costs. One chilly night, while the city was lost in an uneasy sleep, a group of young kids, defiant in their youth, broke the curfew and ventured out into the abandoned city streets. The city that was once filled with lights, laughter, and life now felt like an eerie ghost town, every alleyway and corner a potential hiding spot for the undead. Unbeknownst to the kids, they were being watched from above. Johnny Vanjuk, the silent protector of Lancaster City, kept a vigilant eye on them from the rooftops. He had come to know the patterns and timings of the undead, and he knew they were not alone in the streets that night. As the kids ventured deeper into the city, a small group of the undead became aware of their presence. Like a wave, the undead began to converge on the location of the unsuspecting youngsters. Johnny, spotting the movement from his vantage point, quickly realized the danger. His heart pounded as he sprinted across the rooftops, his every instinct focused on getting to the kids before the undead. Just as the undead closed in, Johnny dropped from the rooftops, his .44 Magnum roaring in the quiet night. The undead fell, their grotesque bodies collapsing onto the cold pavement. The kids, terrified, huddled together as Johnny fought off their attackers. In the heat of the moment, one of the undead lunged at Johnny, its rotten teeth sinking into his arm. A sharp pain shot through him, but he quickly pushed the creature away and ended its unholy existence with a swift pull of the trigger. After ensuring the threat was neutralized, he herded the shaken kids, instructing them to hurry home and not to speak of this night. The kids, their youthful defiance replaced with fear, nodded and hurriedly scampered off into the night. Alone now, Johnny examined the bite on his arm. It was deep, the decayed teeth of the undead having sunk into his flesh. He cleaned the wound as best as he could, wrapping it tightly. As he moved back to his rooftop refuge, a sense of dread filled him. The bite was an unknown variable, a potential death sentence. Days turned into weeks, and Johnny found himself waiting for the change, for the virus to take hold. But the anticipated transformation never came. Despite the bite, he remained himself, the wound on his arm slowly healing. He felt no hunger for human flesh, no loss of self. It was a mystery, a puzzle that added another layer to the already complicated situation. But for now, Johnny had more immediate concerns. The city needed him, the innocent lives at stake were his responsibility. The silent guardian of Lancaster City was wounded but undeterred. He would continue to watch over his city, his resolve stronger than ever. The mystery of his immunity was something to be solved another day. As days passed into weeks, Johnny found himself adapting to his nocturnal lifestyle. The city was quieter at night, the threats more predictable. And while the world slept, he was the unblinking eye, always watching. But over time, he began to notice a strange change within himself. Johnny had always been keenly aware of his surroundings, his senses honed by a life lived on the edge. But recently, his night vision had grown significantly sharper. At first, he attributed it to his constant maneuvering in the dark, but it went beyond that. It was as if darkness held no secrets from him anymore. One night, while perched on a rooftop overlooking Prince Street, he found himself observing the faint outlines of buildings, the rustling of leaves in the trees, the distant figures moving in the shadows. Everything was unusually clear, as if the darkness had lifted, leaving a world of grays and muted colors. As he moved from rooftop to rooftop, he felt a strange familiarity. It was as if he was tracing a path that he had walked before, but not in this world, not in this life. It was a sensation of déjà vu, but it felt stronger, deeper. Like a whisper from a different story, a story that wasn't his, but felt oddly connected to him. Perhaps it was the memory of a dream, or a trick of his mind playing with him amidst the chaos. But every night as he patrolled the city, the feeling persisted. It was as if he was not just Johnny Vanjuk, the homeless guardian of Lancaster City, but someone else, someone from another place, another time. Someone who, like him, roamed the wastelands in a world of fallout. This new ability, this uncanny night vision, felt like a gift, a tool he could use to protect his city better. The eerie familiarity, the echoes of another existence, they remained a mystery. But for Johnny, they became a part of his nightly patrols, a secret he carried as he watched over Lancaster City, ever vigilant, ever watchful. Whatever the source, this newfound power had its advantages. As he looked down on the city from his rooftop perch, his eyes piercing the darkness, he felt ready. Ready to face the undead, ready to protect his city. The mystery of his other self would have to wait. For now, he was the Duke, the guardian of Lancaster City, and he had a city to protect. One late evening, as the sun set and shadows began to consume the city, Johnny found himself perched atop his favored refuge, an old brick building that offered a vantage point to survey the entire cityscape. The darkened windows of the once bustling Lancaster City reflected the last vestiges of the setting sun, painting a picture of eeriness and abandonment. He could sense the city falling into its habitual silence, an uneasy quiet that had become the norm ever since the outbreak. Streetlights flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to come alive with each passing moment. For most, darkness was a shroud of fear, a time when the unknown could lurk around any corner. But for Johnny, it had become his ally, his cloak of invisibility. As twilight gave way to the black of night, Johnny began his patrol. He moved stealthily across the rooftops, his form barely a silhouette against the inky backdrop of the sky. His senses were alert, every noise amplified in the quiet night. The rustling of leaves in the distance, the far-off hooting of an owl, the occasional creak of a loose shutter in the wind, he registered them all. But there was something else, something new, an enhancement to his vision that had grown progressively stronger in recent weeks. The darkened city below, which should have been a blanket of obscurity, was astonishingly clear to him. He could see the outlines of the city's buildings, the distinct shapes of the abandoned vehicles on the streets, and even the distant figures moving in the shadows, their features clear and discernible. It was uncanny, a transformation he couldn't explain. In the depths of darkness, his eyes found light, revealing a grayscale world that seemed surreal. It was as if his eyes had developed their own night vision, enabling him to see in the darkness, like an animal adapted to the nocturnal hunt. As he moved across the city, the eerie familiarity of his path stirred a strange sense of déjà vu in him. It was as though he was following a path that was imprinted in his mind from another life, a different existence. A sense of destiny seemed to course through him, strange and unfathomable. It was as if an echo from a different story, a story not his, but intrinsically connected to him, resonated in his existence. The sensation was cryptic, almost mystical, as if he was touching the fringes of a reality that was not his own. A reality where he was not just Johnny Vanjuk, the homeless man turned guardian of Lancaster City, but another entity altogether. Someone else who had walked the deserted landscapes in a world shadowed by a different kind of apocalypse, a fallout. Someone, who like him, fought to survive, fought to protect. Yet, the mystery didn't distract him from his duty. If anything, it empowered him. This newfound ability was a tool, an asset in his mission. He embraced it, just like the mysterious whisper from another world. For now, the enigma of his strange connection with another reality was a puzzle to be solved another day. He was the Duke, the protector of Lancaster City, his eyes piercing the darkness, ready and prepared to face whatever threats the night would bring. Life in Lancaster City had evolved into a constant state of alert, the once vibrant streets now echoing with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional outbreaks that had become a dreadfully common occurrence. People no longer took walks in the park or strolled down streets lined with historic red brick buildings. The city's usual hustle and bustle had given way to an underlying current of fear, the quiet punctuated by occasional chaos. One particular evening, the silence was disrupted by an unsettling chorus of screams echoing from several points across the city. At a row of quaint townhouses on West Walnut Street, the residents had locked themselves in their homes after spotting a group of the infected moving slowly but surely down the street. Over on South Prince Street, a man's cry for help echoed through the darkness as he was cornered by another such group in an alley. Simultaneously, towards the outskirts of the city, in the suburban neighborhood of Mannheim Township, families were frantically calling emergency lines as their tranquil community was invaded by yet another horde of infected, lured by the scent of living beings. The police force, stretched thin as it was, along with the National Guard, scrambled to respond. Lancaster's civil defense system blared, an ominous symphony of sirens resonating throughout the city. The echoing wails served as both a warning and a beacon of hope for the residents, an auditory reminder that they were not yet forgotten. In the midst of this escalating chaos, Johnny was a solitary figure racing across the rooftops, the eerie glow of his eyes piercing through the darkness. He had felt the wave of fear that gripped the city, a ripple of dread that manifested itself in the screams and pleas echoing in the night. His heart pounded in his chest as he leaped from one rooftop to another, his form barely visible against the dark sky. 3 different areas, 3 different outbreaks. The magnitude of the situation was not lost on him. This was the most activity he had seen since the first days of the virus emergence. It seemed as though the infected were adapting, organizing, turning from solitary predators into coordinated packs. Johnny made his way towards the townhouses on West Walnut Street first. He could see the horde moving relentlessly, a grotesque mockery of the living. He steeled himself, his fingers closing around the cool metal of his .44 Magnum. Tonight was going to be a long night. His city was under siege, and he was one of its last lines of defense. Johnny moved like a specter through the cityscape, descending swiftly from his vantage point onto West Walnut Street. The grim tableau that greeted him was a chilling sight, the horde of infected, a staggering mass of bodies writhing and squirming with a hunger that was all too familiar. His grip tightened around the handle of his Magnum, the cold metal seeming to burn in his clenched fist. As he moved closer, his night vision allowed him to pick out the individual faces of the infected in horrific detail. Their eyes held an empty, hollow gaze, skin stretched taut over cheekbones, and mouths opened in a grotesque parody of a snarl. Each figure bore the unmistakable signs of the virus that had ravaged them, transforming them into the abominations before him. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and stepped into the circle of dim street light. The horde turned as one, their disconcerting focus now on him. In the deadly silence that ensued, he could hear the slow grind of his boot on the gravel, the drumming of his heartbeat, the only music to this macabre dance. Then, with a swift movement, he raised his weapon and opened fire. The .44 Magnum boomed in the quiet night, its report echoing off the city's abandoned buildings. Johnny moved fluidly, firing, reloading, then firing again, each shot finding its mark. The horde stumbled and fell, piece by piece, under the onslaught of his attack. Their numbers dwindled, but they pressed on, driven by their insatiable hunger. Across the city, the Lancaster City Police Department and the National Guard were engaged in a similar standoff on South Prince Street. It was a tense and chaotic scene, gunshots echoed in the narrow alleyways, bouncing off the red brick facades as the men fought against the onslaught of the infected. Despite the grim odds, they held their ground, a wall of determination against the nightmare before them. In Mannheim Township, the suburban tranquility was shattered by the horrifying invasion of yet another horde. Residents watched in terrified awe from their barricaded homes as a new force emerged from the darkness to meet the threat. These were not police, nor the National Guard. These were men and women, clad in dark clothing and moving with lethal purpose. Their identities remained hidden, their presence an enigma. Like a dance, they moved with swift precision and brutal efficiency. Blades flashed in the dim streetlight, glinting ominously as they cut through the air and into the infected. Firepower supplemented their attack, the distinct sound of crossbows twanging, sending bolts flying with deadly accuracy. It was a choreographed ballet of destruction, painting a macabre scene in the once peaceful suburban neighborhood. Back on West Walnut Street, Johnny's fight was reaching a crescendo. His breath came in ragged gasps, the adrenaline and exertion taking a toll. His hand was a blur as he dispatched the last of the infected. As the final figure crumbled to the ground, silence descended on the street again. He stood alone, the lone survivor amidst a field of destruction, the deafening echoes of the battle slowly fading into the night. Across the city, the hum of the civil defense siren waned, leaving a disturbing quietude in its wake. The night was once again reclaimed by the ominous darkness, the events of the past hour a chilling testament to the new reality of Lancaster City. The threat had been abated, for now, a small victory in an otherwise losing battle. The fight was far from over, and Johnny knew it. But as long as he drew breath, he would stand guard, a silent sentinel in the night. As Johnny continued his lonely battle on West Walnut Street, a sudden flurry of activity drew his attention to the entrance of the street. Emerging from the darkness, a group of figures rapidly advanced towards the remaining infected. It was the mysterious human hunters from Mannheim Township. They moved as if they were one entity, a phantom of the night that had brought swift justice to the infected in Mannheim and now turned its attention towards Lancaster City. They came into view, their faces shrouded in the shadows of their hoods, a chilling, lethal specter born out of necessity in these troubling times. The leader, a formidable figure in a dark, weather-worn coat, unsheathed a sword that gleamed ominously under the moonlight. Without a moment's hesitation, the hunters charged into the fray, their deadly dance of destruction once again taking shape. Crossbow bolts zipped through the air, their trajectory unfaltering as they found their targets in the infected horde. In tandem with Johnny's relentless assault, the hunters cut through the horde with brutal efficiency. Their presence turned the tide of the battle, their concerted efforts whittling down the number of infected faster than Johnny could have managed alone. It was a sight to behold, the force of human resilience and determination against the monstrosities that once were their own. As the last of the infected fell to the ground, the street fell into an eerie silence once again, the echoes of the battle fading into the cold night. The hunters didn't linger, their purpose fulfilled. With a final glance towards Johnny, the figure in the worn coat gave a curt nod before leading his group away, disappearing as swiftly as they had arrived. The solitary vigilante was left standing alone amidst the carnage, a silent sentinel bathed in the dim glow of the streetlights. In the aftermath of the battle, a sense of grim satisfaction washed over him. They had won the night, but the war was far from over. As long as the infected roamed Lancaster County, Johnny Vanjik would continue his watch, ready to defend his city with every fiber of his being. As the first rays of dawn began to seep into the sky, bathing Lancaster City in a soft, orange glow, Johnny made his way back to his haven amidst the urban jungle, the derelict Staley Silk Mill on Martha Avenue. This colossal red brick structure, standing like a silent sentinel over the old industrial heart of the city, had long since ceased to echo with the hum of looms and the chatter of workers. Now, it provided a secluded sanctuary for Johnny, a place to rest and plan for the nights to come. On this morning, however, he was not alone. As he clambered through the broken entrance of the mill, he felt a presence behind him. He turned, his hand instinctively going to the handle of his magnum. A lone figure emerged from the shadows, her hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. She was one of the hunters from the night before. Her eyes were a glowing white, an otherworldly gleam that seemed to cut through the semi-darkness of the mill. Johnny tensed but did not draw his weapon. He could feel it, a resonance of sorts, as if he was staring into a distorted reflection of himself. After a moment of mutual silence, the hunter began to speak. Her voice was low, hushed, yet carried an undeniable force with it. She introduced herself as Selene. They spoke for hours, their conversation flowing like a meandering river. The discussion varied from their individual experiences with the outbreak, their encounters with the infected, to their unique night vision. Their discourse eventually led them to a mutual realization. The virus that had infected them, and presumably others, did not merely turn humans into mindless monsters. For those with an innate resistance, it induced a state of evolution, augmenting their physical abilities, gifting them the power to see in the dark, and seemingly slowing their aging process. However, this evolution was not without its curses. The constant hunger, the lingering fear of losing oneself to the infection, the loneliness of existing on the fringe of humanity, these were the crosses they had to bear. As Selene rose to leave, she paused at the entrance of the mill. The sun was now higher in the sky, bathing the derelict structure in a warm glow. She turned to Johnny, her luminous eyes reflecting the light. "We are not alone, Johnny. There are others like us, fighting to survive, fighting to protect. This evolution, as you call it, it has chosen us. We are the first of a new kind. Remember, you're not alone in this fight." With those parting words, Selene disappeared into the bright morning, leaving Johnny alone in the echoing vastness of the old silk mill. His mind churned with the revelations of their conversation. This was bigger than him, bigger than Lancaster City. And in that moment, Johnny Vanjuk realized he was part of a new chapter in human evolution, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. As the sun faded beyond the horizon, bathing Lancaster in the familiar shroud of darkness, Johnny found himself on the rooftop of a dilapidated row house, overlooking the city. His enhanced vision traced the labyrinth of streets, scanning for any signs of the infected. The city seemed quiet, the inhabitants obeying the imposed curfew. Suddenly, a soft whistle sliced through the air, a carefully structured sequence. Johnny turned towards the sound, his eyes quickly focusing on a group of shadowy figures standing atop the opposing rooftop. One of them stepped forward, their silhouette distinct against the dim glow of the moon. "Duke!" the figure called out. His voice was strong and gruff, echoing over the sea of silent rooftops. "We heard of you." Johnny's fingers tightened around the handle of his magnum, his stance wary but not aggressive. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a weathered face etched with countless battles and glowing eyes, much like his own. "We've been tracking the movements of the infected, much like yourself," the figure began. Johnny recognized him as one of the hunters he had observed during the earlier encounters. They introduced themselves as the Night Watch, a group of survivors who, like Johnny and Selene, had been touched by the virus, yet were far from turning into one of the mindless undead. The man who had addressed Johnny was their leader, Jonas. As the conversation unfolded, they discussed their similar experiences, the disturbing developments in Lancaster and the surrounding towns, and the evolving behavior of the infected. Jonas expressed his respect for Johnny's solitary vigil over Lancaster City, the tales of the Duke protecting the streets, a vigilante legend that had grown amongst the surviving communities. Throughout the conversation, Johnny could see the group's dedication and resolve, their conviction that they could turn the tide, that they could protect the people they cared about. He could see his own struggles reflected in their stories, his own fears echoed in their worries. The discussions lasted for hours, flowing from strategic planning to sharing insights on dealing with the infected. The group expressed a genuine interest in collaborating, in standing together against the growing hordes. Jonas ended the conversation with a simple offer. "You're not alone in this, Duke. We're fighting the same fight. Lancaster needs us, more than ever. What do you say?" The night was quieter as the echoes of their conversation faded. Johnny was left on the rooftop, gazing at the city below, his mind abuzz with the possibilities. With the break of dawn, a new era for Lancaster could begin, a unified front against the shadows that lurked within. The Night Watch and the Duke, standing together for Lancaster. As darkness thickened over Lancaster City, enveloping its buildings and streets in an ominous shroud, Johnny Vanjuk and the Night Watch stationed themselves on rooftops surrounding the Lancaster police station. The once bustling heart of law enforcement in the city was now a fortress under siege. Shadows moved restlessly around its perimeter, the infected drawn to it like moths to a flame. Johnny's luminous eyes scanned the encroaching horde with clinical precision, the .44 Magnum feeling like an extension of his arm. Beside him, Jonas signaled to the rest of the Night Watch, his silhouetted figure tense against the moonlit sky. As if on cue, the first wave of infected lunged towards the barricaded station, their unearthly growls shattering the night's eerie silence. Johnny's hand tightened around his magnum. The echoes of Jonas' words were still fresh in his mind. "You're not alone in this, Duke. We're fighting the same fight. Lancaster needs us, more than ever." With the precision of a seasoned sniper, Johnny took aim and fired. The first of the infected fell, his bullet shattering its skull. Around him, the Night Watch sprang into action, their weapons dispatching the undead with brutal efficiency. Each shot was a symphony of survival, a testament to their shared purpose. Despite their efforts, the undead pressed on, their numbers overwhelming. But the group of hunters did not relent, their shots becoming more rapid, their movements more synchronized. The sharp crack of their guns echoed through the night, blending with the guttural cries of the infected. Johnny, fueled by adrenaline, darted from rooftop to rooftop, his gun never ceasing its deadly chorus. He could see the lights flickering in the police station, hear the muffled shots from within. He knew they were holding on, spurred by the hope that dawn would bring. The battle seemed to stretch into an eternity, time diluting into a whirl of gunfire and desperate cries. But slowly, the tide began to turn. The once relentless wave of infected began to thin, their advance slowing. Johnny and the Night Watch kept their onslaught, determination etched in every shot, every movement. As the first glimmers of dawn began to permeate the night, the final shot rang out. The courtyard of the police station, once teeming with the undead, was now littered with their remains. Exhaustion seeping into his bones, Johnny lowered his magnum, his eyes meeting those of Jonas across the battlefield. There was a mutual understanding, a shared victory. The night had been brutal, but they had held their ground. They had defended the symbol of order, the beacon of hope in Lancaster City. This was their fight, and together, they had won the night. The Lancaster police station had survived the siege, standing tall in the face of despair, a testament to their unified front against the darkness. In the grey light of dawn, as Lancaster City began to stir from its enforced curfew, Johnny and the Night Watch found themselves perched on the rooftop of the Hager building, their gaze fixed on the digital screen outside the Lancaster police station. The station was a bustle of activity, reporters from local stations scrambling for the best spots as city officials prepared to address the city. The events of the previous night had echoed through the city, whispers of the Duke and the Night Watch intertwined with stories of the police station's survival. "Good morning, Lancaster," Police Chief Harris began, his face etched with the weariness of the night but his eyes bright with resolve. "We stand here today after a long and terrifying night. A night where we faced an unimaginable horror and, yet, we survived." He paused, glancing down at his notes before looking straight into the camera. "Our survival was not just a result of our training or our preparations. We owe a great debt to some brave citizens of Lancaster, who stood beside us, fought with us, and saved this station from falling into the hands of the infected." Chief Harris continued, detailing the events of the night, the relentless onslaught of the infected and the tireless defense put up by the Night Watch and the Duke. He didn't glamorize the events or exaggerate the stakes, he laid it out just as it was, a desperate struggle for survival. "We don't know much about them," Chief Harris said, referring to the Night Watch and the Duke. "But what we do know is that they are on our side. They are fighting to protect this city, just like us. And for that, we owe them our gratitude." The press conference continued, with Chief Harris assuring the citizens of Lancaster that they were doing everything in their power to safeguard the city, to study and understand this evolving threat. But it was the recognition of their efforts, the acknowledgement of their shared battle, that resonated with Johnny and the Night Watch. As they watched from the rooftop, bathed in the morning light, they shared a moment of quiet understanding. Their efforts, their sacrifices, were not going unnoticed. They were making a difference, one night at a time. Over the course of a month, Lancaster City became a city transformed. Its streets, once bustling with daily activity, now held a somber stillness during the day, and an eerie quietude at night. The curfew was strictly enforced, the buildings bore the scars of numerous skirmishes, and the police station stood tall like a sentinel, a beacon of steadfast resilience. Yet, outside the confines of Lancaster County, life was remarkably normal. The nation watched with bated breath as news from the cordoned-off Lancaster City trickled into the public sphere, but the virus, or what many were now starting to call the evolutionary virus, had been successfully contained. In nearby Philadelphia, children still played in parks, joggers still took their daily routes by the Schuylkill River, and the iconic Liberty Bell remained a beacon of American resilience. There were precautionary measures, of course, enhanced health screenings, increased funding for infectious disease research, emergency plans in place, but life went on with a semblance of normalcy. Further afield in the Steel City of Pittsburgh, the hustle and bustle of the Strip District markets continued as vendors haggled over prices, the aroma of grilled kielbasa and fresh pierogies filling the air. The University of Pittsburgh was a hive of scientific activity, with teams working around the clock to understand the virus, their research fueled by samples flown in from Lancaster. Across the country, the Golden Gate Bridge still spanned the bay, basking in the California sun, while Hollywood continued to churn out its blockbusters, although apocalyptic themes had certainly gained a surge in popularity. To the east, the vibrant metropolis of New York City continued its relentless pace, albeit with a wary eye on the events unfolding in Lancaster. And so it was, from the serene shores of the Pacific Northwest to the bustling streets of Miami, life continued in the wake of Lancaster's struggle. The nation watched, hoped, and learned from Lancaster City's resilience, believing in their collective strength to confront the unprecedented situation. In the meantime, Lancaster City stood as a fortress, a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people, walled off but not defeated, fighting a battle on behalf of all mankind. And at the forefront of this battle, standing tall on the rooftops against the haunting silhouette of the night, were Johnny the Duke Vandyck and the Night Watch, the unseen guardians of Lancaster City. As the days rolled into weeks and weeks into months, the residents of Lancaster County became intimately acquainted with their altered reality. The line that separated day and night, previously blurred by the conveniences of modern living, had now hardened into a stark demarcation of safety and danger. The infected had demonstrated a peculiar aversion to daylight, slinking away to the forests surrounding the county and disappearing into the labyrinthine network of sewers and underground tunnels. Teams of military personnel and scientists were dispatched daily to these areas, their mission to understand and contain this strange behavior. Meanwhile, Lancaster County found itself isolated from the rest of Pennsylvania. A strict quarantine was enforced by the National Guard, their armored vehicles and barricades a constant reminder of the city's isolation. Inbound traffic was a thing of the past, and the only vehicles allowed entry were the armored military convoys that arrived weekly carrying provisions, medical supplies, and new personnel. The air was punctuated regularly by the drone of C-130 Hercules aircraft dropping air cargo, bundles of food, medical supplies, and other essential goods parachuted down to distribution centers around the city. Everyday life in the county had shifted dramatically. Schools had closed their doors, and in its place, a form of distance learning was instituted with lessons broadcasted over the radio and internet. Children adapted to classrooms without friends, their schoolyard chatter replaced by the measured tones of their radio teachers. The absence of laughter and the hum of learning was felt deeply within the community. The fertile farmland that characterized Lancaster County became an even more precious resource. The famous Central Market adapted, becoming a distribution center for locally grown produce and livestock. Farmers worked in tandem with military personnel, their tractors often escorted by armored Humvees as they moved from field to market. Local hospitals were transformed into fortresses, their walls fortified and guarded by military personnel. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, once ordinary citizens, were now frontline soldiers in a battle against an invisible enemy. Their efforts were tireless, their dedication unwavering. Working life too had evolved. Small businesses that could operate remotely did so, while others adapted to provide essential services in this new world. Mechanics now serviced military vehicles alongside civilian cars. Restaurants that once served Amish pot pie or chicken corn soup now prepared meals for distribution centers. Despite the trials, life in Lancaster County continued. Through determination, adaptation, and sheer grit, the citizens of Lancaster had forged a new existence in the face of adversity. In this altered world, the line between night and day had taken on a new meaning, a rhythm of survival, a testament to human resilience. It was a dance with the unknown, a constant adaptation to a threat that lurked in the shadows, a symphony of survival orchestrated by an entire community, led by the nocturnal vigil of their unsung heroes, Johnny the Duke Vanjik and the Night Watch. The sun had just begun its descent, the sky over Lancaster County painted with the vibrant hues of dusk. The day's work had been wrapped up earlier than usual, the normally bustling streets now desolate, an eerie silence taking hold as the clock ticked closer to 7:30 p.m. With the sky transitioning from gold to the purples and blues of twilight, a new noise began to drown out the last chirping birds. An unsettling symphony of groans and roars echoed from the distant treeline. It was an hour earlier than they usually appeared, and it felt like an ominous prelude to a dissonant harmony that the county had grown to dread. Rural families had hastily barricaded themselves into their homes. Farmers abandoned their tractors mid-field, dashing towards the perceived safety of their homes. The streets of towns like Elizabethtown, Leeds, and Ephrata were emptied as the residents scrambled indoors. Their fear was palpable, the onset of the early night's activity was unsettling. On the borders of Lancaster County, the local police and the National Guard, accompanied by armored military vehicles, were setting up defenses. They had received word from the interior of the advancing threat. Barricades were erected, rifles loaded, and the men steeled themselves for the confrontation. Yet, as the noises grew louder and the forest line began to rustle with an unnerving intensity, a sense of trepidation filled the air. As darkness fell, they emerged from the treeline, an ocean of snarling, undead creatures advancing towards the border defenses. The officers and soldiers opened fire, the rat-tat-tat of automatic gunfire echoing in the still night. But there were too many. They surged forward relentlessly, seemingly undeterred by the bullets ripping through their decaying bodies. Backup was called, but it would take time for additional forces to arrive. The defenders were steadily pushed back, each foot yielded to the undead felt like a mile. The line was on the verge of breaking. A sickening sense of dread took hold. Were the defenses to fail, the creatures would spill into the neighboring counties, and Lancaster's nightmare would become Pennsylvania's terror. Yet, just when things seemed bleakest, a gunshot echoed above the din. The defenders turned, their eyes drawn towards the source, the silhouette of a man standing tall on a ridge overlooking the battleground. The moonlight glinted off the barrel of his .44 Magnum, the figure of Johnny the Duke Vanjik unmistakable. Almost simultaneously, from the opposite side, a team of individuals advanced, their night vision goggles glowing ominously in the darkness. The Night Watch had joined the fray. With their arrival, hope flickered among the defenders. The Duke, atop his ridge, opened fire, each pull of his revolver's trigger finding its mark, while the Night Watch moved like wraiths through the undead, their movements precise and deadly. The balance began to shift. But the night was young, and the battle was far from over. The Duke was like a specter in the moonlight, his .44 Magnum barking in the cool night air as he dispatched one undead creature after another. Yet for every creature he fell, it seemed as if two more took its place. The sea of undead was relentless, their insatiable hunger driving them onward despite the hail of bullets. The Night Watch fought with equal ferocity. They wove through the horde like ghosts, their blades slicing through decayed flesh, their guns echoing in a grim chorus with the Duke's. But even their combined might struggled to stem the tide of the advancing horde. The situation was dire, but at that moment, the purr of engines echoed through the night, growing louder with each passing moment. Reinforcements were here. Squad cars from neighboring police departments from York, Reading, Hershey, and more flooded into the area, their lights piercing the darkness. They were followed closely by a column of National Guard Humvees, their gunners adding their firepower to the fray. The added reinforcements bolstered the line, slowing the advance of the undead. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, the night punctuated with the eerie growls of the undead, the crack of firearms, and the occasional shout or yell from the human defenders. The horde seemed endless, their onslaught a nightmare that showed no signs of stopping. Just as the defenders felt their spirits wane, the first rays of the morning sun began to peek over the horizon. The undead creatures recoiled, their growls turning into pitiful whimpers as they began to retreat from the dawning light. But it was clear to all involved, from the beleaguered police officers and soldiers to the weary Duke and Night Watch, that this was merely a reprieve. The sun would set again, and the undead would return in force. The battle was far from over, the long night had only just begun. As the last of the retreating undead disappeared into the morning fog, a tense quiet fell upon the border checkpoint. The officers, soldiers, and vigilante defenders were united in a collective moment of exhaustion and relief. Still, the sense of victory was tempered by the chilling realization that they were all living on borrowed time. In the wake of the chaotic battle, the authorities attempted to restore order and to gain a sense of control over the inexplicable situation. Both the Duke and Night Watch were an enigma, a variable in this increasingly complex and terrifying equation that they needed to understand. The Duke was approached by Captain Lisa Martinez of the Lancaster Police Department, a determined woman who had risen through the ranks with sheer tenacity and a keen instinct. She had a reputation for being a no-nonsense cop, someone who sought out the truth no matter how hard it was to swallow. In her eyes, the Duke saw a reflection of his own determination, a spark of fearlessness that had kept Lancaster standing amidst the chaos. "Appreciate the help, Duke," she began, her tone all business. "We need to talk." Meanwhile, a group of National Guard officers approached Night Watch. The leader, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Dalton, was a seasoned officer. He was experienced enough to recognize the expertise and discipline exhibited by Night Watch in the heat of battle. It was not a ragtag group of vigilantes, they were organized, systematic, almost military in their approach. "We owe you our gratitude," Dalton started, looking at each member of the Night Watch, "but I believe we'd all benefit from understanding each other better." In the light of the early morning, as the first hints of normalcy returned to the border checkpoint, a lengthy dialogue began between the reluctant heroes and the authorities. There were moments of tension, misunderstandings, and reluctant revelations, but it was a necessary conversation for the days to come. How these entities, forged in the crucible of an apocalypse, would learn to work together was uncertain. The Duke and the Night Watch were enigmas, a conundrum that the authorities had to unravel. The paths they had walked were shrouded in shadows and mystery, a reflection of the dark times that had descended upon Lancaster. But as the morning wore on and the sun climbed higher into the sky, there was a feeling of solidarity building, an alliance being formed. They were all soldiers in the same war, each fighting to keep the spark of humanity alive in the face of the unknown. Their stories were still being written, their roles in this new world still being defined. One thing was clear, they needed each other to survive, to thrive, to reclaim Lancaster from the clutches of the undead. This long, detailed discussion formed a tentative bridge between the vigilante groups and the authorities. It laid the foundation for a united front, a coalition of the willing in a world unwilling to yield to normalcy. Only time would tell how this alliance would fare when the sun set again, and the undead rose from the shadows. As the discussions continued, the Duke and the members of the Night Watch grew quiet. A shared glance between them communicated an unspoken agreement. It was time to reveal what set them apart from the rest. Slowly, one by one, they lifted their sunglasses, revealing eyes that glowed with an unnatural, radiant green hue. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd of law enforcement officers and soldiers. Captain Martinez and Lieutenant Colonel Dalton watched, eyes wide in surprise and a flicker of fear. But they remained silent, allowing the vigilante groups to continue. "These eyes," the Duke started, his voice firm, "they're not a result of some supernatural force or mutation. It's evolution." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a healed bite mark on his forearm. The flesh around it was tinged with a subtle green hue, much like his eyes. Members of Night Watch followed his lead, revealing similar bite marks on their bodies. "We were bitten, just like the people who turned into what you've been fighting against. But our bodies fought back, adapted, evolved," the leader of Night Watch, a man known only as Orion, added. "It seems like the virus, or whatever this is, forces rapid evolutionary traits onto those it infects. Most, turn into those creatures. Some of us, however, are different. We get these," he pointed at his glowing eyes, "night vision, enhanced strength, speed. But we retain our humanity." A stunned silence followed Orion's explanation. The revelation that the virus was not just a mindless disease, but a forced evolutionary catalyst, sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Many were unable to comprehend the implications, their minds reeling at the enormity of it all. The Vigilantes' revelation changed the paradigm. It was no longer just about survival, it was also about understanding this new stage of human evolution and finding a way to control it. It was clear that the battle against the undead was far from over, but with this newfound knowledge, there was a glimmer of hope. The rest of the day was spent in further discussions, plans, and strategies. The alliance between the Duke, Night Watch, and the authorities solidified, their roles now clearly defined. They were the defenders of humanity, the guardians of evolution, standing together against the shadowy menace that threatened their world. In the days that followed, Lancaster County began to change. Schools started teaching survival skills alongside regular academics. Hospitals expanded their research to understand the virus and its effects better. Farms and other food resources were fortified. Life had altered irrevocably, but the will of the people remained unbroken. In the face of forced evolution, they chose to evolve, to adapt, and to fight back. The vigilante groups stood as living proof of humanity's resilience, the embodiment of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The battle had just begun, but they were ready. The sun would rise again over Lancaster. As the revelation sank in, a convoy of vehicles pulled up on the scene. Scientists and doctors from the CDC, clad in biohazard suits and armed with all kinds of medical and scientific equipment, exited the vehicles and made their way towards the group. The Duke and the Night Watch agreed to be examined. It was an opportunity to learn more about this new facet of the human condition, perhaps even discover a way to control the virus's effects and find a cure. Sitting on the makeshift examination tables that were set up under a large tent, they were poked and prodded with all manner of tools. Blood was drawn, swabs were taken, and every inch of their bodies, especially the healed bite marks, were studied in detail. Their eyes were of particular interest. Doctors shone lights into them, observing the way their pupils contracted and dilated. The glow of their irises under the intense scrutiny was mesmerizing, ethereal. "What's the sensation like?" "The night vision." One of the doctors, a woman named Dr. Simmons, asked the Duke. "Everything is sharper, clearer," he responded, his voice distant as he remembered the first time he saw in the dark. "It's like looking at the world in high definition, and it's all bathed in this greenish glow. There's no blindness, no struggling to see." Simultaneously, in another corner of the tent, Orion was discussing their increased physical capabilities with another scientist. "We're stronger, faster," he was saying, flexing his hand for emphasis. "Our reflexes are heightened too. It's not superhuman, but definitely more than a normal human being." Every bit of information was meticulously recorded, every test conducted with precision. There was a sense of urgency, but also the undercurrent of excitement. This was an unprecedented event, something no one ever thought they'd witness in their lifetime. Hours passed. The sky was beginning to lighten when the examinations were finally concluded. Tired but determined, the medical and scientific teams packed their equipment and headed back to their mobile labs to start analyzing the collected data. The Duke and Night Watch, despite the exhaustive procedures, seemed to be in good spirits. For the first time in months, they saw a glimmer of hope, a chance to turn the tide. Their evolution might hold the key to the survival of Lancaster, maybe even the world. Only time would tell. The dawn's early light fell upon a grim scene. Bodies of the undead, felled by the intense struggle of the previous night, were now being lined up for examination. The effort was not just a matter of containment or cleanup but was aimed at gaining a deeper understanding of this horrid transformation process. Each body was treated with a clinical detachment that was nothing short of extraordinary. Scientists from the CDC donned their biohazard suits and started their grim task. They photographed, measured, took samples, and documented every feature of the deceased. They were particularly interested in the mouth and teeth, where the transmission of the virus presumably took place. As the examinations proceeded, some curious observations began to emerge. The scientists found that some of these bodies were not just recently deceased. A muffled exclamation of surprise came from Dr. Simmons, as she knelt beside one body. She held in her gloved hand a tarnished military dog tag, encrusted with the grime of ages. The text on it was barely legible but seemed to indicate a service date from World War II. The body, although with the expected decomposition from the undead state, also showed signs of very long-term decay. Simultaneously, another scientist found a musket ball embedded in an undead's rib cage, a wound that had long since healed over, hinting at a life lived and lost during the American Revolution. In another chilling discovery, an undead's clothes were identified as a uniform of a nurse from World War I. Time had worn it thin, but the distinct insignia and the vintage design were unmistakable. The realization sank in heavily, this was not merely an infection of the present. Somehow, these bodies from eras long past had reanimated, joining the ranks of the undead. It suggested that the virus was not only infecting the living but was also capable of awakening the long deceased, making it far more terrifying and complex than previously believed. The once silent dawn was now filled with murmured speculations and the steady clicking of scientific equipment. The sight of centuries-old undead only intensified the resolve of the scientists to understand and combat this terrifying evolutionary virus. And somewhere, in the echoing silence of the deserted city streets, the Duke and Night Watch stood watch, guardians against the mounting darkness. After several days of grueling analysis, the test results from the blood samples of the Duke and the members of the Night Watch were finally ready. The data was both intriguing and baffling. It was discovered that the gene responsible for the changes was present in all humans, dormant in their DNA. The scientists explained it as a sort of biological time bomb, a quirk of evolution that had lain dormant for eons, only to manifest now. The undead, it seemed, were not the product of some new, foreign virus, but a terrifying expression of human evolution that had waited patiently in our genes. The bite marks of the undead merely served as a catalyst, accelerating the process of transformation. While some individuals' bodies were able to resist the transformation into undead monstrosities, they were not immune to the changes entirely. The Duke and the Night Watch members were the living proof. Their bodies had fought off the more horrific aspects of the transformation. Instead, they had adapted, gaining abilities such as enhanced night vision, making them uniquely equipped to combat the undead. However, it was noted that this resistance was not universal. Others bitten were not so lucky, their bodies unable to resist the transformation, becoming one of the undead. The implications of these findings were far-reaching. It wasn't just about surviving an outbreak anymore. It was about understanding this new stage of human evolution, a stage that had been set in motion by the ticking of a biological clock that had started counting down from the very moment of our inception as a species. The fight against the undead had taken a turn, no longer just a battle for survival, but a quest for understanding. The dawn of a new era had arrived, one that demanded adaptation and evolution of its own kind. It was a struggle, not just against the undead, but also against the very nature of what it meant to be human. The revelation was a harsh blow to everyone present. There was no cure for this, no antibiotic or vaccine that could treat what wasn't a disease but a transformation. The world wasn't dealing with a mere virus outbreak, it was facing an unprecedented change in human biology itself, an alteration of our genetic heritage that couldn't simply be reversed. Scientists and medical professionals alike started working tirelessly on the task at hand. The focus shifted from looking for a cure to finding a way to manipulate the process of the transformation. Their objective was clear: find a way to suppress the horrifying traits of the evolution and enhance the beneficial ones, such as the improved night vision and heightened physical capabilities. Their efforts were monumental, but they were racing against time. The effects of this evolutionary shift were already in motion, and the experts estimated that it would take years to fully understand and manipulate this process. Time they feared, they did not have. Yet, the gravity of the situation did not deter them. If anything, it galvanized their determination to unlock the secrets of this sudden evolution, to ensure the survival of the human race. The undead were no longer the only threat, they were competing against the very genetic code that defined them as a species. Meanwhile, the world outside Lancaster County had been closely watching the unfolding events. Despite the strict quarantine measures in place, there was a growing concern that similar phenomena could start happening elsewhere. The gene was not exclusive to Lancaster, it was present in all humans. It was a chilling reminder of their fragile mortality and the unpredictability of evolution. The transformation, it seemed, did not discriminate. It could happen anywhere, to anyone. The countdown had started, and the world waited with bated breath, unsure of what the future would bring. The world outside Lancaster County started to tighten its grip. The uncertainty bred fear which swiftly transformed into a global state of vigilance. Countries started to draft plans for potential outbreaks, keeping a watchful eye on any signs of change. The human race could not afford to be caught off guard again. Within Lancaster, life had taken on a strange dichotomy. On one hand, it was the epicenter of an unprecedented event. It was a place of terror and wonder, of science pushing its boundaries, and humanity fighting against the tide. On the other hand, it was just a county trying to survive, with people working in the fields, children studying in makeshift classrooms, doctors working in hospitals, and soldiers standing guard. Life, it seemed, was adamant on going on. Farmers continued to sow seeds, ensuring that the county had enough food. Despite the risks, convoys made their way in and out of Lancaster, the armored vehicles making their regular trips with military precision. Skyward, helicopters flew over the county, dropping essential supplies to those who were in dire need. The city was starting to resemble a fortress. Buildings were fortified and streets were meticulously monitored. A curfew was still in place, with the populace strictly adhering to it. During the day, there was a sense of wary normality. But as the sun set, the city transformed. The streets were emptied and the silence was broken only by the occasional growl in the distance or the footsteps of the vigilant guards. The line between day and night had never been clearer. The once frightful darkness now harbored their defenders. The Duke and the Night Watch had become symbols of resistance and survival. The glowing green eyes were not feared but respected. They were the vanguard, standing between the undead and the city. Every night, they ventured into the darkness, their enhanced vision a beacon in the gloom. Their days were spent resting, preparing, and sometimes aiding scientists in their relentless pursuit of knowledge about the new human condition. Despite the challenges, there was a sense of unity and resilience among the people. They understood that they were not just survivors, but the first responders in the face of a possible global shift. They were the front line, and they were ready to fight. Whether in the farmlands or the research labs, the classrooms, or the rooftops, everyone was contributing, trying to keep the flame of humanity alive. As the world held its breath and watched, Lancaster County stood its ground, a bulwark in the face of uncertainty and change, showing what humanity could do when pushed against the wall. They were a beacon of hope in the darkness, a testament to human spirit and resilience. Night had fallen upon Lancaster County, and under the cover of darkness, an organized group of individuals were moving with a shared purpose. They were setting up a base in what was once the Lancaster City Police Parking Garage, a location known for its strategic importance and accessibility. These individuals were the collective known as the Night Watch, and the man who had quickly become their de facto leader, Johnny, otherwise known as the Duke. The parking garage had seen better days, its concrete walls still bore the scars of past encounters, but it was a defensible location, and it was central. This place was to become the heart of their operation. Throughout the night, members of Night Watch moved equipment into the garage, converting it into a place that could support them in their mission. The garage's spacious, open area was perfect for training sessions, while the numerous parked vehicles provided perfect cover for practical drills. Small offices within the facility were converted into meeting rooms and strategy centers. Makeshift beds were set up for those who needed to rest before another night of battle. But what made this place truly special was the sense of camaraderie that filled the air. It was no longer a simple garage, it was the hunter's haven. Across the city, another transformation was underway. The old Staley Silk Mill, a derelict, had for some time served as Johnny's home. Its large open space and structurally sound building made it an ideal place to convert into a makeshift hospital. Under the expert guidance of the local doctors and with the help of volunteers, the loom mill started its transformation. Old rusting machinery was cleared out, making way for beds and medical equipment. The basement was turned into a storage area for supplies and medicine, and the old administrative offices became doctors' quarters and examination rooms. With a dedicated team of medical professionals, the hospital started receiving patients. Despite the circumstances, the people worked tirelessly, caring for the injured and conducting research on the undead affliction. The sounds of looms and weaving machines had been replaced by soft whispers of comfort in the constant fight against death. The sight of the old mill shining brightly in the darkness, with silhouettes moving behind the brightly lit windows, became a beacon of hope for many. Despite the fear and uncertainty, the people of Lancaster took comfort knowing their city was not only defending itself but also taking care of its own. With these changes, Lancaster was adapting, evolving just as its citizens had. Amid the grim reality of their situation, the city was not only surviving, it was standing strong, fighting back, ready for the challenges that were yet to come. These buildings, these people, were a testament to human spirit, endurance, and the will to survive. They served as a reminder, in these dark times, that light could be found even in the unlikeliest of places. As dusk bled into night, an eerie silence fell over Lancaster. The usually vibrant cityscape, now a somber labyrinth of empty streets and closed shops, had an air of foreboding. Even as life tried to prevail, the lights in the houses seemed to flicker apprehensively, mirroring the tension palpable in the air. Then, it began. At first, it was a distant echo, a low, guttural growl barely perceptible against the soft rustling of leaves. Slowly, the distant echo transformed into a terrifying symphony of moans and roars. The dread-filled silence of the city was abruptly shattered by the cacophony of the oncoming undead. From the depths of the darkness, they emerged, a teeming mass of shadows under the faint glow of the city's remaining streetlights. The undead were here, in numbers greater than ever before. In response, a call to arms echoed across the city. Sirens blared, loud and clear, and a resonating hum of activity filled the air as Lancaster's defenders sprung into action. The Night Watch, the Duke, and the remaining city police force, joined by civilian volunteers, readied themselves for the battle of their lives. Across the city, barricades were quickly erected, trapping the undead within the confines of certain streets. From rooftops and windows, defenders started to rain down a volley of bullets and makeshift explosives on the advancing horde. The sharp retort of gunfire echoed in the night, accompanied by the occasional burst of flame as a Molotov cocktail found its mark. At the heart of the defense was the Lancaster City Police Garage, now the Hunter's Base. The Duke and the Night Watch had positioned themselves strategically around the city, using the knowledge of their home ground to their advantage. Despite the chaos, there was a sense of unity, a shared determination that ran like a lifeline through the entire city. However, the sheer number of undead made it clear this wasn't a typical night. This was an orchestrated attack, a mass gathering of the undead unlike anything the city had faced before. The battle had just begun, the city of Lancaster fighting for its survival against an unimaginable enemy. No matter the outcome, Lancaster City would be forever changed. This night would either see the city fall into the hands of the undead or stand victorious against the gathering darkness. But for now, the city fought, its defenders standing their ground bravely under the menacing shadow of the undead horde. The battle was far from over. As the battle wore on, fatigue began to creep into the defenders. The tide of undead seemed unending, each one felt replaced by another, and the pressure started to show. Ammunition was running low, and the fear that they might be overwhelmed started to take root. Just when the situation appeared dire, the distant rumble of engines permeated the night. A moment of confusion gave way to hope as the rumble grew louder, resonating through the city streets, overpowering even the guttural growls of the undead. The defenders looked towards the city's outskirts, their hopes pinned on the burgeoning noise. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a column of armored vehicles broke into the city limits. The leading line of M1 Abrams tanks, behemoths of the battlefield, roared onto the scene, their hulls gleaming ominously under the glow of the streetlights. With their arrival, the momentum of the battle shifted. The thunderous roar of the tanks' cannons echoed throughout the city as they unleashed their wrath on the undead hordes. High explosive rounds met their targets with devastating precision, tearing through the undead, causing them to scatter. The tanks plowed through the ranks of the undead, their powerful tracks grinding the threat under their mighty weight. On the ground, the embattled defenders took heart from the reinforcements. The arrival of the Abrams instilled new vigor in the police, Night Watch, and the Duke. With renewed energy, they fought on, pushing back against the seemingly relentless tide of undead. Alongside the tanks, armored personnel carriers unloaded squads of soldiers into the city streets. The reinforcements quickly established new lines of defense, joining the city's defenders in repelling the undead. Despite the grueling fight, the tide seemed to be turning, the city now buoyed by hope and determination. The battle continued, each side intent on survival. However, with the arrival of the tanks, the city found its second wind. A renewed will to live surged through Lancaster. For the undead, retreat was not an option. For the city, failure meant death. The fight was still far from over, but now there was hope. The city would stand its ground. It would fight until the dawn, and it would survive. As the city battled fiercely against the undead, another wave of horror had silently slipped into the heart of the city, targeting the most vulnerable. The city's hospitals, teeming with the injured and the sick, had become the new epicenter of the outbreak. Inside the hospitals, doctors and nurses worked tirelessly, their focus on saving lives. The sudden intrusion of the undead went unnoticed at first, the terror of their presence drowned out by the urgency of their work. But the silence was short-lived. Soon, the screams echoed through the hospital corridors, the metallic smell of blood overpowering the sterile scent of disinfectant. Back at the garage, the Night Watch's radio crackled to life, an urgent message interrupting the battle reports. Undead incursion at the hospitals. We need assistance. The voice was laced with panic, the underlying terror resonating through the radio waves. Immediately, a detachment of Night Watch, led by a seasoned hunter named Gabriel, leapt into action. They raced through the beleaguered city, their motorcycles cutting through the night like vengeful wraiths. As they approached the hospital, the gravity of the situation became evident. Swarms of undead had invaded the hospital, the once sanctuary now turned into a battlefield. The Night Watch detachment charged in without hesitation, their weapons roaring to life. Every corner of the hospital was a scene of chaos and horror. The undead had infiltrated every ward, every corridor. The injured and the healers were both victims now. But as Night Watch fought back, room by room, floor by floor, they began to reclaim the hospital. It was a gruesome fight, the hospital's white walls now splattered with the dark stains of combat. The Night Watch moved methodically, covering each other's backs, their tactics and camaraderie forged in countless encounters with the undead. Despite the horrific situation, there was a glimmer of hope. Survivors were found hidden in rooms and closets, their faces etched with relief at the sight of their rescuers. The Night Watch kept pushing forward, their resolve unyielding, their mission clear: save the survivors, and purge the hospital of the undead. Their determination to protect the city and its people was undeterred, even in the face of this terrifying outbreak. The battle was far from over, but with every undead they put down, the hospital inched closer to being safe once more. The city, as if caught in the middle of an unforgiving storm, was under siege. Amidst the chaos, a distress call echoed through the emergency channels. The last bastion of order, the Lancaster City Police Station, was under attack. The once robust precinct now echoed with the screams of the damned and the defiant roars of the last few officers making their stand. Upon hearing the distress call, Johnny, now known as the Duke, felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The police station was not just a symbol of order, it had been his lifeline, his source of connection to the world before. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed his trusty .44 Magnum and darted across the rooftops towards the besieged station. Back at the police station, the remaining officers formed a tight circle, backs against each other, guns blazing. They stood their ground, their faces etched with determination and fear. But as the undead continued their relentless advance, their numbers started to dwindle. Then, like a bolt from the heavens, the Duke arrived. His eyes, glowing in the darkness, scanned the scene, the .44 Magnum in his hand gleaming ominously. He was a specter of vengeance, an avenger of the night, ready to push back the darkness threatening to consume the precinct. The Duke joined the desperate fight, his .44 Magnum a thunderous announcement of his arrival. The undead, momentarily thrown off by his appearance, hesitated. This break was all the remaining officers needed. Rallying together, they found renewed vigor and pushed back, their gunfire a symphony of survival in the heart of the beleaguered city. The fight was brutal and raw, an epitome of humanity's last stand against the undead. The station echoed with gunshots and snarls, every corner a testament to the gruesome battle taking place. Yet, the Duke and the remaining officers held their ground, their resolve unwavering, their spirits unbowed. As the night wore on, the battle intensified. The police station, once a symbol of law and order, was now a fortress against the undead. The Duke and the remaining officers, standing shoulder to shoulder, held the line. Despite their dwindling numbers, they refused to surrender, determined to protect what was left of their city and their humanity. The battle for the police station was far from over, the final outcome still uncertain. But one thing was clear, they would fight until their last breath. The city of Lancaster was drowning in shadows, a horrifying tableau of what used to be a vibrant city now overrun by the undead. The Duke, Nightwatch, and the remaining officers fought on, holding their ground with the grit and tenacity of the damned. The once mighty M1 Abrams, their steel hulls echoing with the roars of defiance, now lay toppled and silent, a grim testament to the unyielding tide of the undead. The Duke, his .44 Magnum roaring in his hand, fired round after round into the encroaching horde. His eyes, glowing in the eerie darkness, were filled with a furious determination. Beside him, the remaining officers of the Lancaster police fired their weapons, their faces hardened masks of desperation and resolve. In the distance, the Night Watch fought their own battles. Their weapons, like voices in a terrible choir, added to the cacophony of the night. Their figures, illuminated by the harsh, flickering street lights, seemed like ghostly avengers, ethereal and unyielding. The undead were everywhere. They swarmed the streets, toppled barricades, and overran defenses. Their snarls and groans were a terrible symphony that echoed in the chilling night. Every corner of Lancaster was steeped in horror, each street a theater of the macabre. Hope was a fading ember in the terrifying darkness. It seemed as if the night would never end, the city forever trapped in this relentless onslaught. And then, just when despair seemed to tighten its cold grip around the city, the skies roared. The thunderous chop of rotors broke through the symphony of the undead. Squinting against the darkness, the Duke, Nightwatch, and the police watched as squadrons of A-64E Apache attack helicopters descended from the sky. The sight was like a glimmer of dawn at the end of a horrifyingly long night. With their twin turboshaft engines roaring, the Apaches sliced through the darkness, their deadly arsenal pointed towards the undead horde. It was as if angels of retribution had descended upon Lancaster, their wrathful gaze focused on the monstrosities that had claimed the city. As the first rays of dawn started to break through the ghastly gloom, the battle for Lancaster was far from over. But the arrival of the Apaches had reignited the ember of hope. The Duke, Nightwatch, and the police stood tall, their faces hardened with newfound determination. They were ready to reclaim their city, to push back the night and let the dawn break through. As the first rays of dawn stretched across the battle-ridden city, an eerie silence fell over Lancaster. The incessant groans of the undead and the constant crackle of gunfire had become the city's horrifying lullaby. But the dawn didn't bring the quiet peace they had so yearned for, it was just the calm before another storm. The undead were still there, crawling out of the shadows, their grotesque figures outlined in the soft morning light. They seemed unfazed by the rising sun, their relentless pursuit for the living undeterred. Their monstrous silhouettes painted a grim picture against the backdrop of the dawning day, turning the promising sunrise into a scene of harrowing dread. Amid the morning fog, the Duke and the Night Watch stood, wearied yet undeterred, their weapons glistening under the dawn's light. Their faces were marked with a night's worth of struggle, their spirits buoyed only by the burning desire to protect their city. The remaining officers, few but resolute, joined them. Their badges glinted in the nascent light, their uniforms stained with the evidence of the night-long battle. Their eyes, though heavy with fatigue, shone with a determination that was stronger than ever. As the A-64E Apaches soared overhead, their blades chopping through the morning air, a renewed sense of hope surged through the ranks of the living. Their deafening roar was no longer just a harbinger of war but also a call to arms for those ready to reclaim their city. The undead continued their advance, their grotesque forms illuminated in the dawn's soft light. But now, they were not just fighting against the humans, they were challenging the dawn itself, a struggle against nature's indomitable cycle. Gunfire erupted once again, the first volleys of a new day's battle. The Apaches swooped down, their devastating armaments turning large swaths of the undead into nothing but dust. The ground shook with each explosion, the shockwaves rattling the bones of the city. But this was only the beginning. As the new day dawned on Lancaster, so did a renewed will to fight, to push back the nightmarish tide and reclaim their city from the jaws of the undead. With the Duke and the Night Watch leading the battle, the city was ready to fight until the last undead fell. It was a grim morning, but it was theirs, and they would fight to keep it that way. The battle for Lancaster was far from over. As the dawn broke, it didn't bring peace, but it did bring hope. The night had been long, filled with horrors that would haunt them for a lifetime, but the dawn was theirs. And they would fight, with all they had, to keep the daylight in Lancaster. High above the bloody battleground of Lancaster County, a sleek jet from the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDCP, cut through the sky. The crew aboard was comprised of some of the brightest minds in virology, tasked with understanding this horrifying evolution. Their equipment was the most advanced the world had to offer, capable of collecting and analyzing data in real time. The jet was loaded with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment, capable of producing high-resolution scans that penetrated deep into the earth, revealing clusters of the evolved creatures hidden from plain sight. High above the tumultuous scene unfolding in Lancaster, the jet offered a grim perspective on the horrifying extent of the evolution. As they swept over Pennsylvania, their readouts began to churn out unsettling data. There was a noticeable uptick in evolved creature activity, not just in Lancaster, but in cities, towns, and even isolated rural areas across the state. The evolution wasn't just contained within Lancaster County, it was spreading, proliferating in the dense forests and teeming cities of Pennsylvania. This data gave a chilling new perspective. The evolution wasn't slowing down. It was accelerating, transforming the unsuspecting inhabitants of the state into monstrous beings. And most frightening of all was the unpredictability of it all. There seemed to be no pattern, no trigger, just a sudden transformation, as if some ancient genetic switch had been flipped. Suddenly, the epidemic in Lancaster wasn't an isolated incident. It was the first ripple in a vast, dark ocean, hinting at a coming tidal wave that could wash over the entire state. Back in Lancaster, the jet's disturbing findings were communicated to the ground forces, adding a new layer of urgency to their desperate fight. The scope of their battle was now much larger than Lancaster. It was a fight for all of Pennsylvania, possibly for all of humanity. The situation was dire. There was no cure, no vaccine, and only a dim understanding of the evolution. All they had was their courage, their determination, and their unwavering resolve to stand their ground. For now, that was all they needed. The news from the jet only served to fuel their resistance. This was their home, their state, their world, and they would fight to the end to protect it. As the jet disappeared into the horizon, their battle cry echoed across Lancaster, carrying their promise to stand against the coming storm. The fight was far from over, but their resolve was unbroken. They would stand their ground, fight the encroaching darkness, and light a beacon of hope for the rest of Pennsylvania. Over the past several days, the battle for Lancaster raged on with brutal intensity. The Duke, the fearless vigilante who had become the beacon of hope for the beleaguered city, was a blur of motion in the heart of it all. He fought tooth and nail, his burning eyes mirroring the sheer defiance and determination that had come to define the city's stand against the evolved. The city around him was a war zone. The once bustling streets were now overrun by the undead, buildings transformed into fortresses, cars into barricades. The eerie silence of the night was shattered by the deafening sounds of gunfire, the guttural roars of the evolved, and the desperate shouts of the defenders. While Lancaster held its ground, the rest of Pennsylvania had descended into chaos. Cities had been besieged, highways jammed with abandoned vehicles, homes left vacant, their occupants either transformed or fleeing the outbreak. The state had transformed into a giant battlefield, where the line between man and monster blurred with each passing day. Finally, after 3 long days of relentless fighting, the Duke's allies forced him to retreat. He had been at the forefront of every skirmish, his body and mind pushed to the limit. His friends, seeing the toll the unending combat had taken on him, insisted he rest. With a burning protest in his eyes, he acquiesced, retreating to the safe haven they had established in the parking garage. Collapsing onto a makeshift bed, his body finally gave in to exhaustion. His eyes flickered shut, the green glow dimming as sleep claimed him. All around him, the battle raged on. But for a few precious hours, the Duke was allowed a moment's respite, a brief escape from the nightmares that had consumed his city and his life. Unseen to him, his allies watched over him, their faces etched with worry and respect. They knew their fight was far from over, but they also knew they couldn't do it without their Duke. As the battle for Lancaster persisted, echoes of chaos and mayhem could be heard across the entirety of Pennsylvania. The state had turned into a vast, war-ridden landscape where fear reigned supreme. In Philadelphia, once teeming with life and vibrancy, the city of brotherly love had transformed into a city of dread. The iconic Liberty Bell no longer rang out freedom but instead seemed to toll a death knell as throngs of undead moved through its historic streets. Its mighty skyscrapers became makeshift fortresses, their once gleaming glass panes now reflecting the horrors of the city's plight. To the west, Pittsburgh stood equally besieged. The formidable confluence of the Ohio, Allegheny, and Monongahela rivers, once a symbol of the city's resilience and industry, now served as a natural moat against the relentless undead. The city's famed steel bridges transformed into battlegrounds, the clanging of weapons against steel resounding alongside the chilling roars of the evolved. Harrisburg, the state capital, had fallen into panic. The impressive state capitol complex, with its green-domed structure and grand marble staircase, had become a military outpost. Its grand hallways echoed not with legislative debates but the frantic coordination of defense strategies. Erie, nestled on the banks of its namesake lake, was fighting a two-front battle. While soldiers and citizens fought back the undead hordes on land, they had to combat the chaos of mass evacuation attempts by sea, all while the haunting groans of the undead echoed across the waters. Across Pennsylvania, smaller towns and communities like Allentown, Reading, and Scranton faced their own nightmares. Each day was a struggle for survival, each night a chilling reminder of the horror that had befallen them. The undying hope and resilience of Pennsylvanians were put to the ultimate test as they faced their darkest hour. The cacophony of battle echoing in the distance was drowned out by the piercing ringing of the Duke's alarm clock. As his eyes fluttered open, he found himself staring at the familiar figure of a CDC doctor, her face masked, but eyes displaying a mixture of urgency and hope. "Duke, we need you," she stated, her voice barely audible over the clamor of combat outside. Rising groggily, Johnny, the Duke, acknowledged her with a tired nod. He had only just managed to steal a few hours of sleep, yet he knew the importance of his role. As a night prowler, one of the few who had not just survived but seemed to thrive after exposure to the evolutionary virus, his blood, his genes, could hold answers to halting the monstrous evolution of the undead. "The others, they're still out there, fighting," he said, pulling on his combat boots, his gaze flickering to the blurred scene of chaos outside the makeshift lab set up in his old home, the repurposed loom mill. "What's the plan, Doc?" She started outlining the procedure, a complex sequence of tests they had been developing, hoping to isolate and analyze the specific traits in his DNA responsible for his unique abilities and resistance. "This could be our breakthrough, Duke," she emphasized, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "But even if we are correct, and we can create a viable solution, it may take another year or two. This is evolution we're up against, Duke. Turning back its hand is no small feat," she warned, her tone turning serious. Johnny nodded, his face a stoic mask. He understood the gravity of the situation and the significance of his role. Despite the chaos that reigned outside and the daunting odds they were up against, he knew he had to continue fighting, not just on the battleground, but in the lab as well. They needed him. Pennsylvania needed him. The world needed him. The Duke was ready. The next phase of their fight against the undead evolution had just begun. The doctor ushered Johnny into a sanitized room, filled with an assortment of medical equipment. Chrome surfaces gleamed under the harsh fluorescent light, lending a clinical aura to the space. A table sat in the middle, surrounded by various machines, their screens flashing with information too complex for any layman. The doctor helped him onto the table, reassuring him with a steady hand on his shoulder. "We're going to start with a blood test, Duke," she said, her voice steady and calming amidst the metallic hum of the machines. Drawing a vial of his blood, she placed it into a centrifuge, her gloved hands moving with precise, practiced movements. As the machine whirred to life, she turned back to Johnny, preparing him for the next step. A DNA swab, a series of neurological exams, cognitive assessments. They were going to understand his transformation on every conceivable level. Hours turned into days as they pored over the results, comparing Johnny's data to those of the undead, searching for the minute genetic variations that caused such drastically different outcomes. This was evolution in real time, a genetic lottery where the prize was survival or doom. As the days wore on, Johnny spent most of his time hooked up to machines, contributing samples of various types, while the world outside continued its relentless fight. Nights were filled with the distant roars of the undead, the gunfire, and the ceaseless whir of helicopter blades overhead. It was a jarring soundtrack, a constant reminder of the stakes. The days in the lab were grueling. Johnny, despite being the Duke, the Night Prowler, the hero of Lancaster, was still human. His body ached, his head pounded, but he held on, his resilience fueled by the hope that his sacrifice could lead to a breakthrough. Every drop of blood drawn, every swab taken, every moment of discomfort was a step towards understanding this terrifying evolution and, hopefully, finding a way to stop it. Even if it took a year or two, Johnny was ready to endure. Because in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't just about surviving the night, it was about securing the future of humanity. After 5 grueling days, the doctors finally concluded their tests on Johnny. Pale and drained, Johnny was beginning to feel like a human pincushion, punctured and probed. As the doctors gave him a moment to rest, they hurried to a corner of the room, huddled around a laptop, discussing the data they'd collected. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of cautious optimism. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang through the hospital, the sound chilling Johnny to the bone. His tired eyes widened, immediately alert, his instincts kicking in. The screams were followed by the unmistakable guttural growls of the undead. The doctors froze, their eyes wide with fear. "Code Black," one of the guards yelled through the hospital's intercom system, a panic-stricken voice echoing through the halls. The hospital was under attack. The clinical calm of the room was shattered as Johnny leapt off the table, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Adrenaline surged through him, fueling his muscles. He was a night prowler, evolved for this fight. He glanced at the terrified doctors. "Get your data and hide. I'll handle this." The medical staff quickly gathered their precious research, securing the hard drives and notes as Johnny made his way toward the chaos. He could hear the guards struggling to hold back the undead, their terrified screams intermixed with the sounds of gunshots. The hospital, a sanctuary in the middle of this war zone, was being overrun. But they had the data, the potential key to fight this terrifying evolution. As the Duke, Johnny knew it was his duty to protect it, to ensure it reached the outside world. His muscles tightened, his senses heightened, and his green eyes glowed with determination under the flickering hospital lights. The war for survival continued. The battle for survival was a grueling, gruesome spectacle. All over the city, once peaceful streets were turned into battlefields as the undead clashed with the remaining forces. The Duke, a beacon of hope among the survivors, had to lead the charge. He rallied the Night Watch, coordinating the defense and using their enhanced abilities to protect those who could not protect themselves. A group of the undead managed to break through the western perimeter. In response, a squadron of Night Watch members sped to the location, tearing through the undead. The relentless assault of the undead seemed to never end. One wave was met and beaten, only for another to rise in its place. In the city center, the M1 Abrams tanks became fortresses against the undead onslaught. The remaining police officers, now well versed in fighting the undead, shot with deadly accuracy, their faces etched with grim determination. Elsewhere, the sound of helicopter blades whirred over the noise of the ongoing battle. The AH-64E attack helicopters strafed through the skies, providing crucial air support. The powerful 30mm chain guns spat death from above, mowing down the undead who had managed to breach the city's defensive lines. The Duke, now recovered from his intensive testing, was back on the front lines. Every ounce of his being was devoted to the fight, his body moving in a deadly dance of survival. His evolved abilities were being pushed to the limit as he fought wave after wave of the undead. But the sun was beginning to rise, and for the first time in days, there was a lull in the fighting. The undead, it seemed, were momentarily pushed back, giving the exhausted defenders a respite. The battle was not over, and the war was far from won. But they had survived the night. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, there was a momentary calm in the city. The fight would go on, but for now, the living could take a breath, regroup, and prepare for the next onslaught. Johnny was caught off guard by a particularly vicious group of the undead. They were more savage, more relentless than the others he had fought so far. Their decaying teeth sank into his flesh more than once, each bite sending a jolt of pain through his body. Yet, Johnny fought on, the pain only making him more determined. With each bite, he felt a surge of energy, a primal force pushing him closer to the edge. He felt something within him change, his body reacting to the numerous bites, adapting and evolving. A savage, wild fury ignited in him, but he held on, refusing to let the animal within take over. As the battle raged on, his consciousness began to waver. Images flickered through his mind, visions of places he'd never been, memories he'd never lived. He saw wastelands and towering structures, heard strange noises, voices echoing around him. A different world, a different him. He was in a place that was both familiar and utterly alien to him. He saw himself, but it wasn't him, not the Johnny he knew. This Johnny wore a different outfit, fought different battles, against different enemies. He was strong, brave, unyielding, much like himself, yet somehow different. This was not his life, yet he lived it. This was not his world, yet he felt at home. It was as if he was straddling two different existences, a duality that sent a shiver of confusion and recognition through him. But he didn't have time to ponder on the visions now. The fight was still on, and he had to focus on the present, on the real, on the fight in front of him. He pushed the strange visions aside, channeling all his energy into holding back the tide of the undead. As he battled on, the sun began to rise, casting long shadows over the battlefield. The fight was far from over, but Johnny, the Duke, the Night Prowler, was ready. Despite the bites, despite the confusing visions, he was ready to do whatever it took to ensure the survival of his city and its people. His fight was far from over. The echoes of another life, another him, would have to wait. The Duke fought on, his body moving in a rhythm born from months of relentless battle. His vision flickered again and he was somewhere else, yet he fought on, as though he had one foot in this world, and the other somewhere far removed. He saw a wasteland stretched out before him. A desolate, barren expanse of destruction and despair. He saw himself, or a version of himself, looking out across the vast, ruined landscape. He was standing on a rocky outcrop, a makeshift weapon in his hand, eyes piercing through the endless dark. It was the same vision as before, but somehow more intense, more real. He saw people, if they could be called that, disfigured, brutal, their faces twisted with rage and hunger. They were not the undead he knew, but something different, something more terrifying. He saw towering structures made of scrap metal and junk, makeshift homes in the middle of the barren land. He saw symbols he couldn't understand, an eagle, a gear, a sword, emblazoned on banners and uniforms. Groups of people gathered under these symbols, fighting, struggling, surviving. There was a sense of order amidst the chaos, factions vying for control, for survival. He saw flashes of a strange procedure, a memory that wasn't his own. He was lying on a cold, hard table, the sterile scent of a medical facility filling his nose. He remembered fear, anticipation, and then darkness. And when he woke up, the world was brighter, clearer, as though the night had turned into day. He saw battles, endless and brutal. He saw himself standing strong amidst the chaos, a beacon of hope, a symbol of defiance. He saw sacrifices, loss, victories, and defeats. He saw a world struggling to survive, to find a sense of normalcy in the midst of despair. But as clear as these visions were, they remained vague, as though he was looking through a foggy window. He knew these images, these memories weren't his own, yet he felt a connection, a sense of familiarity that was hard to shake off. These visions were terrifying, but they also filled him with a fierce determination. He couldn't let his world become the one he saw in his visions. He couldn't let the undead take over, couldn't let his world descend into chaos and despair. Whatever it took, he would fight, for himself, for his people, for his world. And so, the visions continued, each more vivid and terrifying than the last. He found himself in a city, its towering buildings reduced to crumbling ruins. He was moving through the desolate streets, his footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. He could see himself, or rather, his other self, prowling through the rubble-strewn streets, ever vigilant, ready to face the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The sense of despair was palpable, a heavy weight that threatened to crush him. He saw himself in a room filled with flickering monitors and buzzing machinery. A cold, mechanical hand reached out, a strange device clasped in its grip. He could feel the cold metal against his skin, the sharp sting as the device was pressed into his flesh, the rush of pain followed by an inexplicable sense of empowerment. The visions showed him endless battles against strange creatures. There were beasts with maws too large for their grotesque bodies, creatures with scales and spines, others with multiple eyes that glowed with an eerie light. Each encounter, each fight was a desperate struggle for survival, a test of his resolve and strength. Then came the vision of a massive structure, a fortress built from scrap and ruin. He could see himself at the helm, leading a group of hardened survivors against an army of the monstrous creatures. There was fire, there was blood, and above all, there was determination. Through these visions, he saw factions and tribes, survivors and warriors, madmen and saviors. He saw people, humans, holding on to their humanity against all odds. He saw himself, or this other self, fighting, not just for survival, but for a chance to rebuild, to start anew. The visions were a cacophony of images, sounds, and emotions, all whirling together in his mind. But amidst the chaos and the horror, he found purpose. The other world was a warning, a terrifying glimpse of what could be if they failed. And it only strengthened his resolve. For the sake of his world, for the sake of the people he swore to protect, he would not let this future come to pass. He would fight, with every last ounce of strength, every last breath, to keep his world from becoming the one he saw in his visions. He would stand against the undead, against the darkness, until the very end. In a particularly intense vision, Johnny found himself in a dusty, abandoned street. His other self stood opposite him, a figure mirroring his own. The setting sun cast long shadows that danced on the derelict buildings around them. A cold wind whistled through the deserted streets, carrying with it the echoes of a world that once was. Both figures stood still, their eyes locked. Each held a weapon in their hands, a glinting .44 Magnum, its polished surface reflecting the dying light. The weapons, though identical, seemed to tell different stories. The one in Johnny's hand was roughened from constant use, its surface marred with scratches from countless battles. The one held by his other self, however, gleamed with an almost unnatural sheen, untouched by the harsh realities of their world. As the tension between the two figures grew, Johnny could sense a sudden shift. It wasn't aggression, it wasn't fear. It was recognition, understanding, a mutual acknowledgement of the burden they both shared. And then, as if triggered by an unseen signal, both figures moved. The sound of their magnums echoed through the empty streets, a resounding symphony of power and determination. For a moment, time seemed to stop, the outcome of their standoff hanging in the balance. When reality snapped back, both figures still stood, their magnums lowered, the echoes of their standoff slowly fading away. Johnny could feel an unspoken connection between them, a shared resolve echoing across realities. They were both soldiers, fighters standing against the tide of darkness, bound by their shared destiny. As the vision faded, Johnny found himself back in his world, the sound of the gunfire and the roar of the undead filling his ears. But the echo of that standoff remained, a silent vow reverberating in his mind. He wouldn't let his world succumb to the darkness. He wouldn't let his reality become the one he saw in his visions. This mysterious encounter, though vague and indistinct, only solidified Johnny's resolve. His other self, the figure from the visions, was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And Johnny intended to honor that spirit, no matter the cost. The heavy, rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades slicing through the air echoed in the distance, growing louder and more insistent. A rumbling, like a distant thunderstorm, rolled over the city as an armada of Humvees rumbled down the streets. The sounds were punctuated by the sharp whistles of command and the screeching of radio feedback. Johnny emerged from the bowels of the hospital, his wounds bandaged, and his body aching. Above him, the sky was a maelstrom of activity as dozens of Apache helicopters whirred overhead. On the ground, M1 Abrams tanks rolled through the streets, their turrets swiveling as they searched for their undead targets. Squads of soldiers clad in full tactical gear moved with precision, their faces set with grim determination. "We've got company," Johnny muttered, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched the armored battalion storm the city. He adjusted his grip on his trusty .44 Magnum, his eyes scanning the perimeter. He wasn't alone anymore. The might of the U.S. Army had finally arrived. And yet, amidst the symphony of war, there was a strange sense of calmness within him. It was the calm before the storm, a silence that whispered promises of the imminent violence and destruction. It was a silence that Johnny knew all too well. For the next several hours, Lancaster City turned into a war zone. Helicopters swooped down from the sky, unleashing their payloads onto hordes of undead. Tanks rolled over the lifeless bodies, crushing them under their heavy treads. Soldiers engaged in close-quarter combat, their rifles barking as they pushed back the horde. Meanwhile, Johnny, the Duke of Lancaster, and the Night Watch were in the thick of the fight. The visions of the other world, the one of desolation and survival, ignited a spark of determination within him. Each undead he put down was a step towards ensuring that his world wouldn't turn into the bleak reality of his visions. Through the chaos and the cacophony of war, Johnny fought, fueled by the strength of his conviction. He would fight, he would survive, and he would protect his world from turning into the nightmare he had seen. No matter what, he would not let the undead win. The continuous cacophony of war waged on, each day blurring into the next. The nights were punctuated by the sound of gunshots and the drone of helicopters, and the days were bathed in the eerie glow of a city on fire. However, the battle began to take a turn. Johnny and the Night Watch fought with unyielding ferocity, their intimate knowledge of the city streets and the behaviors of the undead giving them an edge. But it was the combined force of the U.S. Army that tipped the scale. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the undead were being pushed back. The city, once teeming with the mindless infected, began to clear. Street by street, block by block, the U.S. Army pushed the undead out of Lancaster. In a few blood-soaked days, a monumental change occurred. The battered and tired soldiers, along with the local law enforcement and Night Watch, managed to establish a perimeter around the city. Sniper posts were established on rooftops, barricades were erected in the streets, and constant patrols were initiated. Lancaster City, once the epicenter of the undead nightmare, was now a fortified sanctuary amid the horrors outside. In the days that followed, the city saw more changes. Abandoned buildings were transformed into temporary housing for the soldiers and civilians. Food and medical supplies were airdropped regularly. Clean water was a luxury, but at least they had enough to survive. The city started to breathe again, the grim determination of its defenders birthing a sense of hope in its inhabitants. Johnny, despite his exhaustion, felt a surge of relief. Lancaster, the city he had vowed to protect, was safe again. But his heart ached for the rest of Pennsylvania. This victory was a beacon of hope, but the war was far from over. As he looked out over the city from his perch atop the fortified police station, he knew they still had a long way to go. But for now, they had won a crucial battle. The undead had been pushed back, and Lancaster City was a safe zone. The next few days passed in a solemn haze as the city prepared to honor the lives lost in the battle against the undead. The open ground beside the newly fortified police station was chosen as the site for the commemoration, transformed into a sea of candles as dusk fell. Hundreds of people gathered, huddled in clusters, their faces illuminated by the soft, flickering light. Each held a candle, a tiny beacon of remembrance against the encroaching darkness. A makeshift stage had been set up, its crude simplicity a stark reminder of the world they now lived in. The ceremony began with a moment of silence. A heavy stillness hung in the air, the gathered crowd taking a collective breath as they honored their fallen friends and family. This silence was not an absence of sound, but a tangible presence, a soundless symphony of grief and loss that resonated with everyone present. Then, the names began to be read. Each one rang out clearly in the quiet night, a somber tolling bell marking the passage of those they had lost. Among these were the names of nearly half the Night Watch team. Brave individuals who had taken up the mantle of protection when their city needed them the most. As the last name was read, a profound sadness washed over the crowd, their collective grief palpable in the still night air. But interspersed with this grief was a sense of fierce determination, a resolve to ensure that these losses were not in vain. Johnny stood, feeling the weight of each name that was read aloud. Friends, comrades, people he had fought alongside. He looked around at the sea of candles, each one a small testament to a life cut short, their collective glow fighting back against the darkness. The funeral ended with a chorus of voices singing a hymn of remembrance. The notes rose and fell, a poignant melody carried on the night breeze. As the last notes faded into the night, people began to disperse, each carrying their candle with them, a piece of the collective light they had created together. The city had lost much, but they had also gained a sense of unity, a shared determination, a bond forged in the fires of shared adversity. The loss of their comrades had shaken them, but it had also strengthened their resolve to keep fighting, to keep surviving, in their memory. As Johnny walked away from the ceremony, he looked back at the field of candles one last time. Their light flickered against the night, a steadfast reminder of the lives lost and a beacon of hope for the battles to come. The next day, a tall, gray wall was erected beside the police station, standing tall and proud against the backdrop of the battle-scarred city. The Wall of Remembrance, they called it, and its purpose was simple, to forever etch in stone the names of those who had given their lives to keep Lancaster safe. Cranes and other heavy machinery, remnants of a world before the outbreak, were repurposed to lift the massive slabs of concrete into place. The whole city seemed to hold its breath as the wall was constructed, an odd silence falling over the crowd of onlookers. Upon its completion, a single artist began the painstaking task of inscribing the names of the fallen. Using a set of diamond-tipped engraving tools, he carefully chiseled each name into the concrete, each letter a testament to their sacrifice. The artist worked tirelessly through the day and into the night, his dedication echoing the spirit of the city's lost defenders. As the list of names grew, citizens gathered, their eyes scanning the growing list of names. Tears were shed, stories shared, and in some cases, quiet laughter rang out as cherished memories were recalled. It was a collective catharsis, a chance to share in their grief, but also in their pride. One by one, the names of the fallen members of Night Watch were inscribed into the wall. Seeing these names etched in stone, their sacrifices made real and tangible, it was a sight that stirred the heart. These were not just names, they were reminders of courage, determination, and selflessness, traits that had become the cornerstone of their survival. When the last name was finally inscribed, the crowd gathered in silence. The Wall of Remembrance now stood complete, a solemn tribute to their fallen heroes. People began to leave tokens of remembrance at the base of the wall, turning it into a makeshift shrine. Flowers, photos, handwritten letters, and other mementos formed a colorful tapestry at the base of the wall. As dusk fell, the wall was illuminated, the names of the fallen glowed, standing out in stark relief against the concrete. It was a sight that struck a chord in everyone present. The Wall of Remembrance was a testament to their loss, but it was also a symbol of their resilience, a monument to their defiance against the darkness. Johnny Vanjik looked upon the wall, his heart heavy yet filled with a renewed determination. The sight of those names etched in stone, immortalizing the brave men and women who had stood by his side, was a powerful reminder of the stakes they were fighting for. They were not just defending their city, they were fighting for their fallen comrades, for their memory, for their legacy. It was a fight they could not, would not, afford to lose. Johnny Vanjik stood on the rooftop of the former police station, looking out at the city of Lancaster. The fires had been quenched, the barricades had been fortified, and the survivors had started to rebuild. The city was bruised, but it was not broken. However, the fight was far from over. Outside the city walls, the rest of Pennsylvania was still a battleground. The thought stirred a fire within him. He knew his duty was not done, his fight was not yet over. With the memories of the past few months vivid in his mind, he prepared for his next journey. The hunters and the remaining members of Night Watch would hold down the fort, protecting the people of Lancaster, while he ventured into the undead-ridden state. He turned to look at the wall of remembrance one last time. The faces of those who had perished in the fight for their city imprinted in his mind. Each one of them a constant reminder of the cost of this war, and the price of failure. Fueled by a grim determination, he packed his gear, weapons, food, medical supplies. He had survived the harshest months of the epidemic, fought off hordes of the undead, and he was prepared to do it all again. To him, there was no other option. He was a hunter, a survivor, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness. He was the Duke. As the dawn broke over Lancaster, Johnny Vanjik was ready to set off. He took one last look at the safe haven they had managed to create amidst the chaos. This city was a symbol of their resilience, a testament to their survival. But out there, in the rest of Pennsylvania, people were still fighting, still struggling, still hoping for a savior. And he was ready to be just that. With a last nod to the men and women of Night Watch, he slipped into the wilderness, his heart filled with a relentless determination. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but there was no turning back now. He was ready to bring the fight to the undead, ready to reclaim their world. His journey was just beginning. And he was ready for whatever the world would throw at him. The Duke was on the move, and nothing would stand in his way. As Johnny Vanjik, known as the Duke, made his way into Millersville, he could see that the once vibrant town was now a shadow of its former self. Streets that once bustled with students were now eerily quiet, and the towering structure of Penn Manor High School stood as a grim reminder of what was lost. The Duke had been traveling for several hours, constantly vigilant for any signs of the undead. From his experiences in Lancaster, he knew all too well the cunning and resilience these creatures possessed. As he neared the school, he observed the grim spectacle that lay before him. The football field was overrun with the undead, roaming aimlessly or pounding on the doors of the school, where survivors might still be hiding. It was an unsettling sight, but the Duke knew what he had to do. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, brandishing his weapons. His glowing eyes focused on the horde before him, a grim resolve set on his face. The following hours were a blur of adrenaline and chaos. He moved with the skill and precision of a seasoned hunter, his every step calculated, his every move deadly. He fought tirelessly, his weapons a mere blur as he dispatched the undead one by one. He was a whirlwind of devastation in the midst of the horde, carving a path through the sea of undead. By the time night fell, the high school grounds were silent once more, littered with the bodies of the fallen undead. The Duke, battered and bloody but unbroken, stood victorious. He had managed to reclaim Penn Manor High School. As he surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but mourn the lives that had been lost, the dreams that had been shattered, and the innocence that had been stolen. But amidst the sorrow, there was a glimmer of hope, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. Exhausted yet undeterred, the Duke pressed on, aware that this was just one of the many battles he would have to fight. His journey had only just begun, and he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Word had gotten out about Johnny's arrival in Millersville and his battle at the high school. By the time the military convoy arrived at Penn Manor High School, they found the place eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of settling debris and the haunting echo of lost voices. What was left of the undead lay scattered across the grounds. Broken and beaten, they were the remnants of the army Johnny had single-handedly defeated. They had arrived expecting a fight, but found only the aftermath of one. There, on the exterior brick wall of the school, the military spotted a familiar symbol, a tag spray-painted with a certain rebellious flair, the Duke. The words were written large and clear, a bold testament to Johnny Vanjik's involvement in clearing the school. "Looks like the Duke beat us to it," one of the soldiers remarked with a hint of respect in his voice. They had known of Johnny Vanjik, of course. His work with the CDC and military back in Lancaster had earned him a reputation. The tales of his bravery, his glowing eyes, his resilience to the virus, it had all seemed like stuff of legends. But the cleared high school and the spray-painted tag stood as proof of his reality. In the following days, the military transformed the cleared high school into another safe zone. They fortified the buildings, set up medical tents and started ration distribution. As the safe zone became more established, stories of Johnny Vanjik's heroics spread. The Duke, as he was called, became a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, a symbol of resistance against the undead evolution that ravaged their world. With each new day, his legend grew, carried forward by the whispers of those who found safety within the walls of Penn Manor High School. The setting sun cast long shadows over the quiet town, the orange hue of twilight washing over the cracked and abandoned buildings. The streets were deserted, the undead driven out or hiding, as Johnny Vanjik, known as the Duke, stood before a large, untouched wall. He held a can of spray paint in his hand, its contents rattling with every shake. He started with a circle, wide and encompassing, before adding a horizontal line halfway through and vertical lines jutting from the center. The familiar symbol of a vault, an emblem of the world from his visions, soon adorned the wall. As the last line was etched, he stepped back, observing his work, then added 3 numbers in the center of the design, 717. As he painted the numbers, a wave of vertigo hit him, the world blurring around the edges. It was happening again, another vision. He squeezed his eyes shut, steadying himself against the wall. When he opened them again, it wasn't the wall of the small town in Lancaster County he was looking at, but another scene, another world, another Johnny. This Johnny, hardened by the wastes, clad in a worn outfit, his eyes glowing the same eerie green as his own, stood at a distance. They locked eyes, 2 versions of the same person separated by worlds and realities. In the silence that stretched between them, Johnny could see the weight of a world's hopes resting on this other Johnny's shoulders. It was a burden he recognized all too well. He reached out, the action more instinct than thought. "Who are you?" he asked, voice echoing in the empty space between them. The other Johnny tilted his head, a silent acknowledgement of his words. He then held up a vial, the green liquid inside glowing ominously. It was an echo of their shared reality, a twisted mirror reflecting the virus that had thrown their respective worlds into chaos. Johnny Vanjik didn't need to hear the other Johnny's answer. He understood. The vial, the wasteland, the burden, it was the same story, only told in a different way. As the vision faded, the last thing he saw was the other Johnny's glowing eyes, holding a resilience that mirrored his own. Back in Lancaster County, he stood before the vault symbol he'd painted on the wall. The night had settled in, the quiet only broken by the distant sounds of nocturnal creatures. In the darkness, his eyes glowed an eerie green, mirroring the color of the 717 painted on the wall. The Duke took one last look at the symbol and the numbers on the wall before turning away, leaving it as a silent testament to the fight they were all part of. The 2 Johnnies, the 2 worlds, they were more connected than he could have imagined, and it was a connection he was ready to explore further. As he disappeared into the night, he carried with him the knowledge of his doppelganger in that other world, the echoes of their shared burdens, and the shared fight for survival. The worlds might be different, the circumstances unique, but their fight was the same. And the Duke was just getting started. During the closing days of 1915, nestled within the eerie confines of the Western Front, trenches and dugouts scarred the earth. The ubiquitous odor of damp earth, the sharp tang of gunpowder, the bitter hint of fear, and the putrid smell of death hung heavy in the air. Soldiers, both seasoned and fresh, kept a vigilant eye on no man's land, a narrow strip of terrain separating friend from foe, life from death. Above, the overcast sky bore witness to the sheer human tenacity of survival and the depths of man's inhumanity to man. On the Allied side, Private Arthur Brown, a lanky yet muscular young man from Birmingham, was a part of the 10th Battalion of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. He found himself huddled in a dugout with several others, their eyes fixated on the no man's land. Brown was a man of few words, his world centered on family, duty, and survival. Amidst the din of war, Brown carried within him the love for his young wife and newborn child back home, his constant beacon in the dreadful darkness of war. His comrade in arms, the stout and ruddy-faced Corporal Samuel Morris, often filled the silence with tales from his home in Bristol. Morris was the seasoned veteran among them, a man who had seen too much, yet still held on to hope. His stories of home were the only reprieve from their otherwise monotonous and perilous existence. Several miles behind the lines, in a makeshift laboratory that was once a schoolhouse, a brilliant yet overlooked scientist, Dr. Isidore Leblanc, toiled away on a breakthrough that could possibly end the war. The Frenchman, with his trademark round glasses and disheveled hair, was trying to harness the rabies virus into a debilitating yet non-lethal weapon, using bacteria and dead animal cells. Leblanc's intention was honorable, albeit grim. He was not a man of war but understood the need to fight. By creating a weapon that incapacitated rather than killed, he hoped to shorten the war, save lives, and restore the peace he so yearned for. The French government, desperate for a quick end to the conflict, had given Leblanc all the support he needed, despite the moral ambiguity of his work. One day, as the bitter winter started setting in, Private Brown found a frail, shivering puppy in the trenches. The pup was probably a stray from a nearby village that had been abandoned due to the war. Arthur, having a soft spot for animals, decided to keep the pup, hoping to protect it from the chaos outside. He named it Lucky. Back in the laboratory, Dr. Leblanc, engrossed in his experiments, failed to notice the delicate balance he had disrupted. The bacteria he was using were not just carriers for the rabies virus, they were evolving, mutating under the influence of the virus. The once harmless strains were now becoming something more potent, something darker, which started to reanimate the dead animal cells they were housed in. Unbeknownst to Leblanc, he had set the stage for something that could alter the course of history. Weeks later, the scientists were ready to test the new weapon, designed to incapacitate enemy soldiers with a controlled and temporary form of rabies. The choice of testing was perhaps a twist of fate or a cruel irony. The trenches of the 10th Battalion of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment were chosen. The soldiers were instructed that they were part of an essential mission, something that could bring about an end to the brutal war. Trusting in their superiors, they agreed, oblivious to the potential ramifications. The inoculation was delivered through food and water. As the soldiers, including Brown and Morris, unknowingly ingested the bacteria rabies concoction, Leblanc observed from a safe distance. The goal was simple, to observe the effect of the virus on the soldiers, hoping to witness a temporary but severe form of illness that would render the subject incapacitated, akin to a high fever or an intense flu. Meanwhile, the trenches continued to bear witness to the everyday horrors of the war. Brown and Morris, along with their fellow soldiers, stood their ground bravely, enduring the biting cold, the unending gunfire, and now, the onset of a strange sickness. Yet, there was something comforting in the presence of Lucky, who seemed to lighten the mood with his playful antics. Even as the sickness spread, the soldiers found solace in their shared camaraderie and the innocent joy that Lucky brought. Little did they know, they were on the precipice of a catastrophe far beyond the horrors of war they were already facing. In the weeks that followed, an unusual pattern began to emerge among the soldiers. Initially, the symptoms seemed mundane: fever, dizziness, disorientation, similar to a severe flu. Dr. Leblanc was initially pleased, believing his creation was working as intended. The soldiers were becoming temporarily incapacitated, exactly as he had planned. However, as days turned into weeks, Brown, Morris, and their comrades were not recovering. Instead, their conditions began to deteriorate. Brown, once a muscular and robust figure, was now reduced to a frail skeleton, his uniform hanging loosely on his skeletal frame. Morris, the stout storyteller, had lost his cheerful spark, replaced by a vacant gaze. His tales of Bristol were replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air of the dugouts. Yet amidst the misery, life found a way. Lucky, the trench puppy, continued to thrive. He was a beacon of hope in the abysmal conditions of the trenches. Brown, even in his deteriorating health, made sure Lucky was fed and taken care of. Their bond was a testament to the resilience of spirit in the direst of situations. Meanwhile, at the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc began to suspect something had gone awry. The soldiers' conditions weren't improving as they should have if his virus was working correctly. Their debilitation wasn't temporary but seemed to be lingering and worsening. Deeply troubled, LeBlanc decided to investigate the trenches himself. Upon his arrival, the sight of the trenches sent chills down LeBlanc's spine. The once vigilant soldiers were now shells of their former selves, their eyes sunken and their bodies emaciated. The trenches reeked of disease and despair, a stark contrast to the lively tales he had heard about the spirit of the soldiers. The trenches, the soldiers, even Lucky, bore no resemblance to the stories of camaraderie he had envisioned. A sense of dread filled LeBlanc as he realized the gravity of his actions. As the weeks turned into a couple of months, the situation worsened. Brown, Morris, and the others were caught in a state of delirium, their cognitive faculties deteriorating rapidly. They barely recognized each other, their families fading away into a distant memory. They existed, but they were no longer the men they used to be. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, soldiers began to report strange occurrences in the dead of night. There were whispers of shadows moving about in no man's land, figures that seemed to roam aimlessly, their forms distorted and movements erratic. The tales were dismissed as a product of fevered minds and trench fatigue, yet an undercurrent of unease was palpable among the ranks. Despite the overwhelming odds, life continued in the trenches. Lucky, who was now a full-grown dog, had become a symbol of hope and resilience. Even as Brown's health declined, he managed to take care of Lucky, who in return, never left Brown's side. Their bond was the last thread of humanity that lingered in the shadow of an impending doom. The stage was set. The trenches of World War I, once filled with brave soldiers, were now turning into the breeding ground of an unimaginable horror. Unknown to them, the specter of a horrifying plague loomed in the darkness, ready to consume them and the world they knew. Back in the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc pored over his research, trying to discern where he went wrong. The men were suffering, their vitality draining away with each passing day. Yet, in the cruelest of ironies, death did not seem to claim them. Their hearts still beat, albeit feebly, their lungs still drew breath, albeit shallow. It was as if they were stuck in a macabre dance between life and death. Meanwhile, the Allies' top brass, initially hopeful about the biological weapon, grew increasingly anxious as reports of the soldiers' worsening conditions reached them. There was talk of evacuating the affected trenches and quarantining the soldiers. But time and resources were not on their side. With the Central Powers pushing hard on several fronts, they could not afford to divert their focus. Within the cold, damp trenches, a cloud of despair hung over the soldiers, a shroud that even the ever-loyal Lucky couldn't dispel. His antics, once a source of relief and joy, now seemed to fall on blind eyes and deaf ears. The dog seemed to sense the change too. He grew anxious, often whining and pacing the length of the dugout. Brown, despite his deteriorating health, remained tethered to consciousness through his bond with Lucky. His fevered dreams were haunted by his wife's face and the cries of his newborn child. Yet every time he woke, it was Lucky's worried eyes that greeted him. In Bristol, Morris's family awaited his return, completely unaware of the battle their beloved soldier was fighting against his own body. His youngest daughter kept a daily tally on the calendar, marking each passing day with a sense of anticipation and dread, often wondering why her father's letters had stopped coming. As the disease progressed, the affected soldiers began to showcase more alarming symptoms. They developed an aversion to light, their eyes possessing a vacant yet frenzied stare. Their bodies, despite being emaciated, displayed an unnatural strength when they were provoked or agitated. Yet, they never turned violent against their comrades, their muddled minds somehow clinging to a shred of humanity. Rumors continued to circulate among the other soldiers about the ghostly figures that roamed no man's land. The figures were said to move with a certain pattern, almost as if they were patrolling. These tales, previously dismissed as hallucinations, started gaining credibility as more soldiers reported seeing the same phenomenon. Back in his lab, Dr. LeBlanc was reaching a horrifying conclusion. His intention to create a virus that debilitates was successful, but the duration and the extent of the debilitation were beyond his worst fears. The virus was not only thriving in the host but also altering them fundamentally at a physiological and psychological level. LeBlanc, racked with guilt, threw himself into finding a solution. But each attempt to curb the virus effects ended in vain. It was as if the virus was evolving, learning, and countering every method he used against it. The horrifying reality began to dawn on him: the virus was not something that could be controlled or cured. It was a force that he had unwittingly unleashed upon the world. The dance with death had just begun, and the toll was about to rise. The winter of 1916 was particularly harsh, the icy winds and frequent snowstorms adding to the gloom in the trenches. Communication between the afflicted soldiers and the outside world was cut off entirely, turning the trenches into an isolated world of their own. With the worsening weather, even supply runs became scarce, leaving the soldiers to fend for themselves. Yet, the men barely complained or protested. It was as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Life within the trenches had taken a turn for the surreal. The daily routine of a soldier's life was replaced with an almost monastic regimentation. The soldiers rarely spoke, their vocal cords strained by the persistent cough that racked their bodies. Their meals, once shared amidst tales and laughter, were now taken in silence. Yet, amid the inexplicable change, the soldiers did not turn on each other. The disease seemed to have created a silent bond among them, their shared suffering a macabre form of camaraderie. Lucky, the trench dog, stuck by Brown's side, his loyalty unwavering despite the change in his master. Brown, who was now a specter of his former self, found solace in Lucky's presence. Despite his growing weakness, he would often pet Lucky, the act offering him a semblance of normalcy amidst the increasing chaos. Morris, on the other hand, was barely recognizable. His once robust form was now replaced with a frail figure, his vacant eyes reflecting the hollow shell that he had become. His family's letters, unread and unopened, lay at the bottom of his kit bag, a poignant reminder of a life he could hardly recall. Within the makeshift laboratory, Dr. LeBlanc was grappling with the reality of his creation. His initial hope of finding a cure had all but faded. Each experiment, each antidote, each vaccine, all had failed. His creation was not just a virus, it was a force of nature, ever evolving, ever adapting, and seemingly invincible. His guilt was gradually replaced by a sense of dread for the potential catastrophe he had instigated. The sightings of figures in no man's land grew more frequent. The figures were not just seen at night, but in the harsh light of day as well. Their erratic movement and lack of reaction to the chilling cold or the biting winds added to the growing fear among the soldiers. They were witnessing something unnatural, something their trained minds struggled to comprehend. With each passing day, the soldiers' conditions continued to worsen. Their bodies, once strong and resilient, were now shriveled and gaunt. Their minds, once sharp and quick, were now clouded and confused. Yet, they were not dying. Their hearts continued to beat, their lungs still drew breath, and their bodies, despite their alarming condition, continued to function. The specter of a horrifying plague was slowly revealing itself, inching closer to the world with each passing moment. In the wake of this slow-growing terror, one question remained: what would happen once the war ended, and these men were sent home? The grim possibilities of this scenario were chilling. The virus, a product of the war, threatened to follow the soldiers back home, turning a post-war world into a breeding ground for a horror far beyond human comprehension. And in the face of such a threat, humanity could only watch and wait. As winter stretched on, the afflicted soldiers within the trenches seemed to drift further from the realm of the living. The harsh conditions only exacerbated their symptoms, leaving them little more than shadows. food rations went largely untouched, and sleep seemed to elude most. Yet, the flame of life within them flickered stubbornly, refusing to be extinguished. In Bristol, the Morris family's worry deepened. The last letter they had received was dated months ago. The cheerful, jovial words on the faded paper were a painful contrast to the silence that had followed. Their inquiries to the military headquarters were met with vague assurances of his well-being, increasing their sense of dread. Within the trenches, Lucky's presence remained a bittersweet constant. The dog, unfazed by the unsettling changes around him, continued his daily routine. He would make his rounds of the dugouts, his wagging tail a stark contrast to the gloom. Despite the worsening condition of Brown, Lucky stayed close, as if understanding that his master needed him more than ever. In the field lab, Dr. LeBlanc's desperation grew. Each failed experiment was a painful reminder of his horrific mistake. Yet, he held on to a shred of hope. He switched his focus to containment, hoping to limit the spread of the virus beyond the trenches. He formulated plans to isolate the afflicted soldiers, believing that if he could prevent them from reaching the civilian population, the looming catastrophe might be averted. On the front lines, the tales of ghostly figures patrolling no man's land continued to circulate, the whispers growing louder with each passing day. These tales were now accompanied by accounts of odd noises, strange growls and echoes that resonated from the deserted battlefield at night. The uncanny events sent a chill down the soldiers' spines, adding to the mounting sense of dread. Meanwhile, the top brass was grappling with the mounting crisis. With the war showing no signs of abating, the reports of the soldiers' worsening condition were an added strain. To add to the dilemma, they were unable to explain the situation to the Central Powers. A ceasefire was unthinkable, yet continuing to fight while a mysterious ailment ravaged their ranks was proving to be a Herculean task. As the men in the trenches descended further into the depths of the plague, their humanity held on, albeit by a fragile thread. Despite the mind-numbing confusion and debilitating physical symptoms, they refrained from attacking each other. They lived in their shared misery, the trenches turning into a macabre sanctuary. The world outside, blissfully unaware of the ticking time bomb, carried on. Families awaited their soldiers, dreaming of joyous reunions. Governments strategized their next moves, their focus solely on the war. Little did they know that a monstrous plague was slowly inching towards them, ready to shatter their world into 1,000 irreparable pieces. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the dance of death continued, its horrifying symphony reaching a crescendo that was yet to be heard. The change of seasons brought little respite for the soldiers in the trenches. As winter slowly gave way to spring, the relentless cold was replaced by incessant rain. The trenches, already in a dismal state, became an even more inhospitable environment. Yet, the men trapped within their muddy confines continued to exist, their spirits tethered to their bodies by a threadbare connection. The sight of the first crocuses pushing through the frozen ground should have been a source of hope, a reminder of life's resilience. However, for the men in the trenches, it only served to underline their tragic circumstances. While nature flourished around them, they were locked in a morbid stasis, neither fully alive nor completely dead. One evening, the eerie quiet that had fallen over no man's land was broken by the ominous rumble of artillery fire. A battle was imminent. Despite their deteriorating condition, the soldiers instinctively prepared themselves, the drill ingrained in them from years of service. Yet, their movements were sluggish, their response time delayed, a stark reminder of their grave situation. As the battle commenced, the world seemed to blur into a chaotic frenzy. Shells exploded around them, the deafening noise resonating through the field. Amid the chaos, a small group of afflicted soldiers found themselves separated from the rest, driven by the disorientation of battle and their own confusion. They stumbled through the smoke-filled battlefield, their senses overwhelmed. They were drawn away from the trenches, towards the murky expanse of no man's land. Their feeble condition and the disorienting effects of the battle made them easy targets. One by one, they disappeared from sight, swallowed by the fog of war. Back in the trenches, Brown, too weak to participate in the battle, watched helplessly as his comrades vanished into the battlefield. Lucky huddled close to him, whining nervously. The sight of the dog, usually so lively, reduced to a state of anxiety, was a grim reminder of the severity of the situation. Simultaneously, at the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc received word about the battle and the disappearance of several soldiers. A sinking feeling overwhelmed him. His attempts at containment seemed to be failing. The possibility of the afflicted soldiers making contact with the outside world was becoming real, and the catastrophic consequences of such an event were beyond horrifying. Back on the battlefield, the separated group of soldiers, disoriented and weakened, were now well beyond the view of their comrades. Yet, they were not alone. They had walked right into the path of the ghostly figures that had been spotted in no man's land. These figures, now closer than ever, resembled their afflicted comrades, but there was something alarmingly different about them. Their movements were more fluid, their eyes held a certain focus, and their bodies, though emaciated, radiated an eerie vitality. These were not ghostly apparitions but men, just like them, afflicted by the same plague. However, their condition was more advanced, their transformation more complete. This encounter marked the first wave of the undead, a horrifying development that remained hidden from the world, tucked away in the smoky chaos of the battlefield. The war had just birthed a new kind of soldier, a terrifying entity that threatened to bring a far greater catastrophe than the war itself. As the battle raged on, the separated group of soldiers found themselves lost within the labyrinthine confines of no man's land. Their physical strength was waning rapidly, but a deep-seated instinct for survival pushed them forward. The ghostly figures they had encountered earlier seemed to have disappeared, leaving them once again isolated in the desolate expanse. These men, once warriors with a clear purpose, were now but drifters, shadows stumbling through the fog of war and disease. Their identities as individuals were fading, their shared affliction merging their existences into a single tragic narrative. However, their bodies continued to move, directed by the virus that was gradually claiming every inch of their being. Back in the trenches, Brown and his remaining comrades were confronted with the aftermath of the battle. The afflicted soldiers who had stayed behind were weakened further by the intensity of the conflict, their bodies barely able to function. Yet, they carried on, their existence a testament to their stubborn will to live, or perhaps, the virus's will to survive. Lucky, the trench dog, was visibly unsettled. He paced restlessly, his ears pricking up at the faintest of sounds. It was as if he sensed the grim turn of events, his instincts attuned to the subtle shift in the atmosphere. His once vibrant eyes now mirrored the despair and confusion that had taken over his home, the trenches. Meanwhile, in the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc was grappling with a sense of impending doom. The news of the missing soldiers had unsettled him deeply. His initial focus on containment seemed almost naive now. He was not fighting a disease, he was facing an entity that was evolving, adapting, and growing stronger. In the battlefield, the missing soldiers finally succumbed to the inevitable. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies no longer able to withstand the effects of the virus. Yet, even in their fall, there was a disturbing sense of calm. They didn't writhe in pain or gasp for breath. Instead, they lay still, their bodies slowly shutting down, but not completely. After what seemed like hours, the fallen soldiers began to stir. Their movements were slow and uncoordinated, their senses evidently impaired. However, there was a sense of purpose in their actions, a focus that was absent before. The virus had taken complete control, transforming these men into beings that were neither living nor dead, but something terrifyingly in between. As the echoes of battle faded into an ominous silence, the undead soldiers roamed no man's land, their presence a chilling secret known only to the desolate battlefield. Unseen by the world, an ungodly transformation was underway. The war was no longer the only threat to humanity. The trenches had become ground zero for a horror far greater, a horror birthed from science and fueled by the brutality of war. The dance of death was entering a chilling new phase, the true magnitude of its terror yet to be revealed. In the wake of the brutal battle, a strange calm descended upon the trenches. The daily routine resumed, the soldiers going about their chores with a mechanical efficiency. There was no talk of the missing soldiers, no speculation about their fate. The uncertainty of war had taught them to accept loss without questions, their hearts hardened by the constant exposure to death. Brown, however, couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling. The disappearance of his comrades, the strange figures in no man's land, the rapidly worsening conditions, it all pointed towards a terrifying reality that he was unable to fully comprehend. Lucky, ever loyal, seemed to share his concern, the dog's restless behavior a reflection of the unspoken anxiety. In the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc found himself at a crossroads. The disturbing reports about the missing soldiers and their presumed transformation into the undead had thrown him into a state of turmoil. Should he continue his futile attempts at finding a cure, or should he alert the higher authorities about the true nature of the unfolding catastrophe? Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield, the undead soldiers roamed, their existence concealed by the smoky remnants of the recent combat. Their bodies, once weakened by the virus, were now driven by it. Their movements were slow but determined, their instincts driven by an unseen force. Their eyes, devoid of any human emotion, held a predatory gleam, a sign of their grotesque transformation. In the trenches, the surviving soldiers were sinking further into the grip of the virus. Their bodies were deteriorating rapidly, their minds increasingly confused. Their faces, once familiar, were now almost unrecognizable, their features distorted by the progression of the disease. Yet, they did not display the same vitality as their undead comrades, their condition seemingly stuck in a state of limbo. Back in the field lab, Dr. LeBlanc finally made his decision. He began to pen down his observations, his research, his failures, and his fears. His confession, a detailed account of the creation and evolution of the virus, was his final attempt at mitigating the impending disaster. If he couldn't stop the plague, he could at least warn the world about it. As days turned into weeks, the grim reality of the trenches remained hidden from the world. The virus continued to grow, to transform, to claim. The missing soldiers, now a part of the undead, were forgotten faces of a war that was steadily spiraling into a far greater horror. The ghostly figures of no man's land were no longer apparitions but a chilling prelude to an apocalypse. The trenches, once a symbol of human resilience, were now incubators for an ungodly enemy, an enemy that was waiting patiently for its moment to strike. The Great War was silently birthing a far greater terror, its true horror lurking just beneath the surface, its revelation a ticking time bomb. In the trenches, the passage of time had become a vague concept. Days blended into nights, and nights merged into days, the distinction blurred by the perpetual gloom. The men trapped within their muddy confines were caught in a constant state of limbo, their existence defined by a monotonous routine and a silent battle against the relentless virus. One morning, as the weak rays of the sun attempted to pierce through the heavy clouds, a sudden commotion broke the dreary silence. The soldiers on lookout reported frantic movements from the enemy lines. The Central Powers, usually disciplined and organized, seemed to be in a state of chaos. As the news spread through the trenches, a sense of unease set in, the unusual activity a stark contrast to the numbing stillness they had grown accustomed to. Brown, despite his weakened state, dragged himself to the lookout post. Through his binoculars, he observed the frenzied activity. The enemy soldiers seemed to be retreating, their movements hurried and disoriented. There were no signs of an incoming attack, no sounds of artillery being loaded, no visual cues of a planned offensive. It was as if they were running from an unseen threat. Back in the field lab, Dr. LeBlanc's fear grew. He received the reports of the enemy's unusual behavior with a sinking heart. His worst nightmare was coming to life. The undead soldiers, the product of his miscalculated experiment, seemed to have invaded the enemy lines. The virus was spreading, its reach now extending beyond the confines of the trenches he was familiar with. On the battlefield, the undead soldiers had indeed found their way to the enemy trenches. Their predatory instincts, driven by the virus, had guided them across no man's land. Their appearance, horrifyingly similar to the living, had allowed them to infiltrate the enemy lines undetected, their true nature hidden beneath the guise of common affliction. Once within the enemy trenches, their transformation into monsters became apparent. They attacked their unsuspecting targets, their actions neither strategic nor human. The victims, caught off guard, stood no chance against these new enemies. The virus claimed more bodies, its army of undead growing steadily. In the Allied trenches, the true extent of the event remained a mystery. All they knew was that the enemy was retreating, their actions uncharacteristic and baffling. Theories circulated, each more terrifying than the last. The ghostly figures of No Man's Land were mentioned in hushed whispers, their existence slowly becoming a horrifying reality. Despite the growing fear, there was an unsaid hope that the enemy's retreat would bring a momentary respite, a chance for them to regroup and recover. Little did they know that the enemy they were prepared to fight had evolved, their battlefield tactics redundant against this new foe. The real battle was just beginning, the enemy was closer than they imagined, and time was running out. The clock was ticking, each second a step closer to an inevitable encounter with the monsters birthed by the Great War. In the dim light of the trench, Brown sat hunched over, his frail body racked with bouts of shivering. The disease had reduced him to a skeletal version of his former self, but there was a new spark in his eyes, a resilience that hadn't been there before. His condition, despite all odds, seemed to be improving. Even Lucky seemed to pick up on his slow recovery, the dog displaying a newfound cheerfulness around his ailing companion. As Brown regained bits of his strength, a development from the top command sent ripples through the trench. A small team of soldiers was assembled for a reconnaissance mission. Their objective, to investigate the sudden retreat of the enemy. Volunteers were called for, and Brown, driven by a need to understand the strange events unfolding around him, decided to join. Under the cover of darkness, Brown and his team embarked on their risky mission. They crawled through the rough terrain of No Man's Land, their progress slow and cautious. The chilling stories of ghostly figures, combined with the eerie silence that now pervaded the battlefield, added a palpable tension to their journey. Upon reaching the enemy trenches, they were met with a sight of pure horror. The place was desolate, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by an unsettling silence. Bodies of enemy soldiers lay scattered, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Yet, there were no visible wounds, no signs of a battle. It was as if they had been scared to death. The reconnaissance team moved further into the trenches, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The silence, however, remained unbroken, the trenches seemingly abandoned. They found personal belongings strewn around, half-eaten meals, letters mid-written, signs of a hurried departure. Despite the clear signs of panic and sudden retreat, the team couldn't find an explanation for the enemy's bizarre behavior. There were no indications of an internal conflict, no signs of a deadly gas attack, no clues that could explain the mass retreat or the terrified expressions on the dead soldiers' faces. The mystery only deepened, the tension grew, and the chilling tales of ghostly figures in No Man's Land began to feel uncomfortably real. Back at their trenches, Brown's report of the reconnaissance mission was met with uneasy silence. The puzzle pieces were not fitting together, the picture they were forming was too horrifying to contemplate. Fear settled over the trenches like a fog, obscuring their hopes and intensifying their nightmares. Meanwhile, Brown, while still weak, felt an urgency that gave him strength. His recovery, though slow, was providing him with a new perspective on the situation. The mystery of the enemy's retreat and the desolate trenches had to have an explanation, and he was becoming determined to uncover it. Little did he know that the reality was far grimmer than anything he could imagine. The undead were lurking in the shadows, biding their time, their existence a chilling secret that was slowly creeping towards the light. As the day faded into another grim night, an uneasy quiet settled over the trenches. Brown, finding sleep elusive, sat up watching the stars trying to peep through the clouded skies. The horrors of the day, the eerie emptiness of the enemy trenches, and the unsolved mystery of the ghostly figures continued to haunt his thoughts. Within the confines of the recovery tent, the condition of several afflicted soldiers took a sudden turn for the worse. The virus, having slowly eaten away at their bodies, was now draining their last reserves of strength. As the night deepened, one by one, these brave men succumbed to their relentless enemy. Their loss was silent, their passing unnoticed amidst the sleep-worn men. In the dim light of the makeshift lanterns, the figures of the fallen soldiers lay still, their faces marked by the harsh brutality of their final struggle. The Grim Reaper had visited the recovery tent, leaving behind an aura of unspeakable sadness. Yet, as the night wore on, a macabre transformation began to unfold. The men who had been lifeless mere moments ago started to twitch and jerk. Their movements were slow, sluggish as if their bodies were learning to function again. Their eyes fluttered open, revealing a vacant stare. The men who had been declared dead were moving. They were no longer men, they were something else. The transformation went unnoticed for a while, the night providing a dark veil for this ungodly spectacle. However, as the first rays of the dawn started to light up the sky, the shocking reality revealed itself. The undead were within their ranks, silently growing in number. A young medic, reporting for his early shift, was the first to encounter this terrifying scene. His blood turned cold as he watched the deceased patients moving about, their actions mindless, their existence a blasphemy against nature. Panicked, he ran to alert the others, his voice cutting through the crisp morning air, bringing with him a new kind of fear, a new kind of enemy. Brown, jolted from his thoughts, sprung into action. A small group of soldiers quickly gathered to handle the situation. They managed to isolate the tent, keeping the incident contained. Their comrades were now their captives, their tent a temporary prison. The scale of the incident was small, but the implications were massive. The trenches of the Great War were not just fields of battle between nations anymore. A new war was brewing within their ranks, a war between the living and the undead. The dawn of this horrifying day marked the beginning of a new era in the Great War, an era where death could be a beginning, not an end. The virus had claimed its ground, its victims rising to testify its power. The slow dance with death was escalating into a horrifying waltz, its tune echoing across the battlefield. The dawn brought with it a new reality for the soldiers in the trenches. The isolated incident in the recovery tent, while contained, had sent a shockwave through the ranks. Men exchanged uneasy glances, their voices hushed as they whispered about the night's events. The undead in the recovery tent were a chilling reminder of the nightmarish tales from no man's land, a confirmation of their worst fears. The virus, once seen as a mere sickness, was now revealed in its true, horrifying form. The transformation of their comrades into the undead was an omen of a disaster much bigger than the war they were fighting. Dr. LeBlanc, informed of the situation, rushed to the isolated tent. His heart pounded in his chest as he observed the undead through a small slit in the tent. Their vacant stares, their sluggish movements were all a reflection of his worst fears come to life. His creation had turned into a monster that was now out of his control. Back at the trenches, Brown found himself grappling with the grim reality. The enemy wasn't just across no man's land, but within their own ranks. The war wasn't only against the Central Powers, but against an unseen force that was slowly consuming them. The lines between friend and foe were blurring, and survival was becoming a daunting task. As the news of the undead spread, the higher command called for an urgent meeting. Leaders huddled together, their faces pale and their voices worried. Their discussions were intense, their decisions critical. Every choice they made now had the potential to impact not only the outcome of the war, but the survival of their men. Outside the confines of the command tent, soldiers huddled together for warmth and comfort. The morning was unusually chilly, the sun hidden behind a layer of gloomy clouds. The world, as they knew it, was changing. The fight for survival was becoming more complex, more daunting. The trenches, their home for months, had turned into a breeding ground for death and despair. Brown, leaning against the cold mud walls of the trench, looked out towards no man's land. The desolate expanse seemed more terrifying now, its mystery deepening with every passing moment. The undead, once presumed to be just ghostly figures, were now reality. The war had taken a turn for the worse, the horror of the trenches magnifying with every heartbeat. The Great War, already a catastrophic event in human history, was evolving into a battle of survival against an enemy they barely understood. As the day wore on, the tension in the trenches was palpable. Brown, his eyes firmly fixed on the enemy lines, felt a cold dread seeping into his bones. His instincts, honed by the harshness of war, were screaming at him that something was amiss. Across the barren expanse of no man's land, a similar eerie transformation was unfolding. The deserted enemy trenches, silent since the mass retreat, were coming back to life. The bodies of the fallen soldiers, left behind in the hasty evacuation, were stirring. Under the gloomy sky, a grotesque scene began to play out. Soldiers once dead, now driven by the relentless virus, rose. Their movements were erratic, devoid of the discipline that once defined them. Their faces held no expression, their eyes reflecting an emptiness that was far from human. As night began to fall, the trenches that were once held by the Central Powers were now occupied by an army of undead. Their existence, a blasphemy against nature, marked the beginning of a terrifying era on the battlefield. Then, in the cold dark night, the unthinkable happened. The undead launched an offensive. Driven by an instinct that was more animalistic than strategic, they advanced towards the Allied lines. Their movements were clumsy, devoid of the precise choreography that usually accompanied an attack. Yet, their sheer numbers and relentless approach made them a formidable force. Alarms rang out across the Allied trenches. Brown, who had been anticipating a move but not of this magnitude, was thrown into action. Shouts filled the air, orders were issued, and the men prepared for an enemy like none they had ever faced. The deafening blasts of the artillery lit up the night sky. Gunfire echoed across the battlefield, a desperate attempt to halt the advancing undead. Yet, their onslaught was relentless, their numbers seeming to multiply with each passing moment. Under the haunting glow of the flares, the horror of the situation unfolded. The Great War had taken a terrifying turn. The battle was no longer just against nations and ideologies, but against an unnatural enemy born from their own ranks. The undead, once soldiers of the Central Powers, were now an enemy of all. Their rise marked the escalation of the war, the battlefield no longer confined to the living. The horror of the Great War had taken a grotesque form, the fight for survival becoming a nightmare that showed no signs of ending. With each passing moment, the gravity of their situation sunk in deeper. The battlefield had evolved, the enemy had transformed, and the stakes were higher than ever before. They were now fighting a war on two fronts, against the living and the dead. Their survival hinged on their ability to adapt to this new reality, to fight an enemy that was unlike anything they had ever encountered. In the midst of the chaotic onslaught, the Allied forces held their lines with tenacity and valor. With each wave of the undead, their resolve was tested, their strength strained. The trenches were no longer just a front line but their last stand against this unnatural enemy. The command sent out frantic messages requesting backup, their words echoing the urgency and despair of their situation. Meanwhile, Brown and his comrades fought tirelessly, their eyes haunted but determined. The battle was relentless, each day a replay of horrors they could never have imagined. Days turned into weeks, their nights filled with the moans of the undead, their days consumed by the unending fight for survival. The strain was visible on every face, the exhaustion evident in every move. And yet, they held on, their spirits kept alive by the hope of reinforcements. Their prayers were finally answered as the sounds of rumbling engines echoed across the battlefield. Over the horizon, a fleet of hulking Mk5 tanks made its appearance, their silhouettes a welcome sight against the war-torn landscape. The backup had arrived, their presence a much-needed boost to the weary soldiers. Behind the armored might of the tanks, platoons of fresh soldiers marched in. Their faces held a mixture of determination and apprehension, their grips on their weapons tight. They were the much-needed reinforcements, the fresh blood that would invigorate the tired ranks of the Allied forces. The arrival of the reinforcements brought a glimmer of hope in the desolate trenches. The soldiers cheered, their voices hoarse but filled with relief. The tanks, with their mighty cannons and imposing structure, provided them with a sense of security they hadn't felt in weeks. As the new soldiers integrated into the trenches, stories of their struggles against the undead were shared. Their tales brought new perspectives, their experiences a stark reminder of the shared horror they were all part of. The battlefront had transformed, the war had changed, and they were all soldiers in this terrifying new world. The arrival of the reinforcements marked a new phase in their fight against the undead. With renewed strength and increased firepower, the Allied forces braced themselves for the battles ahead. The Great War had taken a monstrous turn, the challenge greater than ever before. Yet, their resolve was stronger, their will to survive burning brighter. They were ready to face their enemy, to fight until their last breath, to stand against the undead in the trenches of the Great War. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Allied forces were able to initiate some semblance of tactical operations once again. Teams of scouts were formed, their objective to venture into no man's land and gather intelligence about the undead enemy. Brown found himself assigned to one such team, a daunting task he accepted with a silent nod. The group, a mix of seasoned veterans and fresh faces, moved under the cover of darkness, their hearts heavy with anticipation. The task was perilous, their path fraught with the unknown. Yet, the need for information was paramount. Days turned into nights as the scout teams ventured further into no man's land. The desolate landscape, littered with decaying bodies and destroyed equipment, was a grim testament to the battle that had once raged here. Now, it was a grotesque theater where the undead reenacted their past lives. As the scouts observed from concealed positions, they noticed an unnerving pattern. The undead, their movements slow and disjointed, were not merely shuffling around aimlessly. They were imitating the routines of their previous lives as soldiers, but in a horrifyingly distorted manner. They watched as clusters of undead would group together in formations eerily reminiscent of a tactical squad, their blank stares devoid of understanding yet their actions reflecting a residual memory. The lines of demarcation between the Central Powers and allies seemed to have been erased, their common undead existence obliterating any past alliances or enmities. The undead moved around the trenches they once occupied, their actions a grotesque parody of their previous lives. They would stand guard, patrol the perimeters, and even imitate the actions of firing weaponry. Brown and his team watched, their hearts heavy, as these creatures that were once men seemed to hold on to the last vestiges of their past lives. The virus had not just transformed them into undead beings, but it had also wiped out their identities, their allegiances, turning them into a singular, horrifying entity. After several days of meticulous observation and cautious maneuvering, the scout teams began their journey back. They carried with them not just information, but also a new understanding of the horror that had befallen their world. Their enemy was not just undead, they were remnants of their past comrades and foes, trapped in a cycle of mimicking a life they no longer truly lived. Upon their return, their findings were shared with the command. The information, while terrifying, provided crucial insights into the nature of their undead enemy. It was clear now that the virus did more than just raise the dead. It wiped out distinctions, erased past identities, and created a new breed of soldier, one who knew no side, held no loyalties, and was driven by a twisted remnant of its past life. The slow and steady realization of this grim reality cast a somber mood over the Allied trenches. The undead were not just a faceless enemy, they were a grotesque echo of their past, an embodiment of a war that had escalated beyond human comprehension. Their struggle was no longer just against the Central Powers, it was a fight for survival against a foe that was oblivious to the rules of war and humanity. The Great War had descended into a chilling battle against a monstrous mockery of their past lives. The scout teams continued their covert observations, their hearts pounding as they witnessed an evolution they had never thought possible. From their concealed positions, they watched as the undead moved back into the trenches of the Central Powers, their actions echoing a horrifying familiarity. The undead were not just imitating their past lives, they were relearning, readapting to the very tools they had once wielded in life. They watched in stunned silence as an undead soldier clumsily climbed into the driver's seat of a tank, its movements slow and erratic, yet displaying a sense of purpose. The scouts observed as the undead began interacting with the weaponry and equipment strewn across the trenches. Guns, previously discarded and ignored, were now picked up, their usage mimicked in a grotesque parody of a soldier's training. Their aim was off, their handling poor, yet the very fact they were attempting to use these weapons was a chilling revelation. Artillery pieces, once the pride of the Central Powers, were now being manned by the undead. They watched as an undead soldier clumsily loaded a shell, the process slow and filled with errors. Another undead soldier took position at the firing mechanism, its blank gaze fixated on the distant horizon. Yet, despite their efforts, the artillery pieces remained silent, their operation too complex for the undead to fully comprehend. The sight of the undead relearning their past skills was both fascinating and terrifying. Their interactions with the weapons were primitive and clumsy, yet the undeniable fact was that they were learning, however slowly and erratically. This development marked a new chapter in their understanding of the virus and its effects on its hosts. Over several days, the scouts documented these developments in their reports. Their detailed accounts painted a picture that was hard to digest for the command. The virus, it seemed, was not content with just raising the dead. It was pushing its hosts, urging them to adapt, to learn, to become a greater threat. Back at the Allied command, the reports were met with grim faces and worried murmurs. This new development was beyond anything they had anticipated. The undead were not just aimlessly wandering beings, they were slowly but surely relearning to use tools of war. Their tactics were sloppy, their understanding poor, yet the implications were clear: the virus was evolving its hosts, and the threat they posed was increasing. The Great War had become a testing ground for this horrifying evolution. The battlefield, once the arena of human conflict, was now a grotesque laboratory where the undead were relearning to wage war. The slow and steady realization of this fact sent a chill down the spines of every soldier in the trenches. The fight was no longer just against an enemy that could not die, it was against an enemy that was slowly learning to wage war all over again. As the days turned into weeks, the suspense hung heavy in the air. The trenches of the Allies buzzed with a sense of foreboding. The reconnaissance teams had reported that the undead soldiers in the enemy trenches were increasingly active. Their bizarre relearning process was showing signs of progress, their interactions with weapons becoming more accurate, their handling of equipment less clumsy. One early morning, as the sun barely peeked over the horizon, the silence was shattered by the ungodly roar of a tank's engine. Brown, alongside his comrades, jerked awake, the sound causing their hearts to leap in their chests. The raw, metallic sound was an ominous echo from the Central Powers trenches, the signature of a hulking monster reanimated. From the Allied trenches, the sight that unfolded was straight out of a nightmare. The undead, their numbers far greater than any human force, were gearing up for an assault. They were mounting tanks, their clumsy hands pulling at levers and buttons, their grotesque faces void of expression yet filled with an ungodly determination. The first shell that whistled past was far off target, landing far behind the Allied trenches, yet its impact echoed the gravity of the situation. The undead were not just imitating their past lives, they were using their past skills in a terrifyingly real battle. Their movements were still clumsy, their tactics haphazard, but the threat they posed was palpable. As the shell's echo faded, a cry rose among the Allies. The command to ready arms echoed through the trenches, a call to brace for the inevitable. Brown gripped his rifle tighter, his knuckles white, his gaze fixated on the undead swarm. The first wave of undead surged forward from the enemy trenches. The sight of the mindless horde was horrifying enough, but the sight of them brandishing their weapons, their tank engines rumbling ominously, sent a shiver down the spines of even the toughest soldiers. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the roar of guns filling the air, the ground shaking under the impact of shells. The Allies held their ground, their machine guns spewing death at the approaching undead. The tanks, their cannons booming, added to the cacophony of destruction. Brown found himself caught in the midst of this hellish warfare, his every sense focused on survival. The undead, their faces eerily calm, charged forward, their advance as relentless as their existence. The battle was on, the Great War taking a monstrous turn as the Allies faced not just the Central Powers but an undead force that was learning to wage war all over again. The onslaught was relentless. The undead, indifferent to the hail of bullets and the deathly roars of the artillery, continued their advance. Their singular purpose, their unwavering determination, made them a terrifying adversary. The Allied forces, though fighting with every bit of their courage, were beginning to feel the weight of the assault. Brown found himself amidst the chaos, the roar of gunfire and the screams of his comrades forming a symphony of war. He fired relentlessly, his bullets finding their mark, but the undead kept coming, their numbers seeming endless. To his left, a line of machine gunners sprayed bullets into the approaching horde, their faces etched with desperation. Yet, for every undead they felled, two more seemed to take its place, their pace unhindered, their charge relentless. Across no man's land, the tanks of the undead moved forward, their presence adding a terrifying dimension to the attack. Their handling of the tanks was primitive, their driving erratic, yet their progress was undeniable. Shells, fired sporadically, exploded across the Allied trenches, their impact shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The trenches of the Allies were turning into a battlefront of horror and desperation. Brown could see his comrades, their faces etched with determination and fear, their hands steady on their weapons, putting up a brave fight. Yet, the odds were mounting, the relentless advance of the undead proving too much. Slowly, steadily, the front line was being pushed back. The undead, their faces void of emotion, were making progress, their numbers a terrifying force that seemed invincible. The Allied forces, their courage unwavering, were holding on, their resistance a testament to their will. As the undead continued to advance, Brown and his comrades fought back, their hearts filled with desperation and defiance. Their line was being overrun, their defense slowly crumbling, yet they held on, their will to survive stronger than ever. The Great War had taken a monstrous turn. The Allies, once fighting the Central Powers, were now in a desperate struggle against a horrifying enemy, an enemy that did not tire, did not falter, an enemy that was slowly learning to wage war all over again. The battle raged on, the fate of the Allies hanging by a thread, their survival a testament to their spirit, their resistance a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. As the hours of the day bled into a horrifying dusk, the onslaught showed no signs of slowing. The undead had breached the first line of the Allies' defenses. The sight of them emerging from the smoke and dust of the battlefield was nothing short of nightmarish. Their blank expressions under the helmet, eyes void of life yet filled with purpose, sent a chilling shiver down the spine of every surviving soldier. The undead were now upon the trenches. They clambered over the parapets, their movements unnatural yet terrifyingly sure. Some had made it to the Allied trenches, their silent figures casting long shadows in the dying light. Their presence in the trenches was a silent declaration of the danger that was now at the Allies' doorstep. Brown, amidst the chaos, found himself facing one of the undead. The sight of its blank gaze, its face covered in the scars of battles long past, was haunting. His rifle in hand, he opened fire, the shots echoing in the narrow confines of the trench. The undead soldier stumbled but advanced, undeterred by the hail of bullets. Around him, his comrades were locked in a brutal melee with the invading undead. The trenches had turned into a battleground, a desperate last stand against an enemy that was unlike anything they had faced. The narrow confines made the fight even more dangerous, their movements restricted, their options limited. Despite the horror and desperation, the Allies fought on. Bayonets were plunged into the undead, bullets found their mark, yet their enemy continued their relentless assault. Their clumsy yet purposeful handling of their weapons, their unwavering charge, was a testament to the horrifying transformation they had undergone. As the fight raged on, the trenches echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the clash of bayonets, the grunts of men and the haunting silence of the undead. Yet, despite the odds, the Allies held on, their resistance fueled by desperation and defiance. As night fell, the battle in the trenches was far from over. The Allies, their defenses slowly being overrun, continued to put up a courageous fight, their spirits unbroken. The trenches, once a symbol of their determination and fortitude, were now the stage for a horrifying battle, a fight for survival against an enemy that was as relentless as they were horrifying. The struggle continued deep into the night, the trench turning into a gruesome stage for a battle that seemed never-ending. The Allies fought with everything they had, their desperate cries echoing alongside the eerie silence of their undead adversaries. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds of the battle began to wane. Brown, his body aching, his spirit weary yet unbroken, found the strength to deliver a final, decisive blow to an approaching undead soldier. Around him, his comrades fought with a similar desperate tenacity, their courage burning bright against the darkness of their situation. Slowly but surely, they began to regain control of their trench. The undead were pushed back, their relentless assault momentarily halted. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the unyielding spirit of the Allies had held them at bay. Just as the first rays of dawn began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and orange, a new sound echoed across the battlefield. The rumble of engines, the steady thud of boots, the familiar yet unexpected sound of a large force moving towards them. The Allies paused, their hearts pounding, their gazes locked on the horizon. Brown squinted, his weary eyes straining to make sense of the sight that was unfolding. Tanks, their outlines silhouetted against the rising sun, were advancing towards them, their flags flapping in the wind. Yet, to his surprise, these were not the banners of the Allies. Emerging from the mist of dawn was the unmistakable force of the Central Powers. Their presence on the battlefield was a shock, their sudden appearance turning the tide of the battle. The undead, their advance halted, seemed to falter at their arrival. The Central Powers had arrived unannounced, their intentions unclear. Yet, in the face of a common enemy, a horrifying force that threatened them all, the lines between the Allies and the Central Powers blurred. The Great War had taken an unexpected turn, the enemies of old now potential allies in a fight against a terrifyingly common enemy. The fate of the trench, of the Allies, and perhaps the entire war, was hanging in the balance, the next move uncertain in the dawn of this new day. As the morning sun washed over the battlefield, the Central Powers began their approach, their armored vehicles roaring to life with a dreadful purpose. The infantrymen fell into formation, their faces set in determined grimaces, their rifles gripped with resolute hands. The familiar yet eerie sound of hundreds of boots hitting the earth resonated through the still air of dawn. It was a sight that Brown and his comrades had dreaded and fought against, but today it instilled in them a glimmer of hope. The Central Powers, traditionally their mortal enemies, were here not to fight the Allies, but to join forces against the monstrosity they were all facing. The common threat of the undead had blurred the lines of hostility and created an unspoken truce. With the roar of their engines echoing across the battlefield, the Central Powers initiated their assault. Tanks surged forward, their cannons aimed at the undead horde, firing shell after shell into their midst. The ground shook with the impact of each explosion, the deafening blasts breaking the eerie calm that had fallen over the battlefield. Infantrymen followed behind, their rifles spewing bullets into the approaching undead. Their attack was coordinated, their shots calculated, their faces void of fear. They fought with a ferocity that matched the relentless determination of the undead, their resolve unwavering. The undead, caught in the onslaught, faltered. Their advance, once relentless, slowed under the hail of bullets and the destructive force of the tank shells. Yet, they held no fear, no hesitation. They continued to surge forward, their empty eyes locked on the soldiers that stood against them. Amidst the chaos, Brown couldn't help but watch in stunned silence. The sight of the Central Powers, their forces engaged in battle against the undead, was surreal. It was a testament to the horror they were all facing, a horror that had united old enemies in a common cause. As the day wore on, the battlefield turned into a gruesome tableau of destruction. Yet, amidst the chaos, a strange alliance had formed. The Allies and the Central Powers, enemies turned reluctant allies, were now standing together against a common enemy, their fates intertwined in this terrifying chapter of the Great War. As the conflict on the battlefield continued, a group of Central Powers officers detached from the main force. They began to make their way towards the Allies' trench. Brown, watching from the parapet, saw their flags of truce, white cloths fluttering against the grey morning sky. Brown shouted for his command, officers approaching with a white flag. The Allied command was quick to respond. Major Thompson, a grizzled veteran with a voice like gravel, made his way up to the trench's edge. His face was lined with age and etched with the marks of a war fought far too long. The Central Powers officers, led by a stern-looking man with a well-trimmed beard, climbed over the lip of the trench. They looked around warily at the Allied soldiers before finally resting their gaze on Major Thompson. "Major," the leader said in heavily accented English, offering a salute that the Major returned. "I am Colonel Weber of the Central Powers. We request a meeting with your command." His words hung heavily in the air. Brown watched as Major Thompson's weathered face seemed to harden further. Yet, understanding the gravity of the situation, he simply nodded. "Very well, Colonel Weber. Follow me." The sight of the Central Powers officers, once the enemy, now walking through their trench was a surreal image. The men watched in silence, their eyes reflecting a strange mix of confusion, suspicion, and a glimmer of hope. The war had taken a strange turn indeed. The Allies and Central Powers, who had spent years locked in deadly conflict, were now brought together by an even deadlier enemy, a monstrous force that was both terrifying and relentless. The outcome of this unusual meeting was uncertain, but it was a step, albeit a strange one, towards some semblance of unity in the face of the undead threat. Major Thompson led Colonel Weber and his entourage into the command post, a makeshift bunker nestled deeper into the trench system. The table was strewn with maps and operational reports, the air filled with the smell of stale coffee and lingering tension. The officers took their seats, their faces revealing nothing of their thoughts. The Allied command watched as Weber unfolded a map of the battlefield, his finger tracing the lines of their defenses, the cluster of undead, and the Central Powers' positions. "We're dealing with an enemy unlike any we've encountered," Weber began, his voice calm, his words carefully chosen. "It is clear to us that this menace does not differentiate between the Central Powers and the Allies. We have lost just as many men to these creatures as you have." Thompson nodded, his eyes grim. "That much is evident. And you propose?" Weber's eyes met Thompson's. "A joint operation. Together, we stand a far better chance against them than alone. Our analysts believe that if we can pool our resources, create a unified front, we can drive them back." There was a moment of silence as Thompson digested the proposition. "You're asking us to forget years of conflict, to put aside the fact that just days ago, we were at each other's throats." Weber held his gaze, his expression steadfast. "I'm asking you to consider the greater threat. We can either continue our fight and become fodder for these creatures, or we can unite and stand a chance." The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of Weber's proposition hanging in the air. Thompson, his face a mask of contemplation, looked at the map spread out on the table. The stakes were higher than ever. The Great War had morphed into a fight for survival, the enemy no longer confined to opposing trenches, but a horrifying force that threatened them all. With a heavy sigh, Thompson extended a hand towards Weber. "Then we fight together, for now. We'll push these creatures back to where they came from." Weber shook his hand, his expression acknowledging the gravity of their agreement. An unlikely alliance had been formed in the face of an unfathomable enemy. What lay ahead was uncertain, but it was a path they had chosen to walk together, their survival depending on their unity against the onslaught of the undead. Thompson and Weber, once adversaries now allies, huddled over the map spread across the table. The plan they devised was ambitious, strategic, and above all, necessary. Their goal was to contain the spread of the undead, to confine them within no man's land. "We need to start constructing a quarantine line," Thompson began, his finger tracing the boundary of no man's land on the map. "Something strong enough to hold them back, to isolate them." Weber nodded, adding, "We'll need to work in shifts, keeping a vigilant watch while the rest construct the barriers. We have plenty of barbed wire, and I'm sure you do as well. We'll also need watchtowers," Thompson suggested, "floodlights, high-powered rifles, anything that can give us an edge." As the days turned into weeks, the Allied and Central Powers worked in an uneasy harmony. No man's land, once a desolate wasteland of mud, barbed wire, and the fallen, slowly transformed into a quarantine zone. A line of fortifications started to emerge, a wall of steel and barbed wire bathed in the harsh light of floodlights. The undead, seemingly aware of the activity, prowled the edge of the quarantine line, their presence a chilling reminder of the threat that lurked just beyond. Despite this, the work continued, the soldiers knowing that their survival depended on the successful completion of this line. Towers rose against the skyline, manned by sharpshooters from both sides. They kept a constant vigil, their eyes scanning the undead that lingered at the edge of the quarantine line, their rifles at the ready. The construction of the quarantine line was a monumental task, one that pushed both the Allied and Central Powers to their limits. But they persevered, their efforts fueled by the shared need for survival and the hope that this plan would stem the tide of the undead. As the quarantine line took shape, so did a strange camaraderie between the soldiers of the opposing sides. They worked together, ate together, and stood guard together, their past animosities momentarily forgotten in the face of the shared threat. In this world turned upside down, the unity between these former enemies was perhaps the most bizarre outcome of all. The Great War had indeed changed, its focus shifted from conquest to survival, its enemies now bound together in an uneasy truce against a common foe. As the weeks wore on, the strain of the work and the constant threat from the undead began to wear on the men. The message for reinforcements had been sent out and anxiously awaited. Days turned into nights and back again as they toiled on, the towering fortifications a testament to their unwavering determination. Then, one chilly dawn, a welcome sight appeared on the horizon. Dust clouds billowed in the distance, growing larger and larger until the shapes of armored vehicles and marching men became discernible. The reinforcements had arrived. A cheer broke out among the exhausted men at the sight. The Allied reinforcements, a mix of fresh recruits and battle-hardened veterans, poured into the trench, their faces grim yet determined. They carried with them not just extra hands for the work, but also hope and the promise of respite for the weary soldiers. The same scene was mirrored on the side of the Central Powers. A wave of soldiers and machinery advanced toward their trench. The soldiers, once the foes of the Allies, now felt like their comrades in this fight, their arrival inciting the same relief and hope. With the reinforcements, the construction of the quarantine line gained momentum. The fresh troops quickly acclimatized to the peculiar circumstances and lent their strength to the cause. The veterans from both sides guided the new men, sharing their knowledge and strategies about the undead menace. Under the guidance of Thompson and Weber, the soldiers worked diligently, their common goal driving them. The completion of the quarantine line was in sight, the fortifications now a formidable barrier against the undead threat. In this bleak and strange situation, the arrival of reinforcements symbolized more than just additional manpower. It represented the will of both the Allies and Central Powers to fight back, to protect their homes and their humanity. It was a testament to their resilience and their determination to survive against all odds. The final phase of the plan was set into motion. Both Thompson and Weber knew it was risky, but there was no other choice. Distraction and diversion were the keys to success. "We'll need to draw their attention," Thompson said, studying the map laid out before them. "A few platoons will have to push into the enemy trenches. Cause enough of a stir to pull them away from no man's land." Weber agreed, "It's dangerous, but necessary. We can't have them interfering while we finalize the quarantine." Thus, a joint force composed of both Allied and Central Powers soldiers was assembled. These brave men knew the risks, yet they accepted their orders with determination etched on their faces. The diversionary force, led by Lieutenant Harrison from the Allies and Hauptmann Müller from the Central Powers, prepared to venture into the enemy lines. As they advanced, the majority of their forces began the last phase of the quarantine process. Barbed wire was unrolled, watchtowers manned, and high-powered spotlights switched on. Each section of the wall was strengthened, made as impregnable as possible. The floodlights bathed no man's land in a harsh, unwavering light, a stark contrast to the looming darkness of the undead-infested trenches. Meanwhile, Harrison and Müller's force had reached the outskirts of the enemy trench. The eerie silence was broken only by the occasional groan of the undead. They pressed on, their guns blazing, drawing the attention of the undead soldiers. Back at the quarantine line, the soldiers worked tirelessly, spurred on by the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Every passing minute was crucial. Every section fortified was another step closer to their goal. The diversionary force fought bravely, their bullets tearing into the undead. Yet, for every one they put down, two more seemed to take its place. However, their mission was not to wipe out the undead, but to keep them occupied, and in that, they were successful. As the night deepened, the quarantine line was finally completed. A cheer rose from the men, both weary and relieved. They had done it. They had successfully enclosed no man's land. All they could do now was to wait and see. The gamble was made. The sacrifices were significant. But, in their hearts, they held on to the hope that their monumental efforts would stem the tide of the undead threat, preserving what was left of their war-torn world. With the completion of the quarantine line, a semblance of order returned to the front. The reinforced line of defense stood strong, the floodlights casting long shadows across no man's land. The eerie silence that blanketed the area was periodically disrupted by the distant moans of the undead, a chilling reminder of the enemy that lurked beyond the fortifications. The soldiers patrolled the length of the quarantine line vigilantly, their eyes scanning the desolate expanse for any signs of movement. Soldiers from both the Allies and Central Powers worked together, their previous animosities now replaced by a sense of camaraderie born out of shared adversity. Meanwhile, the diversionary force led by Harrison and Mueller managed to retreat from the enemy trench, their mission successful. Their efforts had drawn the bulk of the undead away, allowing for the completion of the quarantine line. Their return was greeted with cheers and relief. Yet, their faces told stories of the horrors they'd seen, of the relentless waves of undead they'd held back. Days turned into weeks, and the front line settled into a tense rhythm. The undead, still trying to mimic their past lives, marched and drilled aimlessly within no man's land. Despite their mindless movements, it was clear that they posed a significant threat if they ever breached the quarantine line. Communications with command back home were established, and reports of the situation were relayed. News of the joint operation and the quarantine measures was met with astonishment and grim acceptance. The battlefront was no longer about the war between the Allies and Central Powers but a unified stand against an insidious enemy. In these bleak times, the soldiers found solace in small moments of respite, shared jokes, stories from home, the warm camaraderie that transcended national lines. Each day brought with it the fear of an impending attack but also the hope that their efforts would hold, that their unified front would keep the undead at bay. They remained vigilant, their survival hanging in the balance. The specter of the undead threat loomed large over them, casting a shadow on the world as they knew it. But in the face of this unprecedented danger, they stood united, their resolve unbroken. The battle was far from over, and the soldiers prepared for whatever lay ahead, their courage and unity their strongest weapons against the advancing darkness. Despite the palpable tension, life on the front lines fell into a bizarre routine. The soldiers woke, ate, drilled, and patrolled as if they were in a regular war. But they were always under the watchful eyes of the undead horde beyond the quarantine line, their presence a constant, lurking threat. Every now and then, a lone undead soldier would wander too close to the quarantine line, its grotesque features illuminated by the harsh glare of the floodlights. It would be quickly dispatched by a sharpshooter, the echoing shot a grim reminder of the monstrous enemy that awaited them just beyond the fortified walls. Reports from home arrived regularly, tales of disquiet and fear. Families clung to the hope that their sons, brothers, and husbands were safe. Thompson and Weber, despite their grim situation, did their best to reassure them, painting a picture of a unified front against the menace. The camaraderie that had sprouted among the soldiers of the Allied and Central Powers deepened with each passing day. They shared tales of their homelands, of families left behind, of dreams deferred by the war. They trained together, learned from one another, their old prejudices forgotten in the face of the shared horror. In the heart of this desolate war-torn landscape, they celebrated small victories. Another day survived, another undead soldier dispatched, another section of the line fortified. The courage and determination of these men were palpable, a beacon of hope amidst the gloom. But the specter of the undead was an ever-present threat, a constant reminder that their situation was precarious at best. The soldiers knew that their survival was no sure thing, but they also knew that they were the world's last line of defense against this unspeakable horror. So they stood firm, shouldering the weight of their duty with stoic resolve. They watched the undead, their former brothers in arms, with a mix of dread and sadness. The undead moved in grotesque parodies of their former selves, their humanity all but obliterated. Every day was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the bonds forged in the crucible of shared adversity. But beneath the steadfast resolve, the soldiers could not shake off the feeling of an impending storm. The undead threat was far from over, and the battlefront remained on high alert, bracing for the unknown horrors that lay in wait. Weeks rolled into months on the front lines. The joint forces of the Allies and Central Powers remained resilient, the line holding strong against the relentless advance of the undead. Their unity in the face of such a chilling enemy spoke volumes about the power of the human spirit when it's pushed to the brink. Scouts were sent regularly to observe the movements of the undead in no man's land. These missions were fraught with danger, yet there were always volunteers. These brave men would venture close to the line, observing and reporting the undead's mimicry of military routine. Their reports revealed a grim fact: the undead, in their grotesque mockery of their previous lives, were becoming more organized. Back in the relative safety of the trenches, life continued amidst the grim reality of their situation. The soldiers trained daily, maintaining their physical and mental sharpness. The constant threat of the undead served to harden them, their determination strengthening with each passing day. Stories from home became lifelines to normalcy, cherished letters that reminded them of what they were fighting for. These mementos were shared amongst them, tales of lovers, family, and simpler times. They served as a beacon of hope and a stark reminder of the life they were fighting to return to. Despite the growing organization of the undead, the quarantine line remained successful. The soldiers' tireless efforts were paying off, holding back the chilling enemy. But with the undead's growing efficiency, they knew their tactics would need to evolve. Both Thompson and Weber understood that complacency would be their downfall. Plans were drawn, contingencies prepared. They would not be caught unprepared. The solidarity between the Allies and Central Powers was palpable. Together, they stood firm against the menace, their previous animosities nothing but distant memories. Their bonds strengthened in the face of adversity, the shared goal uniting them. Yet, the threat of the undead was ever looming. The sight of former comrades, now nothing more than grotesque shadows of their former selves, served as a chilling reminder of the horror they faced. As they stared into the face of this terrifying enemy, the soldiers steeled themselves for the fight ahead. United, they prepared to hold the line, their resolve unwavering in the face of an enemy like no other. In the depths of another cold, quiet night, a disturbing discovery sent ripples of unease through the camp. A lone figure was spotted lumbering towards the quarantine line, a figure that had been confirmed as neutralized days prior. It was unmistakable, a soldier from the Central Powers with a distinct scar running down his face, an undead who had been put down by a sharpshooter's bullet not long ago. Yet, there he was, his undead form stumbling forward mindlessly in the floodlight's harsh glare. The news spread through the trenches like wildfire, casting a shadow of dread over the soldiers. The implications were chilling, the undead could rise again, even after being put down. The fight they were in had just become a whole lot more complicated, their efforts potentially futile. Despite this disheartening revelation, Thompson and Weber, leaders who had become the pillars of strength for the men, refused to let panic set in. They gathered the soldiers, their faces grim but determined. "We knew this wouldn't be easy," Thompson started, his voice carrying across the hushed crowd. "We're facing an enemy unlike any other. But we have faced difficulties before, and we have overcome them. This is no different." Weber chimed in, his steely gaze sweeping over the men. "This changes our tactics, not our resolve. We've held the line against them, and we will continue to do so." Despite the chilling news, the reassurances from their leaders instilled a sense of determination in the soldiers. The joint forces set to work on new strategies and countermeasures. They conducted experiments with different weapons and ammunition, desperate to find a more permanent solution to the undead menace. Through trial and error, they discovered that fire seemed to be a more effective means of keeping the undead down. Flamethrowers became a valuable asset on the front lines, the soldiers adapting their strategies around this newfound knowledge. They persevered, their efforts unwavering despite the ever-increasing odds. Yet, as they adjusted their tactics and fortified their lines, they couldn't shake off the gnawing fear that they were only just beginning to understand the true nature of the enemy they faced. As the calendar flipped to 1919, the world outside the desolate war-torn landscape of no man's land was changing rapidly. The war was officially over, but in the trenches, the fight was far from done. The men who had once been enemies were now allies in a battle that seemed increasingly futile. Years of continuous confrontation with the undead had taken their toll on the men. Fresh faces that had once entered the trenches full of resolve were now seasoned fighters, their youthful energy replaced with a steely determination and a weariness that belied their years. The quarantine line had expanded considerably, yet the undead threat remained, as relentless as ever. The joint forces of the Allies and Central Powers had become a well-oiled machine, their strategies and tactics refined over the years of battle. Yet, no matter how many undead they took down, there were always more to take their place. The undead, with their haunting mimicry of their past lives, had grown in numbers and efficiency. The sight of the undead operating tanks and artillery, their movements clumsy yet horrifyingly persistent, was a stark reminder of the seemingly impossible task the soldiers faced. News from home spoke of protests and unrest. The war was over, and the families of the men in the trenches wanted their loved ones home. But the quarantine line was the only thing keeping the undead menace from spreading, and the High Command knew they couldn't risk pulling the men out. In the heart of the front lines, morale was dwindling. The men fought on, their resolve unwavering, but the continuous fighting, the countless losses, and the relentless march of the undead weighed heavy on their spirits. They were fighting a war with no end in sight, a war that the world wanted to forget. The leaders, Thompson and Weber, did their best to keep spirits high, their steady presence a source of comfort to the men. They remained united, their camaraderie a beacon of hope amidst the hopelessness. Yet, beneath their determined facades, they too could not shake off the growing feeling of futility. In the grim reality of the trenches, as the undead threat loomed ever larger, the soldiers of the Allies and Central Powers stood firm. They were the world's last line of defense, their duty clear. Yet, as they faced the relentless horde of the undead, they couldn't help but question, how much longer could they hold the line? The winter of 1919 was the harshest they had seen so far, adding an extra layer of difficulty to the already harrowing circumstances. The snow piled high on the trenches and the biting cold seeped into the bones of the soldiers. It was in these brutal conditions that the unthinkable happened. Despite their best efforts to maintain the quarantine line, a breach occurred. It was a tiny one at first, just a small group of undead managing to slip through a particularly remote section of the line. However, with the harsh weather conditions hampering the soldiers' efforts to contain the breach, the small group quickly grew into a horde. By the time word of the breach reached Thompson and Weber, the undead were already advancing towards the nearby town of Vermelles. The town, just a few miles from the front lines, was a bustling hub, housing families of the workers who were supporting the war effort. The leaders were quick to action, mobilizing a team to intercept the undead before they could reach the town. But the harsh weather and the distance proved to be challenging, delaying their response. In Vermelles, the townsfolk were oblivious to the approaching danger. It was late evening, the day's work done, and families were settling in for the night. The first sign of trouble was when the local dogs began to howl and bark, an eerie chorus that set the hairs on the back of the residents' necks on edge. The horror unfolded rapidly from there. The undead broke into the town, their grotesque figures illuminated by the weak glow from the street lamps. The initial shock quickly turned into terror. Screams echoed through the quiet streets as the townsfolk attempted to flee, the undead on their heels. The local gendarmerie, vastly outnumbered and ill-prepared to deal with such an enemy, made a brave stand. They fought valiantly, their shots echoing through the night, but the undead horde was relentless. One by one, the gendarmes fell, only to rise again and join the ranks of the undead. Back at the front lines, Thompson, Weber, and their men arrived in Vermelles to a scene of pure horror. The town was overrun, the once bustling streets now filled with the undead. The soldiers fought bravely, using their flamethrowers to cut swathes through the horde. But for every undead they put down, it seemed two more took its place. The Battle of Vermelles, as it would come to be known, marked a chilling escalation in the fight against the undead. As the joint forces worked to regain control of the town, the grim realization dawned on them, their worst fears were coming true. The war they were fighting was no longer contained within no man's land. It was now at their doorstep. The world outside the quarantine line was under threat, and the stakes had never been higher. In the wake of the catastrophic Battle of Vermelles, the decision to quarantine the town was immediate and unequivocal. While the loss was a severe blow to morale, the High Command knew they had to act fast to prevent any further spread of the undead. Swiftly and with brutal efficiency, a perimeter was established around Vermelles. Troops were deployed, trenches were dug, and razor wire was unspooled to mark the boundaries of the quarantine zone. The once lively town now sat eerily quiet, save for the constant patrols and the distant moans of the undead. Families of the fallen were given the grim news, their grief echoing the somber mood that had settled over the trenches. Soldiers who had witnessed the horror firsthand were left to grapple with their experiences, the images of the once familiar town now overrun by the undead etched into their minds. Despite the devastating loss, work in the trenches never stopped. Driven by the need to prevent another incident like Vermelles, the troops worked tirelessly to reinforce their defenses, strengthening the quarantine line and ensuring such a breach would never happen again. The aftermath of the Vermelles incident resonated far beyond the front lines. News of the incident trickled down to the public, inciting fear and uncertainty. Yet, in the face of this widespread panic, the High Command remained resolute, working tirelessly to contain the undead threat and protect humanity. In the heart of the quarantine zone, the soldiers stood vigilant, their duty clear. They had seen the devastation caused by a breach, the terror that the undead brought with them. They knew what was at stake, and they would fight to their last breath to hold the line. The war was no longer about nations and alliances, it was about survival, and they were the last line of defense in this chilling new world. As the scale of the threat became increasingly evident, the governments of the world knew that drastic measures were required. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, leaders from across the globe convened an emergency meeting in Paris. Representatives from every nation impacted by the Great War sat around a grand oak table, maps spread out before them, and grim expressions etched on their faces. Tensions ran high in the room, former enemies now sat side by side, bound by a common threat that recognized no borders or allegiances. The discussions were intense and marked by differing views. However, the stark reality of the situation soon brought all to a consensus: the undead had to be contained, no matter the cost. A plan was quickly devised to establish a massive quarantine zone stretching from Lens to Bethune in France, covering a distance of about 34 kilometers. The task at hand was daunting. Hundreds of thousands of civilians needed to be evacuated from the planned quarantine zone, and each country pledged to provide troops and resources for the operation. The meeting concluded with each representative pledging their full commitment to the task at hand. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Troops were mobilized, resources were gathered, and preparations were made for the mass evacuation. Notices were sent out, and civilians were told to gather their belongings. The air was thick with tension, fear, and uncertainty as the day of the evacuation drew closer. On the designated day, an army of soldiers, transport vehicles, and aid workers swarmed the region from Lens to Bethune. The operation was executed with military precision, a testament to the incredible efforts of the International Task Force. The sight of the long columns of civilians, each carrying a small bundle of their life's possessions, heading towards safety was both heart-wrenching and awe-inspiring. In the wake of the evacuation, the leaders of each nation involved in the operation held a joint press conference. It was time for the truth to be revealed. As the world watched with bated breath, the leaders confirmed the existence of the undead and the steps taken to combat the threat. The news was met with shock and disbelief. Yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope. The nations of the world were united in their fight against the undead threat, putting aside past animosities to face a common enemy. As the global community grappled with the new reality, work continued in the trenches. Soldiers worked tirelessly to fortify the new quarantine zone, their determination unyielding. The magnitude of their task was enormous, but so was their resolve. They were the shield protecting the world from the undead menace, and they would not falter. Months turned into years. The trenches now stretched from Lens to Bethune, a testament to the soldiers' unwavering determination. The fortified quarantine zone was a daunting sight, an imposing bulwark against the undead menace that lurked on the other side. Living conditions within the quarantine zone were harsh, with scarce resources and the constant threat of an undead breach. Yet, the men and women stationed there showed an incredible level of resilience and adaptability. Life carried on amidst the looming shadow of the undead. Soldiers held onto tokens of their old life, letters from loved ones, photographs, and personal trinkets that served as a reminder of what they were fighting for. News from beyond the quarantine zone trickled in, bringing with it stories of how the world was coping. Nations had tightened their borders and implemented strict control measures to prevent the virus's spread. Daily life had changed dramatically, with citizens living in constant fear and uncertainty. Yet, amidst the fear, a spirit of unity had begun to emerge. Communities came together to support one another, and national efforts were made to aid the soldiers holding the quarantine line. Fundraisers and relief drives were common, and every citizen did their part to support the war effort. In the trenches, the fight continued. Thompson, Weber, and their comrades were now battle-hardened veterans. They had faced the undead countless times, had seen comrades fall, and had watched the line hold, time and time again. One day, a group of soldiers on patrol spotted a horde of the undead, larger than anything they had seen before. It was a chilling sight, hundreds of undead soldiers marching with a horrifying uniformity towards the quarantine line. The news spread quickly, and the trenches braced for a battle unlike any other. The undead horde was a grim reminder of the reality they faced. There was no negotiation, no diplomacy, no surrender, only an endless battle against an unforgiving enemy. The looming battle was a grim reminder of their reality. They were the last line of defense, the final bastion standing against the undead. Their duty was clear, and despite the odds, they were ready to fight, ready to do whatever it took to hold the line and protect their world. The 20-year period between the establishment of the quarantine zone and the year 1939 had seen the world change in unprecedented ways. By the end of the 1910s, the quarantine zone, often referred to as the line, had become a formidable barrier protecting the world from the undead. Over the years, it had seen countless assaults from the undead, each repelled by the soldiers stationed there, their determination undeterred by the seemingly insurmountable task they faced. Beyond the line, the world adapted to the new normal. In 1919, a worldwide summit had led to the formation of the United Nations earlier than in our timeline, not in the wake of a Second World War, but in the face of the common undead menace. This multinational organization played a crucial role in coordinating global efforts to contain the virus, mobilizing resources, and sharing research and intelligence. The Roaring Twenties were marked by a different kind of roar in this timeline. Economic prosperity was overshadowed by the constant efforts to fortify the line and research for ways to eliminate the undead menace. The world had found itself bound together in an existential struggle, and national interests were often put aside for the sake of global survival. There were no rivalries like the ones seen in the build-up to World War II in our timeline. Instead, the spirit of cooperation and shared responsibility prevailed. The League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations in our timeline, was never dissolved and instead functioned alongside the United Nations, focusing on ensuring peace among nations while the UN tackled the undead crisis. The 1930s, in our timeline marred by the Great Depression, were marked by the economic pressures of maintaining the line in this world. While there were economic hardships and unemployment, the absence of a stock market crash as severe as Black Tuesday led to a somewhat less devastating depression. Nations poured money into maintaining the line and researching the undead virus, leading to a surge in scientific and technological developments. As the world stepped into the year 1939, there was no impending Second World War on the horizon, only the continued efforts to maintain the line and find a solution to the undead menace. The date that would have marked the beginning of World War II in our timeline was instead a day of global unity. Around the world, ceremonies were held to honor the brave men and women holding the line. In towns and cities, people gathered around radios to listen to speeches by leaders, reinforcing the spirit of unity and resilience in the face of the continuing threat. In this world altered by the undead, the events that led to World War II in our timeline were reshuffled, leading to a different path. A path where the world came together not in the aftermath of a devastating war but in the face of a common enemy, a path defined by unity and cooperation, resilience and sacrifice, all aimed at preserving humanity against the undead. The world of 1939 was a stark contrast to the one we know. The undead menace had fundamentally reshaped the geopolitical, economic, and social landscapes of the globe. On a geopolitical level, the world had never seen such levels of international cooperation. There was no rise of fascist regimes in Germany, Italy, or Spain as in our timeline. Instead, the United Nations and the League of Nations successfully maintained diplomatic harmony, focusing on a shared enemy instead of nationalistic rivalries. The political and military energy that could have powered World War II was instead directed towards maintaining and fortifying the line. Technological advances had accelerated at an unprecedented pace. The necessity to combat the undead had driven significant advancements in areas such as medical science, military technology, and communication. Developments that would only occur during or after World War II in our timeline, such as the widespread use of radar and advancements in cryptography, had already become commonplace. Medically, the global focus had shifted towards virology and infectious diseases. Medical sciences had seen a boom as nations united to study the virus, leading to the growth of several medical institutions and research centers. Though a cure for the undead virus remained elusive, the increased understanding of virology had led to advancements in other areas of health, leading to treatments and vaccines for diseases that in our timeline would remain unchallenged for years more. Economically, the global situation was challenging but united. While nations were strained by the financial burden of maintaining the line and funding research, there was a spirit of shared responsibility. Countries regularly contributed to a global fund set up by the United Nations to assist in these endeavors. Societally, the world was more united than ever before. The common threat of the undead had broken down many barriers. Races, religions, and nations that were once divided were now intertwined in a shared struggle for survival. Human rights and democracy were championed as never before, and the common cause had bred a level of global kinship. In the arts, the undead menace had a significant influence. Literature, paintings, and music often depicted themes of struggle, survival, unity, and hope. A new era of cinema had emerged, with films that depicted heroic tales from the line, stirring stories of unity, and cautionary tales about the undead menace. Education had been transformed as well. Curriculums around the world emphasized science, critical thinking, and global citizenship. There was a significant push for every citizen to be scientifically literate, understand basic medical knowledge, and know how to protect themselves and others from the virus. Overall, while the undead menace posed an existential threat, it also served as a unifying force, driving humanity to unprecedented levels of cooperation, innovation, and resilience. In the face of darkness, humanity had found unity and strength, forever altering the course of history. As the 1940s dawned, the status quo of the undead threat was disrupted when another break in the line was reported. A sizable wave of undead had managed to breach the defenses in a sector of the quarantine zone near the town of Arras in northern France. Even though the breach was swiftly contained, it led to the loss of hundreds of lives and stirred fear across the world. The event shattered the illusion of safety that the line had provided for 2 decades, forcing the world's leaders to consider more drastic measures. One such leader was President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States. Alarmed by the breach, he ordered an acceleration of efforts to develop a more powerful weapon, a theoretical project that had been on the back burner for several years, the atomic bomb. This project, codenamed the Manhattan Project, was a collaboration of some of the brightest minds across the globe. However, it had been a lower priority due to the enormous resources it demanded and the uncertainty of its feasibility. The main figure behind the atomic bomb project was a theoretical physicist named Robert Oppenheimer. Known for his sharp intellect and natural leadership abilities, Oppenheimer had been advocating for the development of the atomic bomb as a solution to the undead menace. With the recent breach, he was finally given the go-ahead to assemble a team of scientists, engineers, and technicians to turn the theoretical into reality. Despite the urgency, the task was far from straightforward. The physics of nuclear fission were still in their infancy, and the technology to create a controlled explosion was yet to be invented. Furthermore, the project required an immense amount of resources, including rare radioactive materials, expansive facilities, and countless hours of manpower. To add to the challenge, secrecy was of utmost importance. The project had to be hidden from the public eye due to its destructive potential and the risk of causing mass panic. As such, the Manhattan Project operated from remote locations, with most of the work carried out in Los Alamos, New Mexico, away from prying eyes. The road to developing the atomic bomb was filled with trials and tribulations. There were countless false starts, and progress was slow and laborious. The pressure on Oppenheimer and his team was immense, as the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. They were working against the clock, with the fear of another breach hanging over their heads. As the months turned into years, the Manhattan Project became an all-consuming endeavor for those involved. Amidst the pressure and the daunting task, they persevered, driven by the hope that their efforts could end the undead threat once and for all. But as the mid-1940s approached, the atomic bomb remained a project in progress, a beacon of hope amidst the looming undead threat. While Oppenheimer and his team were deep in their monumental task, back at the line life continued with grim normality. The defense of the quarantine zone had evolved into a wearying routine for those who manned it, a cycle of patrols, maintenance, skirmishes, and the constant vigilance against the undead. The soldiers from every nation who served along the line knew their duty was pivotal. They were the ones holding back the undead tide, preserving the safety of their homelands. From the sun-baked dunes of North Africa to the icy wastes of Siberia, men and women stood united against the common enemy. In the western sectors near Arras, where the breach had occurred, the mood was tense. The defenses were strengthened, trenches deepened, and the artillery kept at constant readiness. Soldiers moved with a sense of urgency, the memory of the recent breach still fresh in their minds. Their faces bore the same grim determination that had been etched into the faces of the men who had first stood against the undead menace decades ago. Every few days, skirmishes would break out as the undead ventured too close to the line or, in rarer instances, managed to mount a significant offensive. Despite their improved ability to utilize their previous lives' knowledge, the undead remained at a disadvantage in organized combat. Their movements were jerky, and their grasp on their old skills was weak. Still, they were an unnerving enemy, immune to fear and pain, capable of turning the fallen into one of their own. Life off the line was a different kind of battle. Rest camps behind the line bustled with activity, medics tending to the injured, soldiers catching a few hours of sleep before their next shift, cooks preparing meals to keep up the morale. Letters from home were cherished possessions, providing a link to the world that soldiers were fighting to protect. Throughout the 1940s, life on the front lines remained a brutal mix of fear, tension, and the stolid acceptance of the task at hand. The world had come to live with the undead menace, a dark cloud always lurking on the horizon. Yet, unbeknownst to the brave souls manning the line, the seeds of hope were being sown thousands of miles away, under the New Mexican sky. The sun hung low in the sky as the undead rumbled forward in a ragtag fleet of ancient tanks. The frontline soldiers watched the strange procession with a mix of fascination and revulsion, the mechanical behemoths a stark reminder of a world forever changed. Leading the macabre parade were the remnants of the once formidable Mark V tanks. These colossal machines, with their distinctive rhomboid shape, had dominated the battlefields of the Great War. But time had not been kind to them. Their once imposing metal frames were scarred and pitted from decades of use and exposure to the elements. The treads, designed to traverse the treacherous landscapes of no man's land, moved awkwardly, clinking and groaning as rusted links strained against each other. Following the Mark Vs were older yet, the Mark IVs. These tanks were visibly smaller, less advanced than their successors. The wear on these machines was more pronounced, their hulls were marked with deep gashes and makeshift patchworks that barely held together. Undead operators, relying on murky memories of a past life, guided them forward with clumsy, jerky movements that belied their lethal potential. But even these paled in comparison to the true relics of the procession, the Mark I, II, and III tanks. The Mark III and II, experimental designs in their day, clattered along, their gears grinding and exhausts coughing out thick plumes of black smoke. The rare Mark I tank, the granddaddy of them all, was a sad sight indeed. Its angular hull, a design quirk meant to aid trench crossing, bore numerous dents and holes. The striking sight of these ancient war machines sent a ripple of discomfort through the observing soldiers. It was a chilling testament to the uncanny persistence of the undead, a reminder of the terror they had once represented. In stark contrast, the response from the living was a display of modern might. A phalanx of streamlined tanks, the pinnacle of contemporary warfare technology, moved to intercept the threat. They were sleek and efficient, boasting powerful cannons, robust armor, and agile mobility. The audible hum of their engines was a purr compared to the clatter of their undead counterparts. The ensuing clash was as brutal as it was brief. The modern tank's cannons thundered, their rounds tearing through the ancient armor of the Mark series with ease. The Mark tank's return fire was pitifully ineffective, many unable to even align their cannons correctly. The rounds they managed to fire off were wild, often going far astray and leaving them open to retaliation. As the last light of the day faded, so did the last of the Mark V tanks, their once formidable forms reduced to smoking husks. The remaining Mark IVs, IIIs, and IIS were picked off with grim efficiency, their slow, awkward movements and erratic shooting leaving them defenseless against the coordinated assault. The sight of the solitary Mark I tank, brought down by a single well-placed shell, marked the end of the battle. The grim tableau of the destroyed tanks under the dimming sky served as a stark reminder of the undead's stagnation against humanity's progress. The Mark series, once the peak of warfare technology, lay in ruins, while the new generation of war machines stood triumphant. It was a chilling testament to the relentless march of time and the persistence of life against the endless tide of the undead. The days following the brutal display of the living's military might brought about a curious development. As a turbulent storm rolled in, casting the landscape in an eerie, brooding gloom, the undead initiated an unprecedented operation. From the safety of their trenches, the front-line soldiers watched in stunned silence as undead crews ventured onto the scarred battlefield. Despite the lashing rain and biting wind, the undead labored on with a single-minded focus. Their task was gruesome but straightforward: to recover the twisted, smoking remains of the Mark tanks. Day and night, the work continued. The undead, impervious to the harsh conditions, tirelessly dragged the hulks of metal across the muddy landscape. The process was laborious and slow, each tank needing a substantial crew of undead to move it. Yet they were relentless, their efforts almost mechanical in their consistency. The Mark V tanks, their enormous frames making them particularly cumbersome, were moved in parts. Undead crews worked in eerie unison, disassembling the tank hulls on site, their clumsy fingers fumbling with rusted bolts and twisted metal. Once the hulls were dismantled, they were slowly dragged back, piece by piece. The sight of the earlier Mark series tanks, particularly the rare Mark I, being hauled away was disconcerting. These ancient war machines, once the terror of the battlefield, were being reclaimed by the very entities they were designed to fight. But perhaps the most disquieting event was the unexpected disappearance of a modern tank from the living's front line. Despite the vigilance of the soldiers, the undead managed to infiltrate their ranks, capturing a tank under the cover of the storm. The sleek machine, so distinct from the Mark series, was then slowly driven back into the undead territory. This massive operation was conducted across the entire length of the quarantine zone. Observers reported similar activities at various points along the line, with the undead recovering the wrecked tanks from countless past battles. When the storm eventually receded, the undead's operation came to an end. The battlefield, once littered with the husks of the Mark series, was now strikingly empty. In its place was a trail of deep gouges and tracks in the mud, leading back to the home trench of the undead. The eerie spectacle left the living with a sense of disquieting uncertainty. What could be the purpose of this massive salvage operation? Why had the undead risked so much to recover these relics of a bygone era? And what could they possibly hope to achieve with a modern tank? The unknown intentions of the undead were a chilling reminder of the unpredictable nature of the affliction. Despite their seeming mindlessness, they had demonstrated a level of coordination and persistence that defied comprehension. Their next move remained shrouded in mystery, fueling a fresh wave of unease among the living. The days following the tank salvage operation marked a period of eerie quiet. The undead didn't make any notable advances, and their activities in the trench became all but invisible to the living. Their intent was unknown, their activities, a mystery. Meanwhile, back at the Central Command, speculations ran wild. Some suggested that the undead were merely reverting to a primal instinct, the mindless hoarding of objects with no purpose or plan. Others voiced the concern that the undead were gearing up for a significant assault, hence the gathering of resources. But none of these theories could truly account for the calculated manner in which the salvage operation had been carried out. Weeks turned into months, and the mystery surrounding the undead's activities deepened. Constant monitoring from the living side bore no fruitful results. There were no substantial changes in the trench lines, no movement of troops, nothing that hinted at the undead's next move. However, behind the veil of the undead's trench, something extraordinary was happening. In a clandestine corner of the trench, a group of undead engineers, once great minds of their time, now driven by the unholy virus, had gathered. Their focus was centered around the remains of the salvaged tanks and the captured modern vehicle. The rusted, decayed husks of the Mark series stood in stark contrast to the sleek, polished frame of the modern tank. Bit by bit, the undead engineers began their arduous task. They disassembled the tanks, carefully examining each piece, each component. Their movements were slow, uncertain, yet they exhibited a mechanical purposefulness. Over time, they began to reassemble the tanks, albeit not in their original forms. Instead, they cobbled together parts from the Mark series and the modern tank, forming a strange amalgamation of the old and new. The result was a monstrous war machine, unlike any seen before. Larger and more robust than its Mark V predecessor, this new tank bore some resemblance to its Mark series ancestors, yet it was fundamentally different. The once sleek design of the modern tank had been modified, its advanced technology integrated with the solid, hulking structure of the Mark series. Slowly but surely, the first Mark VI tank was born. This first machine seemed to serve as a prototype, a basis for further improvement. Once the undead engineers were satisfied with their creation, they began the process anew. Bit by bit, they worked on developing an entire fleet of these Mark VI tanks, each one a testament to their increasing intelligence and coordination. Word of this new development did not reach the living, not yet. All the living saw was an unchanged trench, a constant vigil held by the undead who stood guard. The secrets of the undead were buried deep within their lines, the creation of the Mark VI tanks known only to them. And so, the two sides remained in an unsettling standoff, each side watching, waiting. The storm of war was brewing, and beneath its cover, a new terror was taking form. As another storm brewed over the desolate battlefield, the winds of change were once again in motion. This time, they carried with them the roar of engines, the grind of steel against the battered earth, and an ominous sense of impending chaos. Out of the gloom, a new terror emerged, catching the Allied forces off guard. The storm served as the perfect veil for the undead's offensive. A fleet of hulking machines, their grotesque silhouettes barely discernible through the rain and lightning, rolled out from the undead's trench. The Mark VI tanks, their maiden voyage bathed in the somber light of the storm, advanced onto no man's land. The ground shook with their approach, the very air seemed to tremble in their presence. The rain masked the sound of their engines until it was too late. The modern tanks of the living, formidable as they were, stood little chance against the monstrous Mark VI machines. Within minutes, the front line was thrown into utter chaos. Commander Harris was awoken by the distant rumble. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized what was happening. Grabbing his binoculars, he rushed outside, barely managing to maintain his footing on the slippery ground. Through the haze of rain and darkness, he spotted the intimidating shapes of the Mark VI tanks emerging from the trench. "We need to fall back," he shouted into the radio. "All units, retreat! Retreat!" The order echoed along the lines, a desperate plea against the unfolding horror. Men and women scrambled to escape the oncoming behemoths, some barely making it out of their tanks before they were crushed beneath the Mark VI's merciless advance. Others weren't so lucky. The battle, if it could be called one, was over quickly. The line was breached, and the retreat was anything but organized. As dawn broke, the living forces found themselves pushed back to the outskirts of Karvin, their hearts heavy with the loss of the front line. As the news of the Mark VI tank's devastating power reached the United Nations, an emergency meeting was convened. Faced with the formidable intelligence and strength of the undead, the decision was unanimous and swift. The quarantine line was hastily redrawn and expanded, encompassing the town of Karvin. Thus, the world once again watched in horror as the boundaries of the living were pushed back. The storm that had started in the trenches of the Great War was far from over, its true extent only now being revealed in the monstrous form of the Mark VI tanks. The undead were evolving, their threat growing with each passing day, and the living could only respond with reactive desperation, a response that seemed increasingly futile as time went on. Back in the United States, the development of a secret project known as the Manhattan Project had made significant strides since the last report. Hidden deep within the forests of Los Alamos, New Mexico, the team led by Dr. Robert Oppenheimer worked diligently, spurred on by the dire reports from the European front. Their mission was clear: to harness the destructive power of atomic energy into a single, devastating weapon. The terrifying onslaught of the undead and the introduction of the Mark VI tanks had only made their mission more urgent, more desperate. Still, despite the urgency and despite the world-changing potential of their work, the secrets of the atom were not easily unraveled. Experiments were conducted, theories were tested, equations were written and rewritten. Every test was a potential breakthrough, every failure a step closer to understanding the very building blocks of the universe. Yet, with each passing day, the goal seemed just as distant, the solution just as elusive. And always, there was the underlying tension, the silent acknowledgement of the terrible weapon they were tasked to create. Each scientist grappled with this knowledge, their moral and ethical compasses constantly challenged by the urgency of the task at hand. Every so often, news from the front lines would arrive, bringing with it the grim reality of the escalating situation. Each report brought news of more lives lost, more land claimed by the undead. The tension in the lab grew, the weight of their task became heavier, the desire to make a breakthrough became more desperate. Despite the significant progress made, the Manhattan Project was far from achieving its goal. The principles behind atomic fission were understood in theory, but the engineering challenges of constructing a workable atomic bomb were substantial. The team worked round the clock, fueled by the shared knowledge that they were humanity's last hope. Still, the atomic bomb was not yet ready, and they could only hope it would be before it was too late. In the aftermath of the devastation caused by the Mark VI tanks, the shaken Allied forces struggled to regroup and reassess their situation. As if the evolved tanks weren't enough, aerial reconnaissance soon revealed a new, unexpected development that sent chills down the spines of the military command. One day, Lieutenant Davis, an aerial reconnaissance pilot, noticed something peculiar during his routine surveillance mission over the undead's territory. What initially appeared as mere heaps of scrap metal strewn across the enemy's trench line began to take on a disturbingly familiar shape. "Those look like aircraft parts," he reported over the radio, his voice barely concealing the rising dread. His gaze lingered on the skeletons of old biplanes from the early days of the war, scattered across the no-man's land like the bones of ancient beasts. But that's not possible. Yet as the days passed, the impossible became reality. The scattered parts began to assemble into complete structures, their forms harkening back to a forgotten time. The Fokker Dr. I, the Albatros D.V, the Sopwith Camel, relics of a bygone era, were slowly but surely being restored to their former glory by the relentless hands of the undead. The undead, driven by their mysterious and increasingly intelligent behavior, had begun to salvage the remnants of WWI aircraft from the wreckage strewn across the battlefield. The sight of these spectral machines of a past war standing once again, resurrected by the dead, added an eerie, surreal touch to the desolate landscape. Word of this latest development traveled up the chain of command swiftly. Top brass, already overwhelmed by the Mark VI tanks, was now faced with the chilling prospect of the undead gaining air capabilities. Military command scrambled to understand this latest development and adjust their strategies accordingly. Their air supremacy, one of the few advantages they still held over the undead, was now in jeopardy. The questions piled up. Would the undead be able to fly? Could they navigate? Would they remember their past training, or would they have to relearn everything from scratch? There was no way to know. All they could do was watch, wait, and prepare. The old dogfights of the Great War, long considered a relic of the past, were about to make a horrific comeback. The undead were taking to the skies, and once again, the living found themselves one step behind in this gruesome race against extinction. On the ground, as the undead were making significant progress in the air and with their tanks, another aspect of their war effort was starting to falter. One of the key components of their arsenal, the undead's firearms, were starting to show the heavy toll of time and continuous use. For years, the undead had been using the same firearms that had been manufactured during the Great War. The Mauser Geiger 98, Lee Enfield, Springfield M1903, these rifles, while reliable, had been subjected to years of continuous use without proper maintenance or care. Aging, weather-beaten, their barrels corroded and actions jammed with dirt, the rifles were well beyond their expected service lives. The relentless use, the lack of cleaning, the exposure to the harsh elements, it all started to take a toll. Reports started coming in from the front lines of undead soldiers' rifles jamming, their actions seizing up in the middle of firefights. Bullets would sometimes fail to fire, caught in chambers rusted shut. And while the undead seemed to have some understanding of basic weapon maintenance, their deteriorating fine motor skills and mindless persistence caused them to often break the fragile, aging mechanisms instead of fixing them. Snipers started to notice a gradual drop in the return fire. The dreaded ping of a rifle bullet ricocheting off the trench walls became less and less frequent. More and more undead soldiers were seen charging empty-handed, their broken rifles abandoned in the mud. Even their artillery, which had proven so destructive during the first years of the quarantine, was not immune to this decay. The great howitzers and mortars, left to the elements for years, were growing silent. The mighty Krupp and Schneider pieces, the scourge of the early war years, were growing eerily silent. Their barrels were too eroded to fire, their breeches jammed shut with rust, their aiming mechanisms shattered and broken. This was not a sudden change, but a slow, gradual process. The attrition of the undead's firearms added yet another layer to the grotesque war theater. It was a stark reminder of the unique, horrifying nature of this conflict. An army of the dead, slowly falling apart, yet continuing their relentless assault with whatever they had at their disposal. The battlefield was becoming a surreal testament to the persistence of the undead and the relentless decay of time. While the undead army's firearms were becoming less and less reliable, a new development on the front lines raised concerns among the Allied command. In a daring raid that nobody could have predicted, the undead had managed to seize a significant number of the Allies' modern armaments. The operation occurred under the cover of a particularly grim and stormy night. Several divisions of undead soldiers, likely driven by some remnants of strategic knowledge from their past lives, had advanced rapidly on one of the Allied supply depots. The guards were taken by surprise, outnumbered and overpowered by the seemingly mindless, yet terrifyingly coordinated assault. When the dust settled, the Allied command was shocked to discover the scale of their loss. Thousands of rifles, machine guns, and even several artillery pieces were gone, along with countless rounds of ammunition. The latest models, M1 Garands, Thompson submachine guns, Bren light machine guns, and other examples of modern military hardware were now in the hands of the undead. The stolen cash represented a significant upgrade from the decaying relics of the Great War that the undead had been using so far. While the Allies were confident in their superior training and strategic abilities, the sudden improvement in the undead's firepower was a cause for concern. If the undead managed to effectively use these new weapons, they could significantly bolster their combat capabilities. The war theater was about to undergo another shift, the equilibrium upset once more by the undead's unexpected adaptability. Reports of this audacious raid spread through the Allied ranks, igniting a mix of fear and respect for the relentless enemy. An enemy who, despite their decaying bodies and mindless nature, continued to adapt, to evolve, and to pose a terrifying threat to the world of the living. Despite the dire circumstances, the Allies couldn't help but acknowledge the chilling resourcefulness of the undead. Even in death, the former soldiers continued to display a semblance of the tactical knowledge they possessed in life. Their persistence, their ability to learn and adapt, was a horrifying testament to the destructive power of the virus that had turned them into these abominations. As the war ground on, the dread of the unknown, of what the undead could do next, weighed heavily on the hearts of the living. And all they could do was brace themselves for the inevitable next wave of the undead's relentless assault. The Allied command, taking stock of the most recent developments, knew that the potential air threat from the undead needed to be neutralized as quickly as possible. Having seen the tactical shifts and alarming progress made by the undead, they were fully aware of the dangerous potential of an airborne undead fleet. Intelligence from the front lines reported a significant gathering of the undead around an old aerodrome in no man's land. Reconnaissance flights and ground scouts provided alarming images, countless undead, laboring relentlessly to assemble a fleet of the Great War-era planes. The decision was made quickly. A massive bombing run would be launched to take out the aerodrome and hopefully, curtail the undead's aerial ambitions. With their newly acquired heavy bombers, this was a mission the Allies could successfully undertake. A strike force was swiftly assembled, their bomb bays filled to the brim with high-explosive ordnance. As the sun was setting, the bombers took off, their engines roaring against the silence of the evening. Their target was a few dozen miles into no man's land, deep within the undead-controlled territory. The journey was eerily quiet, the landscape below shrouded in darkness, the only noise being the steady drone of the engines. As the bombers neared their target, the night was shattered by the deafening roar of bombs falling from the sky. The calm was abruptly replaced with chaos. Bright flashes lit up the night as the bombs exploded on impact, ripping apart the aging aerodrome and the undead army working there. Wave after wave of bombs fell onto the target, the night turning into day from the sheer intensity of the explosions. The ground shook violently, and the once busy undead aerodrome was swiftly turned into a raging inferno. When the bombers finally turned back home, the once teeming undead aerodrome had been transformed into a smoldering crater, a testament to the destructive power of the bombing run. For the Allies, it was a much-needed victory, a sign that they could still dictate the terms of this horrific war. Yet, the fear remained. Would this truly halt the undead's progress, or simply delay the inevitable? Only time would tell. But for now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The immediate threat had been dealt with, and they had bought themselves some time. Time to strategize, time to regroup, and most importantly, time to continue their work on the ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. The outbreak of the undead plague had accelerated human innovation out of sheer necessity. Despite the horror of the situation, it had forced mankind to develop solutions at a rapid pace. It was a cruel twist of fate that a war against the undead required more technological progress than fighting fellow humans ever had. The latest endeavor was to be a new tank, a combat vehicle that would blend the reliable design of the past with the technological prowess of the present. The project had been dubbed the Mark 7. It was to be in homage to the once famed Mark 5, but built with the sophistication and destructive capabilities befitting the modern age. Factories that had been idled by the global conflict were quickly refitted and put back into service. Engineers, welders, and assembly line workers from all over the country were pulled in, working double shifts to bring the Mark 7 to life. The air was thick with the smell of molten metal and oil, the factories roaring back to life after a period of ominous silence. Despite the pressure and the grave situation, the engineers didn't rush the process. The Mark 7 had to be reliable, it had to be robust, and most importantly, it had to be deadly. The design was painstakingly developed, drawing inspiration from the tried and tested Mark 5, but with considerable improvements. The hull was made thicker, using the latest armor technology that offered better protection without making the tank overly heavy. The engine was a work of art, providing ample horsepower while being fuel efficient. The armament was a careful selection of both offensive and defensive weaponry, including a high-powered cannon and machine guns. The Mark 7 was equipped with infrared vision, providing the crew with superior visibility, even in low-light conditions. Months of laborious effort and toil gave birth to the first Mark 7. As it rolled off the assembly line, it was a sight to behold, a perfect amalgamation of the old and the new. A proud, technological marvel built on the ashes of a haunting past. Over the coming months, the Mark 7s were deployed to the front lines, and their impact was immediate. Their thick armor resisted most of the undead's outdated weaponry, their powerful engines allowed for quick movement and repositioning, and their advanced weaponry made short work of the advancing undead. It was a much-needed advantage in a war that seemed increasingly difficult to win. Yet, the humans knew that this was not the end. They still had one more card to play, the ultimate game-changer, the atomic bomb. If only they could overcome the hurdles in its development. As the sun crept over the desolate horizon, a spine-chilling sound echoed across the barren wasteland. It was an eerie chorus of grinding gears, clanging metal, and ominous engine roars that marked the arrival of the undead's fleet. Emerging from the morning fog, the ghastly sight of the reconditioned Mark 1-5 tanks flanking the formidable Mark SIXS gave even the bravest soldiers pause. The Mark 7s, a representation of humanity's relentless spirit and ingenuity, stood tall at the front lines. Their sleek bodies glistening in the early light, barrels aimed and ready. It was a standoff between the creations of a bygone era and the product of modern engineering. Two worlds separated by time and evolution, locked in a deadly dance of power and survival. The sound of the human tank's engines revving broke the silence of the dawn. Each Mark 7 hummed with contained energy, their gunners training their sights on the grotesque ensemble of undead tanks. All the while, the reanimated soldiers began to stumble forth, hidden amidst the hulking silhouettes of the undead's armored fleet. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. A Mark 6 had taken the first shot, its projectile hurtling through the air, kicking up dirt and debris. The human line responded with a volley of their own, the booms of their cannons overlapping with the sound of tearing metal and monstrous roars. The battlefield was transformed into a symphony of destruction. The clang of projectiles against armored plates, the roar of engines, the rapid-fire thuds of machine guns, and the dull thuds of the undead falling were all tied together by the thunderous backdrop of artillery fire. The Mark 7s showed their worth. Their mobility allowed them to weave between the incoming fire. Their shells tore through the outdated armor of the undead's tanks, causing catastrophic damage. It was the first time in years the humans felt they had the upper hand. However, their enthusiasm was short-lived. The undead, in their grotesque manner, had adapted. The scavenged parts from their failed aerial program were not just for show. Some of the undead tanks had been fitted with crude, yet highly effective armored plates that repelled the Mark 7's projectiles. The undead counterattacked, their Mark SIXs charging forward, their old Mark series tanks covering their flanks. Their misshapen forms and bizarre adaptations made them unpredictable, their tactics devoid of the logic that governed human warfare. Still, the battle raged on, neither side yielding, a bitter dance of destruction in the cold light of dawn. The battle grew fiercer with each passing moment. The grinding gears of the tanks, the thunderous echoes of cannon fire, and the deafening crunch of colliding metal filled the air, amplifying the scale of destruction. The desperate cries of the fallen and the horrifying, indiscernible sounds of the reanimated added a ghastly symphony to the chaotic battlefield. As the humans tried to hold their ground, urgent calls for backup went out, echoing through the radio channels. The pleas for reinforcement were answered by the thunderous rumble of approaching Sherman and Tiger tanks, their powerful engines roaring to life as they raced toward the front lines. But the undead were unrelenting. Their grotesque forms, some still clad in rotting uniforms and tarnished badges, were now bolstered by crude adaptations of the Mark 1 through 5 tanks, salvaged from previous battles. Their ranks swelled with each passing moment as they continuously advanced, their movements imitating the tactics of warfare in a monstrous parody of the human's strategy. The sight of the crudely assembled tanks was a chilling reminder of the undead's relentless adaptation. The new Mark 1 through 5 machines were hulking, grotesque versions of their former selves, with jagged edges, mismatched parts, and gruesome modifications. The lines blurred as the battlefield erupted into a maelstrom of noise and chaos. The once glistening bodies of the Mark 7s now bore the scars of the battle, their armor pierced, scorched, and dented. Yet they stood strong, holding the line against the advancing horde of undead machines. Meanwhile, the human reinforcements arrived, the powerful Sherman and Tiger tanks providing much-needed firepower. Their cannons roared as they sent a flurry of shells into the undead lines, causing a series of destructive explosions that temporarily halted the undead's relentless advance. The battle raged on, the screeching sounds of metal against metal and the ceaseless thunder of explosions echoing across the barren landscape. The eerie persistence of the undead, mirrored by the tenacious resolve of the humans, created a conflict that seemed to defy time, each moment stretching into an agonizing eternity. Despite the ferocity of the human defense, the undead horde was relentless. Their grotesque parody of strategic maneuvers and their overwhelming numbers started to turn the tide. The undead pressed forward, an unstoppable wave of reanimated soldiers and revived tanks. The once powerful Tiger tanks that held the line now found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed. The cacophony of battle was soon punctuated by the agonized roar of their engines, each one succumbing to the overwhelming assault. Their gleaming metal bodies were soon swarmed over by the undead, their grotesque forms covering the tanks like a horrid, shifting cloak. As each Tiger tank fell, the humans could only watch in horror and disbelief as the undead repurposed them with horrifying efficiency. Those tanks that had been the pride of their military arsenal were now grotesque additions to the undead fleet. The Tiger's roar, once a symbol of human strength and resistance, had now become a chilling echo in the twisted symphony of the undead advance. The sight of their fallen tanks, now serving as monstrous puppets in the undead's arsenal, fueled a wave of despair among the humans. It was a chilling reminder of the relentless persistence of their adversaries and the grim reality of their situation. The losses were not just in terms of their ranks and weaponry, but also a severe blow to their morale. It was as though they were fighting an enemy that was not only impervious to death but also continuously evolving, becoming stronger with each setback they endured. Yet, they knew they had no choice but to press on. There was no retreat, no surrender. Their survival, and that of the world, hung in the balance. Just as despair threatened to sink its cold fingers into the hearts of the surviving human forces, the distant rumble of engines brought a flicker of hope. At first, the humans thought it was another wave of the undead, but the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of a miracle. Out of the smoke and fog of the devastated battlefield, a fleet of M18 Hellcats emerged, their distinct profiles standing out against the backdrop of the war-torn landscape. The M18 Hellcat, often referred to as the destroyer tank, was a marvel of war engineering. Developed for speed and firepower, its creators had strived for a balance between mobility, armor, and armament. They built a tank destroyer capable of outmaneuvering and overpowering the enemy in swift, decisive actions. With a streamlined design that reduced weight and improved speed, the M18 could reach up to 60 mph on roads faster than any other armored vehicle of the era. Its 76mm gun, while not the most powerful, was sufficient to pierce the armor of most tanks. The Hellcat was designed for hit-and-run tactics, to quickly locate, engage, and destroy enemy tanks before they had a chance to respond. As the fleet of Hellcats joined the fray, their presence rekindled the dying embers of hope among the human forces. These were not just machines of war, they were symbols of human resilience, of their refusal to bow down to the undead menace. Their roaring engines drowned out the chilling echoes of the undead, their rapid-fire cannons piercing through the grotesque fleet of the enemy. The Hellcats' unexpected arrival had not been part of any plan. A damaged radio unit had left them incommunicado, and their arrival on the battlefield was more chance than strategy. But in that moment, their presence was a beacon of hope. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the humans felt they had a fighting chance. They may have been on the back foot, but they were not out of the fight. Not yet. The M18 Hellcats wasted no time, springing into action with a ruthless efficiency that had been forged in the crucible of countless battles. Their powerful engines roared to life, and like a pack of predators, they pounced upon the unsuspecting undead fleet. The Hellcats moved with an agility that belied their armored bodies. They darted across the field, their turrets rotating smoothly to track their targets. Each time a cannon fired, a flash of light would briefly illuminate the field, followed by the reverberating sound of the explosion and the unmistakable sight of an enemy tank bursting into flames. The undead tanks, caught off guard by the sudden assault, struggled to adapt to the Hellcats' hit-and-run tactics. The newly constructed Mk6s, with their heavier armor and slower speed, were unable to keep up with the agile Hellcats. The undead might have been able to crudely mimic human strategies, but they lacked the crucial elements of adaptability and creativity. Meanwhile, the older Mk series tanks, despite their upgrades, proved to be ill-equipped to deal with this new threat. The once fearsome Mk1-5, now refitted with stolen parts, were simply no match for the Hellcats' speed and firepower. They were quickly reduced to smoking wrecks, their engines silenced forever. The human soldiers watched from the sidelines, cheering as each undead tank was destroyed. The sight of the Hellcats weaving their deadly dance of destruction was awe-inspiring. It seemed, at least for the moment, that the tide of battle was turning in their favor. The atmosphere, which had been heavy with despair, was now charged with a renewed vigor and hope. As the battle raged on, the Hellcats continued their relentless assault, their cannons never ceasing. Even when the stolen Tiger tanks joined the fray, the Hellcats held their ground. Outmaneuvering their bulkier adversaries, they attacked from the sides and rear, where the armor was weakest. The Tigers, despite their formidable presence, were simply outclassed. The arrival of the Hellcats and their subsequent decimation of the undead fleet was a pivotal moment in the long-drawn war. It was a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance, a reminder that they were not just surviving, they were fighting back, and they would not go quietly into the night. Against the overwhelming power and agility of the M18 Hellcats, the undead army found their offensive line crumbling. In a grotesque mimicry of strategic withdrawal, they began to fall back, leaving behind the burning wreckage of their failed assault. The undead tanks, under relentless fire, commenced a strategic retreat. Some of the remaining Mk6s served as a rear guard, covering the escape of their comrades with heavy cannon fire. It was a desperate, losing battle, but it bought enough time for a few of their number to escape. Among the retreating undead, a group of stolen Tiger tanks rumbled away, their heavily armored bodies providing them a modicum of protection against the onslaught. Their hasty escape was a stark contrast to the brash confidence they had displayed at the start of the battle. Undeterred, the Hellcats pursued, their engines roaring in hot chase. They picked off stragglers and any undead tank daring to slow down or break formation. But the stolen Tigers, with their thick armor and powerful engines, proved to be a challenge. Despite taking a considerable amount of damage, they managed to escape, disappearing into the smoky haze of the battleground. Back at the front lines, the human soldiers could only watch as the stolen Tigers disappeared into the distance. The escape of the Tigers was a small dent in an otherwise decisive victory, a reminder that the undead were not just mindless hordes, but an evolving enemy, capable of adaptation and surprise. This was not the end. It was merely a lull, a brief respite before the next wave of the never-ending onslaught. But for the moment, the battlefield belonged to the humans and their Hellcats, standing victorious amidst the remains of the undead force. The sight of the smoldering undead wreckage strewn across the battlefield was a grim yet inspiring testament to human resilience and resourcefulness in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. In the aftermath of the battle, the soldiers turned their attention to their fallen comrades. It was a grim duty they had undertaken too many times. With heavy hearts, they started the process of identifying and burying the dead. This was not just a war, it was a tragic and grotesque mockery of the conflict that had initially started in the trenches of the Great War. Throughout this long and grueling conflict, it had become apparent that the virus responsible for the undead was not as infectious as they had initially feared. The early incidents of contagion were traced back to the initial inoculation campaign during the Great War. The medical corps that introduced the vaccine had unknowingly infected thousands of soldiers, turning them into the first wave of the undead. To make matters worse, the first wave of the undead had contaminated the food and water supplies in the trenches, causing further spread of the virus. However, after the initial outbreak and the chaotic first years, no new undead were reported. It was a small mercy in the grand scheme of things, but it also had significant implications for their long-term strategy. This meant that the undead force was not self-sustaining, they could not convert their victims into reinforcements. They were a finite enemy, a twisted remnant of a past war, trapped in a state of perpetual conflict. Despite their capacity to evolve and adapt, their numbers were dwindling. This knowledge provided a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered human forces. Despite the constant threat of the undead, the world outside the quarantine zone had been largely untouched by the virus. For the rest of humanity, life had continued, albeit shadowed by the grim reality of the quarantine zone and the undead menace lurking within. With this realization, the burial detail took on an even more profound significance. Each soldier they put to rest was not just a comrade lost, but also a step towards the eventual end of this grotesque war. Each funeral was not just a moment of mourning, but also a quiet, solemn victory against the undead plague. On the other side of the quarantine line, in the quiet, deathly stillness of the trenches that the undead called home, the passage of time showed no mercy. The formerly bustling front lines of the Great War, once teeming with the lives and spirits of thousands of soldiers, were now a horrifying testament to the ravages of time and the ceaseless march of the undead. These trenches, once considered modern marvels of military engineering, were now desolate and crumbling. Muddy walls had eroded over time, wooden support beams had rotted away, and sandbags had long since burst, their contents washed away by the rain and wind. The barbed wire that once served as a deadly deterrent to the enemy was now rusted and brittle, offering little more than a grim reminder of the war that had once raged here. The equipment that the undead used was in a similar state of decay. The once sturdy rifles of the Great War, gleaming with oil and bristling with menace, were now rusted and pitted, with many failing to fire at all. Machine guns that once spat out death were jammed and broken, their mechanisms clogged with grime and rust. Artillery pieces were silent, their shells long since expended, and replacement parts were scarce. The uniforms of the undead were perhaps the most stark reminder of the passage of time. Once a sea of gray, green, and brown, they were now faded and threadbare. Many of the uniforms had rotted away entirely, leaving the undead in a horrifying state of undress. Boots had decayed, exposing skeletal feet, and helmets were dented and rusted, offering little protection to the wearers. Their supplies, too, were dwindling. What little food they could scavenge from their raids was often rotten or inedible, and clean water was a rare commodity. Medical supplies were practically non-existent, though the undead had little use for them. Their reliance on the deteriorating technology and supplies of the Great War had become a major obstacle, hindering their ability to evolve and adapt. Despite these hardships, the undead continued their relentless advance, driven by a horrifying instinct that eclipsed any rational thought. This was their existence, an endless cycle of decay and deterioration, of raids and retreats, and an unwavering commitment to a war that had ended for the rest of the world many years ago. While the external signs of decay amongst the undead were prevalent, the internal decay was even more alarming. This was not just physical decay, but a decay of the soul, a withering away of the vestiges of humanity they might have retained. Memories had long since faded, replaced by a ravenous hunger and a relentless drive to survive. Family, friends, loved ones, these were but distant echoes, drowned out by the pressing need to endure. Their bodies had become grotesque caricatures of their former selves. Their skin was desiccated and pulled tight over bones, revealing the skeletal framework beneath. Eyes, once bright with life and intelligence, were now sunken and glazed over with a milky film. Mouths that had once laughed, shouted, or shared stories around a campfire were now silent, save for the occasional guttural growl. Some of the undead carried gruesome reminders of their demise. Shrapnel wounds that never healed, limbs lost to artillery fire, replaced by crudely attached prosthetics from their fallen comrades. There were those with bullet holes through their chests, or ghastly, yawning gaps where a shell had torn them apart. Yet, against all reason, they continued their relentless march, driven by the virus coursing through their veins. Their movements, once fluid and coordinated, were now slow and laborious. Every step was an effort, every action a monumental task. Their bodies protested against their relentless drive, skeletal systems creaking, muscles straining against atrophied sinews, organs functioning at minimal capacity. Despite this, their approach was steady and relentless, as terrifying as it was pitiful. The fallen among the undead were trampled underfoot, left behind as the horde moved forward. There was no time for mourning, no respect for the dead. They were reduced to stepping stones, an unceremonious part of the decaying landscape. Amongst the rubble and ruin, the undead existed in a state of perpetual limbo. Neither alive nor dead, they were trapped in an endless cycle of hunger, deterioration, and survival. It was a chilling spectacle of war's aftermath, a stark reminder of the cost of human folly and the horrifying resilience of the undead. In the gloom of the quarantined trenches, a grim assembly line began. The stolen Tiger tanks, stripped of their initial camouflage and insignia, were set upon by the undead in a grotesque parody of human mechanics. The night was filled with the echoing clang of metal on metal, the grinding of rusted cogs, and the occasional hollow groan of the undead. Undead soldiers with rudimentary understanding of mechanics began to dissect the Tigers. The armor plates, heavy-duty and well-preserved, were detached with crude tools and hard labor. The mighty engines, each a symbol of modern engineering, were pulled from the tank's innards. The state-of-the-art guns, still bearing the scorch marks of their last encounter with the Mark 7 tanks, were unmounted. The Mk series tanks, now a motley mix of models 1 through 6, lay scattered around. Many had been immobile for weeks, some even months, their bodies riddled with shell holes and stripped of usable parts. Some were half buried in the mud, others stood like spectral reminders of past battles, all were silent and still, awaiting their gruesome resurrection. Methodically, the Tiger tanks' parts were integrated into the Mk tanks. The strong armor plates were crudely welded onto the bodies of the Mk tanks, giving them an uneven, patchy look. The powerful engines were squeezed into spaces they were never designed for, making the old tanks hum and growl like never before. The guns, the most prized possessions, were fitted onto the old turrets, their barrels looming menacingly against the bleak horizon. The retrofitting was harsh and graceless, devoid of the precision and elegance of human engineering. Yet, it yielded grotesquely effective results. The Mk tanks, once teetering on the brink of obsolescence, now bore the destructive capabilities of the Tiger tanks. Each one became a terrifying hybrid of old and new, a testament to the undead's grim ingenuity. The once silent graveyard of old tanks came alive with the cacophony of their monstrous rebirth. The undead now had a renewed fleet of armored behemoths, ready to defy their inevitable decay and bring ruin to the living world that had left them behind. As the undead force's rejuvenated fleet rumbled ominously across the scarred no-man's land, the living world watched with an eerie combination of dread and morbid fascination. The roar of the tiger-infused Mk tanks echoed ominously in the chill night air. They were hulking monsters of metal and rust, bearing both the scars of past battles and the deadly enhancements of their gruesome upgrades. Their targets were the Panther tanks and the M18 Hellcats that the humans had strategically positioned around their defenses, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The humans believed their tanks to be safe, guarded by layers of soldiers, barbed wire, and strategic placements. They didn't anticipate that the undead would adapt their own technology against them. The undead approached their targets with a grim determination. Unlike the living soldiers, they didn't fear death. Their undead status removed the fear and anxiety that clouded judgment and delayed action. They were relentless, undeterred by the losses they sustained as they advanced, and the living soldiers could only watch in horror as the Panther tanks and Hellcats became the new focus of the undead force. Their tactics were simple, yet brutal. Some undead soldiers threw themselves against the tanks, acting as macabre distractions while others climbed atop the machines, using rudimentary tools to break open the hatch. Once inside, they dealt with the human operators in a ruthless fashion, turning their new acquisitions against the humans. The battle was fierce, bloody, and devastating. By the time dawn broke, several Panther tanks and M18 Hellcats were missing from the human defensive line, taken by the undead forces to bolster their own deadly armada. The tanks that had once been the humans' greatest weapons had now fallen into the hands of their undead foes, adding a chilling new dimension to the grim standoff in no man's land. It was a scene of gruesome innovation as the undead army worked tirelessly to incorporate their newly acquired Panther tanks and M18 Hellcats into their Mk series. The once fierce war machines, symbols of human defiance, were now in the clutches of the relentless undead, who wasted no time in repurposing them. The undead worked methodically, fueled by an unyielding purpose devoid of fatigue or distraction. Panther tanks and Hellcats were disassembled with a disconcerting ease, their armored plating, treads, and cannons stripped and readied for integration. The undead engineers, displaying a shocking degree of retained knowledge, understood the inherent value in these modern machines, their components far superior to the aged and decaying materials they had previously utilized. Their Mk tanks, previously cobbled together from aged materials and the remnants of war, began to take on new forms. The enhanced MKSIXs were a startling sight. The chassis of these formidable tanks, already menacing with the previous amalgamation of the first 5 marks, were now reinforced with the robust armor of the Panthers and the Hellcats, their original outlines barely discernible under the layers of reinforcements. Their guns, too, were swapped out. The cannons of the Panther tanks and the Hellcats' powerful weaponry were mounted onto the Mk tanks. These improved Mk tanks, the Mk 6-1s, now boasted firepower that was significantly more potent than before. Moreover, the agile mobility of the Hellcats was incorporated into their design, allowing for faster, more efficient movement across the battle-scarred terrain. A new wave of dread swept over the living soldiers as they watched the transformations from a distance. The undead were no longer merely scavengers. They were learning, adapting, evolving. And now, more than ever, the living world understood the true magnitude of the threat they were facing. The battle lines were shifting, and not in their favor. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, bathing the field in twilight, an eerie stillness fell over the land. It was a chilling quiet that hung in the air, the typical hum of activity abruptly silent. A cold gust of wind rustled the ragged flags on the field, the only audible sound in the unnerving calm. And then, almost imperceptibly, the earth began to move. At first, it was nothing more than a slight tremor beneath the feet of the soldiers, so mild it could have been mistaken for the aftershock of an artillery shell. But as seconds turned into minutes, the tremors grew in intensity, the ground quaking with a foreboding rhythm. In the graying light of dusk, the neat rows of fresh graves began to shift, clods of earth rolling away as though pushed from below. A chilling realization spread among the human ranks: the dead were not at rest. One by one, skeletal hands burst through the recently disturbed soil, followed by dirt-streaked heads, hollow eyes staring sightlessly into the dusk. These were not the aged, decaying soldiers they'd grown accustomed to. These were their comrades, their friends, who'd been buried just hours ago. The freshly turned undead, clothed in their still pristine uniforms, rose from their graves. Some stumbled, unsteady in their newfound state, while others stood tall, their gazes fixed on the living with an uncanny intensity. They made no move to attack, but the intent was clear in their stance, a grim promise of the carnage that was to come. The air was heavy with a sense of impending doom as the human soldiers watched in morbid fascination. The sight of their fallen comrades, now a part of the enemy they'd been fighting, was a bitter pill to swallow. The stark reality of their situation hit them like a punch to the gut. The battle against the undead was far from over, it had just become a lot more personal. The soldiers stood frozen, watching in a kind of horrified fascination as their former brothers in arms staggered towards them, a chilling tableau in the fading light. The silence was deafening, broken only by the muffled groans of the reanimated corpses. In that moment, the air was heavy with an overwhelming sorrow, a sense of loss that echoed in every heart. Then, out of the stunned silence, a guttural roar erupted. It was Private Brown, the raw pain in his voice slicing through the quiet like a knife. The recently resurrected dead soldier shambling towards him was his closest friend, someone he'd shared a trench with, someone he'd promised to watch over. His heart ached with a fury he'd never known, a bitter cocktail of anger, despair, and guilt. With a primal scream, he charged, fueled by raw emotion. His bayonet glinted ominously under the faint glow of the setting sun as he lunged at his friend, now an enemy. The others, jolted out of their stupor, followed suit. The field, moments ago silent, erupted into chaos. The air was filled with the sounds of fighting, the grunts and shouts of soldiers, the clang of steel on steel, the unnerving groans of the undead. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the undead were taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the living. One by one, they fell, their bodies collapsing in grotesque heaps as the humans fought, not just for survival, but for the memories of their fallen comrades. The fight was a blur of motion and sound, a whirlwind of fury and grief. Yet, even in the midst of the raging battle, one thing remained clear: this was not a fight against the enemy. It was a fight for their comrades, their friends, their humanity. It was a fight for the memories of the fallen and the hope of those yet living. And for that night, in the heart of that brutal battle, it was enough. The humans fought back, pushing the reanimated corpses of their fallen comrades back into the oblivion from whence they'd come. It was not a victory, but it was a statement: they would not go gently into that good night. They would rage against the dying of the light. And they would remember those who had fallen, holding on to the memories of their shared laughter, shared fears, shared dreams, because in the end, it was those memories that made them human. As the living soldiers battled the recently resurrected undead, the grim reality of the situation weighed heavily on their minds. Despite their momentary victory against their fallen comrades, they knew that the war against the undead was far from over. The newly enhanced Mk6-1 tanks, now boasting the combined technology of the Panther tanks and Hellcats, rolled steadily forward, their ominous silhouettes casting shadows on the battlefield. The humans' backs were against the wall. The undead, driven by a relentless hunger and ruthless tenacity, pressed on despite their losses. Their tanks, once decaying relics of the Great War, now stood as a formidable force, capable of unleashing destruction upon the living world. The odds were stacked against the human forces, and the situation was growing dire. However, amid the chaos and devastation, a glimmer of hope flickered on the horizon. The once elusive atomic bomb was nearing completion. The humans had been toiling ceaselessly to develop this weapon, hoping that it would offer a definitive solution to the undead menace. They knew the stakes were high, and their backs were against the clock. In a secret underground laboratory, scientists worked tirelessly, driven by a sense of duty to humanity. The bomb, born out of necessity, was their last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the war. Its development was fraught with challenges and setbacks, but the progress was undeniable. The humans knew that once the bomb was ready, they would have a weapon capable of bringing about a cataclysmic change in the war against the undead. As the days passed, the undead forces pressed closer to the human defensive line. The air was thick with tension, every breath weighted with the knowledge that the fate of humanity rested on the successful completion of the bomb. The living soldiers fought with a newfound determination, knowing that their only chance of survival lay in the success of this audacious gamble. The nuke was on the verge of completion, the countdown to its final assembly underway. It was a weapon born out of desperation, a last resort that carried the potential for both salvation and destruction. As the final pieces were put in place, the anticipation and anxiety in the air reached a fever pitch. The humans hoped that this weapon would change the course of the war, tipping the balance of power back in their favor. Yet, they were also aware of the terrible toll it might exact, not just on the undead, but on the very fabric of humanity. As the countdown continued, they knew that they were on the precipice of an event that would forever alter the course of history. Whether for better or worse, only time would tell. As the battle raged on for weeks, the humans fought valiantly, their determination to protect what remained of the living world unwavering. The undead, driven by an insatiable hunger and emboldened by their newfound tanks, proved to be a formidable foe. The conflict was relentless, with both sides locked in a seemingly unending struggle for survival. The enhanced Mk6-1 tanks, powered by the Panther and Hellcat technology, proved to be a formidable adversary. Their once outdated hulls were now reinforced with the impenetrable armor of the Panther tanks, and their mobility was enhanced by the agile treads of the Hellcats. These improved tanks were capable of wreaking havoc on the human defenses, their deadly cannons cutting through anything in their path. The living soldiers, in their Mark 7 tanks and backed by the M18 Hellcats, fought back with determination. The recent upgrade in their armored units gave them a fighting chance against the undead tanks. The Hellcats' speed and agility allowed them to outmaneuver their hulking adversaries, while the Mark 7 tank's firepower was not to be underestimated. As the battle intensified, the humans knew they couldn't keep up the fight indefinitely. Supplies were dwindling, and the physical and emotional toll on the soldiers was becoming unbearable. Every day brought new losses, and every night brought a reminder of the relentless undead horde. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the secret underground laboratory continued its work on the atomic bomb. Every passing day brought the nuke closer to completion, and with it, the promise of a potential turning point in the war. The scientists, fueled by a sense of duty and desperation, worked tirelessly to finalize the weapon that held the hope of saving humanity. The countdown to the bomb's completion paralleled the mounting tension on the front lines. The humans knew that they were running out of time. The undead forces showed no signs of slowing down, and every day brought them closer to breaking through the human defenses. Finally, the day arrived when the atomic bomb was declared ready. The momentous occasion was met with a mixture of relief and trepidation. The humans now held a weapon that could change the course of the war, but at a terrible cost. The bomb was prepared for deployment, a symbol of both destruction and salvation. It was a weapon that would bring about an end to the war, one way or another. As the living soldiers prepared for their last stand, they knew that the fate of humanity rested on the decision to unleash this ultimate weapon. The stage was set for a final, cataclysmic confrontation. The living world and the undead forces were on a collision course, and only one side would emerge victorious. In the coming days, the fate of humanity would be decided, and the consequences would be felt for generations to come. As the humans faced the overwhelming might of the undead forces, the realization that there was no time for evacuation settled like a heavy shroud over the battlefield. The atomic bomb they had developed was unlike any weapon seen in their history or ours. It was a monstrous creation, a culmination of years of scientific and engineering brilliance, born from desperation and fear. The bomb was not just more powerful than any of the nuclear weapons from our time, but it was an order of magnitude more devastating. Its explosive yield was measured in teratons, dwarfing even the largest thermonuclear devices ever created by humankind. The humans knew that the use of this weapon would bring about utter destruction, not just to the undead forces but also to the very landscape they were fighting to protect. With heavy hearts and the knowledge that there was no other choice, the humans made the fateful decision to deploy the bomb. The last act of defiance, a desperate gambit to end the war that had claimed so many lives and consumed the world in darkness. The bomb was loaded onto a specially modified tank, the Mark 7 Hellfire, its crew fully aware that their sacrifice would be remembered in history books yet to be written. The tank trundled forward, its crew determined to carry out their duty, knowing that they would never survive the blast. The atmosphere on the battlefield was charged with tension as the undead forces drew closer, sensing the magnitude of what was about to happen. The humans braced themselves for the end, a final stand against a relentless foe they could not hope to defeat by conventional means. As the Mark 7 Hellfire reached the heart of the undead forces, the countdown began. Time seemed to slow, each second drawn out to an eternity. The bomb's detonation system was engaged, and with a blinding flash, the world was engulfed in an inferno of unimaginable proportions. The explosion was beyond comprehension. A searing column of fire and energy surged into the sky, consuming everything in its path. The ground shook violently, and a shockwave rippled through the battlefield, obliterating all in its wake. In an instant, everything and everyone within a vast radius was reduced to ash. The Mk6-1 tanks, the Panther and Hellcat enhancements, the living soldiers, the undead horde, all were swept away by the cataclysmic force of the bomb. Dark waters, the Titanic resurrected. Decades had passed since the sinking of the Titanic, and the legendary ship rested in its watery grave, its secrets buried beneath the ocean floor. But as technological advancements progressed, a bold decision was made to raise the Titanic from its slumber, an audacious attempt to bring the past back to life. An international team of engineers and archaeologists set out on a daring mission to resurrect the Titanic. The ship's wreckage was carefully salvaged, and plans were set in motion to restore the vessel to its former glory. Unbeknownst to them, the remnants of the infected and the dormant virus lay within the hull, waiting for a chance to be unleashed once more. Amidst great anticipation and fanfare, the resurrected Titanic set sail once more. Passengers from around the world boarded the ship, eager to experience a piece of history firsthand. But as the vessel embarked on its maiden voyage, darkness stirred beneath the polished surface, ready to emerge once again. Within the depths of the resurrected Titanic, the virus reawakened, silently infecting passengers and crew members. The infected, driven by their insatiable hunger, began to hunt and feed upon the unsuspecting. Panic and terror spread through the ship as history repeated itself, echoing the horrors of the past. As chaos erupted on board, a small group of uninfected passengers and crew members fought valiantly against the infected. They formed an alliance, determined to contain the outbreak and save as many lives as possible. Each deck became a battleground, every decision a matter of life or death. The Titanic, once a symbol of grandeur and invincibility, became a haunting prison as the infected multiplied. The uninfected survivors, trapped within the confines of the resurrected vessel, faced a grim reality escape seemed impossible, and their only hope lay in finding a way to eradicate the virus once and for all. As the infected continued their relentless pursuit, the survivors embarked on a race against time. With limited resources and mounting desperation, they scoured the ship for answers. Guided by the knowledge of past tragedies, they sought to uncover the secrets of the virus and find a means to halt its spread. In a desperate bid to contain the outbreak, the survivors resorted to drastic measures. Realizing that the infected could not be allowed to reach land, they redirected the course of the resurrected Titanic towards a remote area of the ocean. There, surrounded by treacherous waters, they unleashed the full force of the ocean's fury, hoping to bring an end to the nightmare. As the Titanic sailed towards its inevitable demise, a final battle ensued on board. The uninfected survivors fought with every ounce of strength and determination they had left, knowing that their sacrifice would protect the world from the re-emergence of the virus. Their valiant efforts to contain the outbreak became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In a blaze of destruction, the resurrected Titanic met its fate once again. The ship, now a vessel of both tragedy and sacrifice, sank beneath the waves, taking the infected and the remnants of the virus with it. The ocean claimed the wreckage, sealing its secrets and ensuring that the horrors of the past remained buried in eternal slumber. Lessons echoed the story of the resurrected Titanic served as a chilling reminder of humanity's hubris and the consequences of tampering with the forces of the past. It became a cautionary tale, etched into the collective memory, urging future generations to respect the boundaries set by time and to learn from the mistakes of the past. The legend of the Titanic, now intertwined with a haunting sequel, left a lasting impact on the world's understanding of the fragility of life and the dangers that can arise from unchecked ambition. It stood as a solemn reminder that some secrets are better left undisturbed, and that the echoes of past tragedies should serve as guides rather than be repeated. And so, as the Titanic and its undead legacy returned to the depths, humanity was left with a sobering awareness of the risks inherent in tampering with the balance of time and the delicate threads of history. The ocean's depths would forever hold the haunting remnants of the resurrected Titanic, reminding humanity to tread carefully in the face of curiosity and to honor the lessons learned from the darkness that once consumed the legendary vessel. Titanic, Voyage of the Undead. Prologue, The Seeds of Infection. In the bustling city of Southampton, a mysterious virus began to spread, infecting the inhabitants with alarming speed. Similar to the flu but with rabies-like symptoms, the virus turned its victims into mindless, ravenous creatures. Panic swept through the city as the infected unleashed chaos and destruction. As the Titanic prepared for her maiden voyage, the virus had already seeped into Southampton. Thomas, a young man boarding the ship, unknowingly carried the virus within him. He appeared healthy, but the virus silently replicated, waiting for the opportune moment to manifest. The Titanic embarked on her journey, carrying a mix of hopeful passengers seeking new opportunities and crew members dedicated to their duties. Among them, Elizabeth, an adventurous soul, eagerly anticipated the voyage. Little did she know that darkness loomed ahead, ready to turn the ocean liner into a floating nightmare. As the ship sailed further into the Atlantic, the virus within Thomas awakened. He became feverish, his behavior erratic, and his eyes glazed with a menacing hunger. Thomas, consumed by the virus, began attacking fellow passengers, sparking confusion and terror among those aboard the Titanic. The infected passengers, now transformed into bloodthirsty zombies, descended upon the unsuspecting travelers. Panic gripped the ship as chaos erupted in every corridor. The crew, desperately trying to maintain order, realized the dire situation unfolding before their eyes. As the zombies multiplied, their insatiable hunger drove them to search for prey. The ship became a battleground of survival, with pockets of uninfected passengers and crew members fighting to evade the relentless pursuit of the undead. The halls echoed with the cries of anguish and the guttural moans of the infected. In the midst of the chaos, the Titanic's path crossed with an imposing iceberg. The infected, driven by their insatiable hunger, mindlessly stumbled towards the obstacle in their path. The collision reverberated throughout the ship, causing further damage and confusion among the surviving passengers and crew. As the iceberg scraped against the ship's hull, the already weakened structure began to falter. The undead, still relentless in their pursuit, found themselves trapped in the sinking vessel. The freezing waters claimed both the infected and the uninfected, sealing their fate in a watery grave. In the depths of the Atlantic, the Titanic's wreckage became a haunting tomb. The virus, trapped within the decaying bodies, lost its potency over time, unable to propagate further. The ocean swallowed the ship, entombing the souls lost to the tragedy forever. Among the survivors in the lifeboats, Elizabeth and a small group of resilient individuals clung to hope amidst the despair. They rowed away from the sinking ship, their hearts heavy with grief for the lives lost but fueled by the determination to tell the world of the horrors they had witnessed. Dark waters, unleashing the shadows. As the survivors of the Titanic clung to life in the lifeboats, the wreckage of the grand ship sank beneath the frigid waters of the Atlantic. Among the survivors, Elizabeth and a small group of individuals who had managed to escape the clutches of the undead found themselves in a state of shock and mourning. They searched for solace and safety in the midst of the vast ocean, unaware of the lurking horror that awaited them. Days passed, and hope began to wane for Elizabeth and her fellow survivors. Depleted supplies and freezing temperatures pushed them to the brink of despair. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. An approaching ship, the Carpathia, responding to their distress signals. As the Carpathia drew near, a survivor from the Titanic, unbeknownst to anyone, carried the dormant virus within them. Despite showing no symptoms, the survivor's body harbored the lurking contagion, ready to be unleashed upon unsuspecting victims. Elizabeth and her group were rescued and brought aboard the Carpathia, unknowingly carrying the seed of darkness with them. On the Carpathia, the survivors found temporary relief from the horrors they had witnessed. However, the infected survivor, already weakened from their ordeal, began to exhibit symptoms of the virus. The virus, stealthy and insidious, rapidly spread throughout the ship, silently infecting passengers and crew alike. As the virus took hold, the once safe haven of the Carpathia transformed into a nightmarish scene. Passengers and crew members succumbed to the virus, turning into bloodthirsty zombies hungry for the taste of human flesh. Chaos erupted, as the infected unleashed their unrelenting fury upon the uninfected. Elizabeth, now faced with a familiar horror, rallied the uninfected survivors to fight against the relentless onslaught. Armed with makeshift weapons and fueled by their will to live, they carved out pockets of safety amidst the chaos. Every corridor became a battleground, every room a refuge or a death trap. As the infected continued to multiply, the Carpathia's resources dwindled, forcing the survivors to make a difficult decision: abandon ship and take their chances in the lifeboats. With heavy hearts, they prepared for the perilous journey into the open sea, knowing that the infected would follow relentlessly. In the lifeboats, the survivors struggled against the elements and the ever-present threat of the infected. The vastness of the ocean became both their protector and their enemy, as they battled hunger, exhaustion, and the unrelenting pursuit of the undead. Each passing day was a testament to their resilience and determination to find safety. As their rations dwindled and hope teetered on the edge of despair, the survivors spotted an uninhabited island on the horizon. With a renewed sense of purpose, they guided their lifeboats to the island's shores, hoping to find refuge and a chance to regroup and strategize against the ever-growing threat of the infected. But little did they know one of them was infected and quickly brought plight to their hopes. Despite their valiant efforts, the survivors on the island were overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the infected. One by one, they fell victim to the insatiable hunger of the zombies. Their fight for survival turned into a battle for a dignified death, as they stood defiantly against the encroaching darkness. As the last survivor succumbed to the virus, hope seemed lost. Meanwhile, aboard the Carpathia, the infection had spread like wildfire. The crew members, once saviors to the survivors of the Titanic, found themselves trapped in a nightmare of their own making. Desperate for help, they attempted to send a distress signal, their voices trembling with fear and despair. Just as the distress signal was transmitted, chaos erupted on the Carpathia. The infected crew members, driven by their primal instincts, attacked their uninfected comrades. Panic and confusion reigned as the ship descended into a maelstrom of violence and death. As the Carpathia succumbed to the weight of the undead, the ship began to sink beneath the unforgiving waves. The once proud vessel, now a twisted mockery of its former self, disappeared into the depths of the ocean, taking the remnants of hope and humanity with it. In the aftermath, the ocean's surface lay calm and serene, masking the horrors that had unfolded beneath. The infected survivors and the remnants of the Carpathia were lost to the abyss, their bodies entwined with the wreckage, forever silenced. Epilogue, a testament to loss. The tale of the Titanic and its ill-fated sequel aboard the Carpathia became a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can arise from even the noblest endeavors. The ocean became a graveyard, swallowing the echoes of the infected and the souls of those who had valiantly fought against the tides of horror. The story of the zombies on the Titanic and their subsequent spreading on the Carpathia served as a cautionary tale, forever etched into the annals of history. It reminded future generations of the consequences of unchecked epidemics and the importance of unity and preparedness in the face of unimaginable horrors. And so, the memory of those lost at sea and the legacy of their tragic demise lingered as a solemn reminder that in the darkest of times, humanity's survival may sometimes require the ultimate sacrifice. Dark Waters, Resurgence. For decades, the memory of the ill-fated Carpathia had faded into the annals of history, its tragic fate buried beneath the waves. But deep within the icy depths, the remnants of the infected and the dormant virus lay, waiting for an unsuspecting discovery to reignite the horror. In present times, a team of dedicated researchers embarked on an ambitious expedition to explore the wreckage of the Carpathia. Equipped with advanced technology and driven by a thirst for knowledge, they ventured into the depths of the ocean, unaware of the danger that awaited them. As the team meticulously explored the decaying remains of the Carpathia, a researcher inadvertently disturbed a hidden chamber, unknowingly releasing the dormant virus into the confined depths of the ship. The virus, once again awakened, wasted no time in infecting the unsuspecting explorers. The infected researchers, trapped within the submerged wreckage, transformed into bloodthirsty zombies. The claustrophobic corridors of the Carpathia became a twisted labyrinth, echoing with the haunting moans of the undead. Panic and chaos spread through the team as they fought for their lives against their former colleagues turned monsters. A small group of unaffected researchers, armed with limited resources, fought desperately to escape the sinking ship and the relentless pursuit of the infected. They navigated the treacherous passageways, seeking a way out before the virus consumed them all. Time became their greatest enemy as the infected grew in number. As the survivors emerged from the depths of the Carpathia, they faced an additional threat. The infected began to swarm nearby ships, spreading the virus further. The chaos spilled over onto the open waters, as unsuspecting vessels became scenes of horror and despair. The fight for survival expanded beyond the confines of the wreckage. Realizing the magnitude of the threat, the surviving researchers sought help from maritime authorities. The infected ships were marked as dangerous, and a race against time ensued to contain the virus before it spread to populated areas. Quarantine zones were established, and naval forces mobilized to prevent further outbreaks. Naval vessels became battlegrounds, as the infected ships relentlessly pursued their prey. Military forces engaged in desperate battles to protect unaffected areas and prevent the spread of the virus. Lives were lost, sacrifices made, as humanity fought to preserve its existence against the rising tide of the undead. Amidst the chaos and devastation, a breakthrough in scientific research offered a glimmer of hope. A team of dedicated scientists worked tirelessly to understand the nature of the virus, seeking a way to neutralize its effects and prevent further outbreaks. Their discoveries fueled the determination to find a solution and restore balance. As the virus continued to spread, humanity faced a defining moment. The uninfected, armed with knowledge and determination, rallied together in a final stand against the infected. Aided by the military and medical advancements, they fought with unwavering resolve, aiming to reclaim the seas from the clutches of the undead. The war on the infected ships reached its climax, as the combined efforts of humanity pushed the virus to the brink of defeat. The infected vessels were quarantined and dismantled, their remnants buried deep within the ocean's embrace. A new dawn emerged, one filled with cautious optimism and the lessons learned from the harrowing ordeal. The surviving researchers and their allies, scarred but not broken, looked to the future with a newfound determination to prevent such horrors from ever resurfacing. Epilogue: Lessons from the Abyss. The wreckage of the Carpathia, once a grave of darkness and despair, now served as a stark reminder of the perils lurking beneath the surface. The world came together to strengthen maritime safety measures, improving protocols and technologies to prevent the recurrence of such catastrophic outbreaks at sea. The story of the Carpathia's resurgent virus became a powerful testament to the resilience of humanity in the face of unimaginable challenges. It served as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, unity, knowledge, and the unwavering spirit of survival can pave the way for a brighter future. And so, as the waves settled and the infected ships faded into memory, humanity emerged stronger, armed with the wisdom gained from its encounters with the undead. The legacy of the Carpathia's resurgence became a cautionary tale, reminding generations to come of the importance of vigilance and preparedness against the lurking shadows that may still linger in the depths of the world's oceans. The Britannic, Voyage of the Damned. It was the year 1916, in the midst of World War I. The Britannic, sister ship to the ill-fated Titanic, had been requisitioned as a hospital ship, tasked with transporting wounded soldiers across the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean Sea. The vessel was a symbol of hope, providing medical aid and a chance at survival for those ravaged by war. Unbeknownst to the crew and medical staff, a deadly virus had taken root within the Britannic. Originating from the battlefields, the virus had mutated into a more sinister strain, rendering the infected not only physically wounded but also driven by a primal hunger for flesh. The ship became a floating breeding ground for the infected, an imminent threat to all on board. As the Britannic set sail from Southampton, England, its halls were filled with the wounded and medical personnel tending to their needs. Among them was Dr. Elizabeth Hastings, a compassionate and dedicated physician who had volunteered to serve on the hospital ship. Little did she know the horrors that awaited her on this fateful journey. Days into the voyage, the first signs of the infection emerged. A wounded soldier, brought aboard the Britannic, displayed symptoms that baffled the medical staff. Unbeknownst to them, the virus had infiltrated the ship, spreading quietly through the wounded and the medical personnel. The tranquility of the voyage quickly dissolved into a nightmare of chaos and terror. As the infected soldiers turned into ravenous zombies, they unleashed their fury upon the uninfected. Panic gripped the ship as the undead roamed the halls, seeking fresh victims to satiate their insatiable hunger. The crew, unprepared for such a calamity, struggled to contain the outbreak and protect the remaining survivors. Elizabeth, alongside a group of resilient crew members and fellow medical personnel, fought against the infected, desperately trying to save as many lives as possible. They navigated the darkened corridors, their every move shadowed by the relentless pursuit of the undead. Each passing moment brought them closer to the impending disaster. Amidst the chaos on board, tragedy struck from an unexpected source. The Britannic, sailing through dangerous waters, struck a hidden sea mine. The explosion reverberated through the ship, compounding the horror already unfolding within its walls. The vessel began to tilt, pushing the survivors closer to their doom. As the Britannic began to sink, the infected and uninfected alike found themselves at the mercy of the frigid Mediterranean waters. The struggle for survival intensified, as the survivors fought not only against the undead but also against the drowning depths. Amidst the chaos, echoes of the Titanic's tragedy resonated, a cruel reminder of the fragility of life. With the ship tilting and the waters rising, the remaining survivors made a last stand against the infected. Driven by sheer will and the desperate desire to survive, they fought with everything they had, aware that their time was running out. The battle raged on, a grim symphony of survival and sacrifice in the face of impending doom. As the Britannic succumbed to the unforgiving depths of the Mediterranean, its survivors faced a heart-wrenching decision. With no hope of rescue, they plunged into the icy waters, clinging to life rafts and makeshift flotation devices. They watched in solemn silence as the Britannic disappeared beneath the waves, forever sealing the fate of those lost to the zombie outbreak. Adrift on the open waters, the remaining survivors grappled with grief and despair. The vast expanse of the Mediterranean stretched before them, a cruel reminder of their isolation. They clung to the faint hope of rescue, fighting against the elements and their own deteriorating physical and emotional states. In the days that followed, the survivors shared their stories of the Britannic's demise and the horrors they had witnessed. Their harrowing accounts would become a chilling legend, whispered among seafarers as a reminder of the dangers that lurked within the depths of the sea and the fragility of human existence. As time passed, the surviving few drifted closer to the shores of an inhabited island. Exhausted and haunted by their ordeal, they found solace in the embrace of newfound allies. Together, they vowed to remember the fallen and dedicate their lives to preventing similar tragedies in the future. The story of the Britannic, forever entwined with the horror of the zombie outbreak, became a somber reminder of the sacrifices made during times of war. It served as a cautionary tale, urging humanity to be vigilant and prepared for the unimaginable, even in the face of healing and hope. The wreckage of the Britannic, resting in its watery grave, served as a haunting memorial to those lost in the tragedy. The ocean's depths concealed the remnants of the infected and the virus that had caused such devastation, a chilling reminder of the price paid for unchecked contagion. And so, the memory of the Britannic's dark voyage would endure, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a reminder of the depths of despair that can be unleashed upon the seas. The legacy of the Britannic, forever etched in history, urged generations to remember and honor those lost, to learn from the past, and to navigate the waters of life with caution and compassion. Beyond Titanic, the unyielding plague. As the Titanic sank beneath the icy waters, it unleashed a harrowing legacy. The virus, borne by the infected passengers, remained hidden within the wreckage. Unbeknownst to the world, it continued to fester, awaiting an opportunity to spread its insidious tendrils beyond the confines of the sunken ship. News of the disaster spread across the globe, leaving a lasting impact on the collective psyche of humanity. As other ships prepared to set sail, the specter of the undead loomed large. Fear and uncertainty permeated the air, but the allure of new opportunities and dreams of a better future pushed people to embark on their own maritime journeys. One such vessel, the RMS Britannia, set sail from Liverpool, England, carrying passengers from diverse backgrounds. Unbeknownst to them, among the hopeful souls on board, a carrier of the insidious virus silently mingled. Patient Zero, unaware of their condition, unwittingly began the cycle anew. As the voyage progressed, the infected passenger aboard the Britannia succumbed to the virus, transforming into a ravenous creature. They unleashed their insatiable hunger upon their fellow travelers, and chaos erupted once again. Panic gripped the ship as the infection spread rapidly, overwhelming both passengers and crew. Amidst the unfolding horror, a group of resilient survivors emerged, determined to protect themselves and those uninfected. They fought desperately to secure safe zones, fortifying areas of the ship to stave off the relentless onslaught of the undead. The battle for survival became a grueling test of strength, ingenuity, and resilience. The Britannia, now plagued by the virus, unknowingly crossed paths with other ships, unwittingly weaving an intricate web of doom. As the infected passengers from the Britannia attacked neighboring vessels, the virus spread like wildfire. Ships once filled with hopeful travelers transformed into floating nightmares, their decks overrun by the undead. As the infected ships multiplied, the maritime landscape became a nightmarish battleground. Crew members, passengers, and even those who had initially sought to aid the survivors, found themselves caught in the crossfire. The high seas turned into a death trap, with ships becoming floating tombs, driven by an insatiable hunger for the living. Survivors from various ships fought to find sanctuary, forming alliances, and seeking refuge wherever they could. They scavenged for supplies, rationing what little they had in a desperate bid for survival. The infected, their numbers growing, relentlessly pursued the uninfected, their insidious presence shrouding the vastness of the ocean. Amidst the chaos, a few ships managed to establish communication with each other. They shared knowledge, strategies, and resources in a united front against the unyielding plague. A glimmer of hope emerged as survivors devised a plan to consolidate their forces, combining their strength to confront the undead and seek a way to break free from the maritime nightmare. The amalgamation of survivors, aboard a formidable vessel known as the HMS Vanguard, set sail with a singular purpose: to find a safe haven away from the infected maritime wasteland. They faced treacherous waters, battling not only the undead but also their own inner demons, as the toll of loss and despair weighed heavily upon their hearts. The HMS Vanguard, guided by the collective determination of the survivors, pressed onward through the treacherous sea. Their destination remained uncertain, but their resolve to break free from the clutches of the undead remained unshaken. United in purpose, they formed a tight-knit community, sharing skills, knowledge, and hope. As the Vanguard ventured further into uncharted waters, they encountered isolated pockets of uninfected survivors. These resilient groups, having weathered the storm in seclusion, joined forces with the Vanguard, bolstering their ranks and increasing their chances of finding a secure sanctuary. In a climactic confrontation, the combined forces of the Vanguard and their newfound allies made a final stand against the infected. Armed with improvised weapons, they fought with unwavering determination and a fierce desire for liberation. Lives were lost, sacrifices were made, but their resilience prevailed, driving the undead back into the depths. As the infected retreated, the survivors finally caught sight of land, a remote island untouched by the virus. The HMS Vanguard, battered and scarred, docked at the welcoming shores. The survivors stepped onto solid ground, a mix of relief, gratitude, and sorrow for the friends lost in the relentless battle against the undead. On the island, the survivors worked together to establish a thriving community. With the virus contained and the infected vanquished, they focused on healing, rebuilding, and forging a new life. The scars of their past experiences remained, but they served as a reminder of the strength and resilience that had carried them through the darkest of times. The tale of the undead pandemic that swept across the maritime world became a haunting legend, shared through generations. It stood as a testament to the indomitable human spirit, the will to survive against insurmountable odds, and the power of unity in the face of unimaginable horrors. The survivors, forever bound by their shared ordeal, vowed to preserve the memory of the maritime catastrophe and the sacrifices made. They worked tirelessly to ensure that the lessons learned would never fade, striving to safeguard future generations from the perils that had befallen them. And so, the legacy of the undead plague on the seas became a testament to the strength, resilience, and unwavering hope of humanity. It served as a reminder that even in the most unforgiving circumstances, the will to survive and the bonds forged in adversity could overcome the darkest of nightmares. The Olympic, Shadows of Dread. Long before the Titanic and the Britannic faced their respective tragedies, there was the RMS Olympic, the first of the three magnificent sister ships. Launched in 1911, the Olympic was a symbol of elegance and opulence, setting sail on a journey that would later become shrouded in darkness. Amidst the backdrop of a world on the brink of war, the Olympic embarked on a routine transatlantic voyage. Passengers from various walks of life filled the luxurious halls, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger lurking in their midst. Among them was Dr. Alexander Wright, a renowned physician, whose medical expertise would soon be tested beyond measure. Somewhere on the vast expanse of the ocean, a mysterious illness took hold, infecting unsuspecting passengers and crew members. The virus, much like its future counterparts, drove its victims into a state of madness, turning them into ravenous beings consumed by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Panic and fear spread through the ship like wildfire. Dr. Wright, armed with his knowledge and determination, fought to contain the outbreak on the Olympic. With limited resources and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, he rallied a small group of crew members and passengers who were yet uninfected. Together, they forged a path through the infected hordes, striving to save as many lives as possible. As the virus continued to spread, the Olympic became a battleground between the infected and the uninfected. Passengers and crew members fought valiantly to protect themselves and each other. Every deck, every corridor, became a scene of desperate conflict, as the uninfected sought to evade the ravenous horde that hunted them relentlessly. As the infected multiplied and chaos reigned, an unforeseen disaster loomed on the horizon. The Olympic, navigating treacherous waters, collided with an iceberg. The impact jolted the ship, exacerbating the turmoil within. The vessel, already beleaguered by the virus, now faced the additional threat of sinking into the icy depths of the Atlantic. As the Olympic listed, panic turned into sheer terror. The infected and uninfected alike scrambled for lifeboats, clinging to the hope of survival. Dr. Wright and his remaining allies fought their way through the chaos, their determination to escape the sinking ship matched only by the urgency to protect themselves from the infected still on board. In the final moments before the Olympic succumbed to the icy waters, Dr. Wright and his companions faced a devastating choice. They made a sacrificial stand, diverting the attention of the infected to allow the remaining uninfected to escape. With heavy hearts, they bid farewell to their doomed vessel, knowing that their sacrifice would give others a chance at survival. As the Olympic slipped beneath the waves, its fate sealed, the infected met a watery grave. The ocean's depths became a haunting resting place for the ship and the memories of the horrors endured on board. The world, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, would soon face its echoes in the future voyages of the sister ships. The story of the Olympic's plague would remain a forgotten chapter in history, overshadowed by the subsequent disasters that befell the Titanic and the Britannic. Yet, the legacy of the virus that swept through its halls served as a chilling reminder of the perils that can lurk within the most glamorous and seemingly invincible of vessels. It stood as a testament to the importance of vigilance, preparedness, and swift action in the face of unforeseen crises. The wreckage of the Olympic rested silently beneath the waves, its secrets locked away in the depths of the ocean. The tragedy that had unfolded on board would become a forgotten tale, but its impact would resonate in the future, serving as a haunting prelude to the horrors that awaited the Titanic and the Britannic. And so, as the world moved forward, the ghosts of the Olympics plague remained hidden, silently urging humanity to remember the lessons learned. They whispered from the depths, reminding future generations of the fragility of life, the inevitability of adversity, and the indomitable spirit that propels humanity to confront even the darkest of shadows.